Welcome to the 2023 NRG Series Championship. 16 players have qualified throughout the year by winning one of our $10,000 showdowns, an at-large bid based on points earned across the season, or in the case of Raja Suleiman, by being the 2022 NRG Series champion and being invited back to defend his title. After deck lists were submitted Wednesday night, the field was randomized into two 8-player pods, and as the overall point leader, MVP Steven Dykeman used his option of swapping two players to remove teammate Chris Smith from his own pod and bring Will Kowalchuk over. Many factors influence this decision each year, whether it be perceived player skill or relationships with friends. But Dykeman was able to let us know that this swap was due to his metagame prediction and potential matchups in each format. As the finale of our 2023 series, these 16 players will battle for 2 days in 3 different formats and have many opportunities to lock their spot into top 8. Draws are not an option here. Players will be given 55 minutes to complete each round with the traditional 5 extra turns after time is called. If a match is not completed in those 5 turns, the victory is determined by sudden death, meaning the higher life total is given the win. If life totals are the same, the next change in life total will decide the match. As a final note, deck list will be fully for this tournament as of the start of round 1. No surprise combat tricks, no surprise hate cards, just strategy and fundamentals. With those distinctions in mind, the tournament structure is designed with 4 stages. Let's break that down. Stage 1 divides the field into 2 randomized 8-player pods and proceeds in round-robin fashion for 7 rounds. After 2 rounds of Pioneer, 2 rounds of Standard, and 3 rounds of Modern, the bottom 2 players from each pod will be eliminated from the tournament, while the top 2 players from each pod automatically advance to Stage 3 on Sunday morning. Stage 2 features a double elimination bracket as the middle of the pack battle for the remaining spots in top 8, their first opportunity to play against the other side of the field. This stage consists of 3 rounds where opponents will each veto one of the 3 formats to decide which will be played. Double elimination means that you have at least 2 chances to earn your spot in day 2. 2 wins puts you into top 8, and 2 losses will eliminate you from the tournament. We reconvene on Sunday morning for Stage 3, consisting of the top 2 from each pod in Stage 1 and the 4 survivors of Stage 2. This stage exactly resembles Stage 2. Players are paired by seed and will veto a format while their opponent does the same to determine which format will be played that round. 2 wins and you're in top 4. 2 losses and you're going home. Stage 4 is not for the faint of heart. Our remaining 4 players are reseeded based on overall weekend performance thus far and paired accordingly. Each match for the remainder of the tournament will be a best of 3 battles in all 3 formats. In match 1, the higher seed will choose the format and play draw. In match 2, the lower seed will choose a new format and play draw. If a third match is necessary, the remaining format will ensue, and the higher seed once again gets the option for play draw. We do the same thing again for the finals, and after a grueling weekend of extremely intense Magic the Gathering, we will have crowned our 2023 NRG Series Champion, earning them $6,000, an invite to Pro Tour Chicago, and an automatic qualification to the 2024 NRG Championship to defend their title.
Why is it not working?
Welcome, everybody, to the 2023. Well, it's 2024, but we're playing the 2023 Nerd Rage Gaming Championships. I am Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake, and I have with me Dom Harvey. And Dom, we are about to get into some amazing content. We have 16 of the best players on the NRG series, and they are competing for a whopping $25,000 in prizes. This should be a really exciting event, Dom.
Yeah, it's good to be back. New year, same us, same NRG series, and we have some competitors in this room who have been waiting for almost a year or over a year to get a chance to compete in this tournament. Raja Suleiman, our defending champion, he knew he would be here earlier than anyone did, but he had to wait for the entirety of 2023 for this event to happen. Steven Dykeman, who we're going to be seeing in our feature match for this first round here, started off the Yeah, really in style, the best way you can, back-to-back wins. Only one person won on that weekend. It was Stephen Dykeman. So he knew he was going to be here, and he decided to spend the rest of the year running up the score. So we've got those two. We've got 14 other great competitors too, all competing for their share. And the title of NRG champion for the year and the Pro Tour invite, where a lot of these guys were battling for at the DreamHack in Atlanta a few weeks back. One, of course, by Dan Weiser, who also is in this tournament. So you will have to work for it. This will not be an easy tournament to win. Very excited to see who will actually come up on top when all is said and done.
And Dom, you mentioned we had 14 other competitors here, and let's see if we can get that up on your screen. We can take a look at every single person who is participating here. We have the players are split into pods, as you may have already recognized from that little intro video that we did. So in pod A, we have Derek Davis, Stephen Dykeman, Ryan Hayes, Fletcher Johnson, Theodore Jung, Will Kowalchuk, Ben Ungar, and Matthew Weiss. And then in pod B, we have Eric Burkart, Kyle Gonzalez, Jonathan Hobbs, Matthew Hoey, Chris Smith, Grayson Nimitz, Raja Solomon, and Daniel Weiser. Just an all-star studded lineup and a group of amazing players. And we are, this is just going to be an amazing event here. I'm very, very excited. We like you said, we have a feature match here featuring two of probably our, two of our best competitors on the entire series. And these players are just playing for a ton. That Pro Tour invite that you mentioned, Daniel Weiser coming off fresh of a regional championship win. So he's already got that pizza invite locked up.
Yeah, and Pioneer is going to be the format we're kicking off with. Dan Weiser's bread and butter. And if you've been playing on that circuit, and on this circuit too, you've had to play a lot of Pioneer over the last year. That format's really been revitalized, a central part of the competitive Magic system at this point. So we're going to see if those skills are a little rusty for some people, or if they still have that skill and that momentum coming out of the DreamHack there.
Absolutely. And, like I said, one thing that I am very, very excited of, we are playing all three different formats here, standard, pioneer, and modern throughout the course of the weekend. And it's going to be very, very testing to see which players have prepared the most for the specific formats. We get a chance to look at all the deck list for all the players. And some of these players made some very, very interesting choices. And hopefully we'll get to showcase that throughout the weekend. But yeah, just a really, really, very, very excited to be here and hope that we get to see a ton of amazing content. We mentioned we're starting with the Pioneer format. Pioneer has been kind of in a weird spot over the past couple of weeks. There was the Amalia deck that was kind of the breakout deck of the regional championship, but Blue-White Control was actually the one that ended up taking it down in Atlanta. And kind of not surprising if a lot of people are showing up with Amalia, the deck that has temporary lockdown, very, very good against Amalia. And we'll maybe kind of have to see if that same thing shakes out. What's your thoughts on kind of the Pioneer format? Where have you been with that?
Yeah, it's been through this weird upheaval in the past few weeks where some new decks, as you mentioned, like the Amalia deck, we had that weird Discover Fever Dream where Geological Appraiser was legal in Pioneer for a hot minute, no longer the case, but the Quintorius version, which initially got some of the hype and then really underperformed to the point where it didn't get banned and now it's still legal, and we have a copy in this tournament, so we'll see if that ends up being a wild card. We also had a new card, a Smuggler's Copter, finally freed loose again on Pioneer. People putting that into every deck that could support it, and then, as always, you realize what the actual good homes for it are over time. Turns out one of the best homes is just good old Rados midrange. One of the best decks in Pioneer for years at this point. And it seems like the format is almost in this kind of weird old school Magic place. So we've got the black-red midrange deck over here. We've got the blue-white control deck over here, just battling it out for King of the Hill. And those are the two big decks in this tournament too. I think 5 copies of Rados midrange, 5 copies of blue-white control, and then a smattering of one-offs rounding out the field here.
Yeah, I don't know if we can maybe get the if we have the Pioneer metagame graphic that we can get up on your screen and we can showcase the metagame that our players brought here today. But like you said, a lot of blue-eye control, a lot of Rakdos mid-range, and then those really odd one-ups. And I'm really, really excited. I hope we get to see some of those one-ups at some point, because I don't know if you looked at the deck, and I know you looked at the deck list, Dom, and some of these players have brought some really, really sweet decks to the Pioneer tournament. And a couple in particular, I think that, I don't want to spoil anything for people at home, but a couple in particular that I think might be very, very well positioned in this particular metagame. Yeah, one other thing that we want to talk about here is Phoenix, because Phoenix was kind of the top, another one of the talks of the town of Atlanta, and the Phoenix deck. I think a lot of people maybe assume that it should be good against Amalia because it's just a plethora of removal spells, but the Amalia deck is very very good at just being able to set up the combo over and over again, just due to the nature of putting cards on top of the library. So that matchup I think is a lot closer than people think it is, but yeah, just I've been playing a lot of Pioneer, and I'm a really really big fan of the format. I think it's a really amazing. As far as standard is concerned, that format I think a lot of people maybe haven't paid as much attention to in the past couple of months, but with the RCQ season coming up, it's probably a good time to get that under your belt. And the standard meta game is a little interesting. I mean, I think it's, if you've played standard, it's maybe a little bit of what you would expect. But what do you think about the players' decisions with what they brought for standard here?
Yeah, with Pioneer and with Modern, you know what to expect, and so you know what's surprising when it shows up. With Standard, no one really knows anything, and even if you're doing your best, you're doing your homework to get prepared for this season of RCQs, there really aren't that many tournaments to go by. You've got the challenges and Magic Online every now and then, and there will be some big paper tournament in Japan, and you pour over those lists and go through Google Translate and see what morsels of tech you can discover in there. But by and large, there just isn't much to go on. And so this is one of our first big glimpses at what standard looks like right now. So there might be a big edge to be gained here for these competitors where, Pioneer with Modern, people mostly know what the deal is. With standard, if you're one step ahead of the curve, you might have a big edge over the entire field. So excited to see how people try and get an edge there and who actually succeeds in that in the end. There are some known quantities carried over from previous standard formats. So Esper, as you know and love it, I hope, is still out in full force. The domain deck that we saw at the Pro Tour and at some previous RCs and at Worlds, that's still here. That's still one of the main litmus tests. But as you mentioned with Pioneer, we got some spicy ones in Standard, and in some cases, it's the same people bringing the spice for all three formats. So definitely some people trying to keep the others on their toes and keep it interesting for all of you out there as well.
Absolutely. And then last but not least, Modern, like we said, probably a lot of what you would expect in Modern. I think Modern is probably the format where I guess the least spice has been brought in, but weirdly enough, it is kind of the one where I think I was looking at the metagame last night and there was the greatest number of total different decks. So even though it's more of what you would expect, it is kind of a little bit more spread out in regards to that, where there's not as much. I think in Pioneer we had like a 5 and 5, and then I think that was very similar in Standard. But I think in Modern, I can't remember. I don't think anything eclipsed 3 copies of any specific deck, so it's a little bit more spaced out in Modern. But as far as the Modern metagame, it is like I said, a lot of what we would expect, and like very very excited to see what players have brought here today. I don't know if we can get the Pioneer metagame slide. I don't know if we're trying to get that up there, but we could show that in a second. But as far as Modern is concerned, Dom, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you were playing this tournament, I think I already know the answer, but what would you be bringing in Modern?
I would probably bring Amulet Titan. Yeah, and Modern is a format at this point where people know what they like, right? I'm sure if I asked you the same thing, like you'd have one or maybe two answers that you would default to. And I think that's going to be the case for most of our players here. And when it comes to predicting the field, which you have to do when it's just 16 people, if you think 2 people are on this deck and it turns out they're on this other deck, well, that could really throw all of your predictions off kilter. So you really have to think, what are the other players doing, and try and get in their heads. I think that's going to be easier for Modern than maybe it is for some of these other formats. And when you have 3 formats to prepare for, hard to really give an equal share to all of them. So very tempting to say, look, I've got this Modern deck that I know and I love and I know how to play it. Going to lock that one in and really focus my efforts on Standard, which maybe is more of an unknown quantity for everyone, or Pioneer, which has been going through some big shifts recently. With Modern, you know,
Right, exactly. And now we do have our Pioneer metagame up on your screen. So 6 of our players have decided to bring Azorius Control. 4 have decided to bring Rakdos Midrange. 2 have decided to bring Phoenix. And then we got a couple of one-ofs here, an Amalia combo, a Quintorius combo, which you did mention, a Gruul Ramp deck, which I am really excited about that one. We talked about that in the intro. And 1 Lotus Field deck. So, a lot of what we saw from the regional championship in Atlanta with Blue Eye Control kind of being Maybe not Blue-White Control being the most played here. I do think that deck is a pretty good call for the field, just because, I mean, maybe less so here because it's traditionally not as good against Rakdos mid-range, but the players who bought definitely the most played deck here, Blue-White Control, because those control mages, they just got to play their counter spells. But yeah, very, very excited to see what we have in store for you here today. I don't know how close we are to getting the feature match on screen. Look at that. I say that, and here we go. We have Theo Jung and Steven Dykeman. Theo on the left, Steven on the right. Steven on Rakdos, Theo on Is It Phoenix. Dom, talk to me about this matchup. Who were we taking in this matchup?
Yeah, this is a classic Pioneer matchup, and which side you think is favored really is going to determine which of these decks you would want to register yourself in a Pioneer tournament, probably. So I think historically, the idea has been Phoenix is ahead at first, but if Rakdos wants to hard target the matchup, they certainly can with a lot of these good sideboard cards. And there have been times where it really makes sense to do that because Phoenix has been the top dog. There have been other times where Phoenix has really just been nowhere in sight, and then it kind of ebbs and flows back and forth. But by and large, I think you ask either side of this matchup, they're going to feel like they have a pretty solid plan, and that's part of why they felt comfortable registering the deck in the first place.
Yeah, and another big part of this matchup is the number of Shieldreds versus Archfiends. I see that Steven Dykeman is working with 2 Shieldred, 1 Archfiend. That dynamic of Lightning Axe not being able to kill Archfiend of the Dross is something that definitely comes up from time to time. But we see here, it looks like Dykeman has a turn 2 Kroxa. That's maybe not the 2-drop that you want in this matchup.
Yeah, it's the 2-drop that you want on turn 5, turn 6, when you both exchange all your resources and you just want to have the next big play. I think early on, you would rather have something a little bit more aggressive, letting you get this continuous board presence, and just letting Theo discard a Phoenix or something is maybe not where you want to be. Going to get a Fiery Impulse instead. Fairly slow start for both players here, and I think on balance, that's going to favor Theo, giving him time to kind of get his engine in place and fill his graveyard and set up a big turn, but we'll see if Dykeman has a good follow-up here on turn 3.
Yeah, looks like we have a Graveyard Trespasser here for Dykeman. That one, usually pretty good if there is already a Phoenix in the graveyard. Doesn't look like that's the case right now. And then we have Picklock Prankster here for Theo. And, that's the dream, right? Picklock into Picklock and just keep churning through your deck because you can eventually find those Phoenixes and get towards that Treasure Cruise. But we'll see if Theo has any sort of follow-up here, any sort of threat like a Ledger Shredder. This would be the turn for like Shredder into Cantrip because that also gives you a 2/4 to be able to block that 3/3.
As it turns out, I think Dykeman was really hoping that Theo would discard a Phoenix through that Kroxa so that he could eat it with the Trespasser. Theo, of course, very smart player, forward-thinking, gonna be aware of that dynamic too. So there's an interesting back and forth even at the second turn of the game here. So yeah, Theo starting to fill up his graveyard. Nothing quite going on just yet. The Ledger Shredder is an interesting card in the context of this deck because it's a good way to kind of grease the wheels, get things moving, but it does give the Rakdos deck, which has all of these removal spells, an actual good target for those, whereas otherwise you're maybe delaying a Phoenix return, if that. So the Shredder, another card which is a little more high variance, if you like, than it might normally be here.
Right, exactly. See Theo going into the tank here a little bit, trying to figure out what we want to do with our turn. Looks like we're leading with a Fiery Impulse. I saw that. Looks like I also see a Lightning Axe, that Picklock Prankster that we knew about, and we're discarding a Treasure Cruise. That's a show of strength if I've ever seen one, or probably just that's a second Treasure Cruise in the hand.
It just shows something, yeah, and got to figure out what that means. Usually the second cruise, especially if your graveyard is under attack, can be a little redundant. But I think both players can predict the first one is with the advent of Smuggler's Copter, a lot of these Rakdos decks have shifted over to that as your 2-drop vehicle, getting a little bit low to the ground, pairing that with cards like Inti to be even lower, even more aggressive. But Dykeman kind of putting his faith in classic Rakdos midrange still. He likes that recipe from a few months ago, and he sees no reason to change it.
Yeah, Dykeman actually sporting 4 copies of Bankbuster and 0 Smuggler's Copters. That's maybe not what we saw in Atlanta a couple weeks ago, but definitely a move towards. I think that maybe that move is maybe a little bit more for the mirror match. I would think because in kind of more of a grindy game that's going to be lasting a little bit longer, where players are trading off resources, you'd rather have the extra cards, like the actual card advantage from Bankbuster, as opposed to the card filtering from Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, if you think the two big dogs in this field are the Mirror and Blue Eye Control, both matchups where you have a lot of time to really eke all of the value that you can out of that Bankbuster, then just keeping it simple and not being drawn in by the shiny new thing may actually be a very wise choice. So yeah, we're going to see Dykeman just drawing some cards and drawing some more cards and almost outcarding the Phoenix deck and its treasure cruisers at this stage.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, what is the end game here for Steven? Do we just like keep drawing cards and maybe try to get to a spot where we can deploy multiple threats in a turn? Are we trying to maybe go like discard? Okay, discard spell into 4-drop here could be pretty good, as is only 1 copy of Lightning Axe, and maybe that can protect like a Shielded or an Archfiend.
Yeah, I think that's one line he's trying to set up is finding a window to stick these really high impact, more expensive plays and not give Theo a good window to use his removal spells or to use those to then piggyback into the Treasure Cruise or as the first spell to return a Phoenix or something like that. And so this Thoughtseize is going to let him pick a hole in Theo's hand. And interestingly, yeah, it goes with the Consider. Like there's a Treasure Cruise right there, but Theo's actually some way off of casting that. At least in any kind of efficient way. And so, Dykeman takes the much more efficient card selection spell instead.
Yeah, and then has has the duress to follow up to take the cruise as well. So just going to take all of the cantrips and just leave Theo with a bunch of removal spells. Couple of picklock pranksters. I mean, those can, people laugh about the 1/3 body, but they add up, right? If you play the first one, then the second one, that's an attack for 2. Couple that with the Phoenix, that's an attack for 5. So yeah, looks like Theo's going to go Shredder into picklock prankster to get a little bit of a loot here. Can get rid of that Phoenix that we knew about. Although at this point, Theo's thinking, maybe we just keep the Phoenix and hardcast it next turn.
And this is a common use of the Prankster, actually, is as a free second spell, if you like, for your Ledger Shredder, which isn't coming from the hand, so you have more stuff left over to connive away. And so, yeah, we get this trade-off of cards, but now Theo is kind of where he was before, and so just has this 1/3 that just materialize out of nowhere. Turns out, yeah, that choice we mentioned, a little less interesting when Dykeman just has the follow-up duress as well, just to get everything that he wants. And that's always a little demoralizing, right? Where your opponent thought seizes you, and they're kind of thinking about it. They point to a card and they're like, no, don't pick your hand up. I'm not done here just yet. And your entire hand just collapses from underneath you.
Speaking of your entire hand collapsing from underneath you, that is a main deck Go Blank, Dom, and that's only a one of. So, Stephen, fortunate to find the main deck copy of Go Blank, and that is going to not only get 2 cards out of Theo's hand, but it's also going to exile the graveyard, which not only means that Phoenix that Theo discarded last turn is no longer of use, but also the possible top deck treasure cruises and has the Torch the Tower to exile the Phoenix. Wow, everything is coming up Dykeman here.
Yeah, Arclight Phoenix not coming back from the graveyard anytime soon, so getting in there as Snarethopter, but Dykeman has the perfect removal spell. Torture Tower, exiling the Phoenix, and that's a really innocuous card that has picked up a lot of steam in Pioneer for this specific use, but also against these other creatures like Croxer, like Cauldron Familiar that come back from the graveyard. Also can finish off Planeswalkers like Teferi against Blue Eye Control, the Wandering Emperor, and just a very solid, flexible card. So that's that goes under the radar a little bit, but you see that one popping up in Pioneer decklists all the time, and it makes sense the more you watch these games.
Yeah, and there's that Croxer that was played on turn 2, finally able to come in here, clear the last card in Theo's hand, and Theo is in top deck mode against an active Croxer. That's never a spot where you want to be. One other thing I want to mention is Theo drew 3 copies of Treasure Cruise early on, which is really unfortunate because that's just less in his deck to be able to top deck towards, and that's probably the best card he could possibly hope for.
Yeah, it's tough to know what Theo can really sit together at this stage, because if he's spinning his tires, drawing more cards, that then draw more cards, and trying to find a cruise, well, Dykeman has a pretty impressive board at this point. He doesn't have a lot of time to be wasting here. So this is going to be a really tough sell. And that Bankbuster, you saw drawing 2 cards, but then also was able to essentially let Croxer attack for 4 on the turn it came back. And now, oh god, his Shieldred as well. This is an attack for 10 and a Croxer trigger, so 13 potentially. And yeah, this is a bloodbath.
Yeah, Theo's going to end up chump blocking the Kroxa, but yeah, I mean, Theo's going to take a whole bunch of damage against that active shieldred as well. And, like we said, one of Theo's main ways to come back is Cruise, but you can't really cast a Cruise against the active shieldred. So Dykeman going to go ahead and pick up game number 1 here. Very, very, fortunate to find that one copy of main deck Go Blank. I think, honestly, that might have been the turning point because Theo was set up to maybe get a Phoenix back next turn, had a couple of cards to help cantrip and dig a little bit deeper, but that Go Blank was just so backbreaking.
Yeah, it was a close game, and then the Go Blank showed up, and then it was a runaway. And you look at Dykeman's list, the 1 main deck Go Blank and 2 main deck Duresses, he knows this is going to be a spell-heavy field, if you like, and he really came prepared. So getting paid off for that read. Looking at the sideboards here for these 2 players, so from the Phoenix side, you see some of the classic tools for these grindy matchups, if you like. We've got the Favor of the Mirrorbreaker Crackling Drake package, which there have been these Izzet decks which just embrace that in the main deck over the Phoenixes when the format was in a similar spot to this in the past. But even the dedicated Phoenix decks can pivot to that a lot of the time. Young Pyromancer may be an option as a grindy card where you save that for a turn where you can chain several cantrips together, even if they have the removal spell. You've got a few things left behind there. And then you could consider things like Brotherhood's End if there's a lot of artifact-based hate or someone on the other side. And then going over to Dykeman's side, his main deck already pretty well configured for this matchup, but even more good tools in the sideboard, 2 more copies of Go Blank, the one on Licensed Hearse, the Torture Tower, and then could mix it up with other removal spells or grindy cards here as he sees fit.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up the one Hidetsugu Consume Sol. I don't know if you want to go towards that because the graveyard hate it's on suspend, so to speak. So if you play Hidetsugu, then like the graveyard hate comes turn 2. So I'm not 100% sure if Dykeman wants to go towards that, especially because you already have 3 copies of Go Blank and the Hearse available to him along with the Torch for exiling Phoenixes. So, just maybe an interesting one that could come up. But yeah, I mean, this is, like we said, you definitely said in the beginning that Rakdos is a deck that can beat Phoenix if it wants to. And I think looking at this main deck configuration along with the sideboard, it seems like Dykeman definitely wanted to beat Phoenix this weekend.
Definitely. Which there aren't actually that many copies of Phoenix in the room. It is, I think, just Theo, maybe one other. So in that sense, that read did not pay off. I guess we've got Ben Ungar on Phoenix too. But a lot of these tools are flexible enough that they can come in elsewhere. So your Go Blanks or whatever, you'll bring those in just as a mind rot, I guess, against Blue Eye Control and the Torture Tower. That's just a good removal spell against everyone. So I think that's the key to success with mid-range decks like this is finding ways to hedge against certain matchups that also have applications elsewhere and don't leave you exposed if that read ends up being wrong.
Right, exactly. Now we see the players sideboarding. I don't know. So we have this little slide that I don't know if we have time to show, but there's a power ranking slide. I don't know if we can maybe get that on your screen. But yeah, we've reached out to we reached out to 6 players who were not competing to have them rank the players in the championship and have kind of like a aggregate rankings and alongside like total match wins and standard and pioneer and all this stuff, or total top 8 match wins. So that'd be kind of interesting. Here we go. Theo Jung, look at this. 8th overall, 5th in pioneer, 9th in modern, 4th in elimination wins, 9th in elo project. Come on, Theo. And then 4th in pure rankings. So that's for Theo, the 8th overall, I guess, power rankings. And then I don't know if we have the one available for Steven Dykeman potentially. See if we can get that up on your screen. And then, yeah, Dykeman 1st overall, kind of not surprising with how he just crushed the entire season, but 1st in Pioneer, 2nd in Modern, 2nd in elimination wins, that's match wins in top 8, 6th in Elo Project, and then 6th in peer rankings. So just kind of a little funny thing here. What do you think about these power rankings, Tom?
Oh, well, these are always fun. I know there's always tier list discourse for tournaments like this, which some people enjoy more than others. The thing about these peer rankings is if you think you're lower than maybe you think you deserve, well, you can say, hey, you're not my peers. You're not even in this tournament. Who cares what you think? If you pretty interesting in themselves, but ultimately the scoreboard is what counts it, and we're going to see who's going to be rising over the scoreboard over the course of the 2 days. Going to kick this game 2 off here with Duress from Dykeman taking Treasure Cruise, seeing a hand of just generic Phoenix stuff, right? We've got a Ledger Shredder, we've got a removal spell, got a Picklock Prankster, and some lands. So the Treasure Cruise, I think, an easy take from that hand. But the nice thing about Phoenix is your deck is so redundant. You've got so much of all these different pieces that easy to kind of repair the hand even after the first discard spell. The second one or the third one, maybe not so easy. We'll see if Dykeman has those as a follow-up.
Exactly. And Theo's hand is pretty serviceable. He can go turn 2, Picklock Prankster to try and find a 1-mana spell to pair with that Ledger Shredder on turn 3, as a removal spell to be able to maybe clear a Graveyard Trespasser. So we'll have to see, what Theo goes towards here. But, notably, none of those kind of sideboard threats. We talked about the Pyromancers, the Fable of the Mirror Breakers, and the Crackling Drake. So none of that. So, as of right now, Theo's hand, maybe needs to find some sort of, one of those sticky threats because, we would imagine that Steven Dykeman probably kept in some number of removal spells for Ledger Shredder as we see a Fatal Push in his hand.
Yeah, that's the interesting dance with sideboarding here, where one of the things you might want to take out as the Rakdos deck is some of these removal spells that don't have that many good targets, but then you do leave yourself exposed to a Ledger Shredder that gets out of control or a Crackling Drake. So knowing exactly what ratio of everything to leave in is the tough part, but Dykeman has been playing decks like this consistently for the entire year. This is what he won the first of those 2 back-to-back events with at the start of the year with just good old Rakdos midrange. So this is very much in his wheelhouse, and I'm sure he's played this matchup and these post-board games dozens of times and knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, I wonder how much Dykeman even changed his list from the very first event of the year. But jokes aside, looks like Theo is able to pick up that 1-mana cantrip. Interesting we chose Sleight of Hand over Consider. I'm not sure there's too much of a difference, but I get if you assume that you're casting it on your main phase to trigger Shredder, maybe the Sleight of Hand is a little bit better because it gives you access to 2 looks, but you could argue Consider maybe wants to bin a Phoenix, but that's maybe a pretty close decision there for Theo.
Yeah, that's the deep Phoenix science, is knowing the relative merits of all of the different 1-mana cantrips in the various situations. And that's what separates the average Phoenix players from the really great Phoenix players, is knowing exactly, like, when you have 2 or 3 different ones in hand, what order you want to sequence them in, and stuff like that, which is, it's not exciting, but that kind of detail is important to master if you want to succeed with a deck like this.
Absolutely. And we see a spell discarded here for Shredder to get that up to a 2/4, which is notably very, very important against stuff like Torch the Tower. I guess we're really far away from bargaining that one. I don't think we want to sacrifice the Bankbuster. But yeah, the 4 toughness could matter, in a longer game, maybe not so much here. Dykeman thinking about, I see a red card, a Duress, a Go Blank, and I think I saw a Shieldred earlier. So maybe thinking about firing off Duress plus draw a card, or thinking about also Go Blank here. What would you think you would do from Dykeman's side?
I think it's tempting to fire off the Go Blank now if there's a good window, so that a top deck Treasure Cruise or something doesn't potentially ruin your day, but also repeating just to get the Shredder out of there, follow up with the Duress, and yeah, you take maybe the last relevant card from Theo's hand, and if Theo were to draw a Cruise right now, it would be scary, but you're leaving him a pretty short window to actually do that.
And I got a glimpse of a Dykeman's hand. I actually don't think there's a third land, so the decision's even easier. So that definitely makes it a much easier decision as to whether or not we actually want to fire that Go Blank off, because we can't. And then able to take a cantrip here from Theo, and Theo really wants to find a Cruise this turn. That is the card we are looking for. Definitely going to keep going digging, see if we can find that one. Interesting to note, no Phoenix is currently in the graveyard, so wants to maybe find another Prankster or something. Consider here, see if we can find a Cruise. Theo's hand. Okay, we did bring in a Fable, and we did draw a Fable, so that is something good for next turn, assuming that there is no additional targeted discard. And looks like Dykeman still has not found that third land.
And now you get into the tough decisions of, do you try and make other relevant plays, or do you just dig in desperation for that third land with your Bankbuster? Dykeman has to dig and still misses. So after a pretty impressive start from Dykeman, Theo now has a long window to recover. Going to try and make the most of that here with the Fable kicking things off. And once the Fable comes down, you're really insulated against future discard spells, because now Theo can just draw, cycle away 2 cards, and then if the top 3 of his deck contains a Crackling Drake or a Treasure Cruise or something, then you have a relevant spell that's really shielded from that. Looks like Dykeman missed again, and both players just exchanging a juggle here. They know what the deal is. They know that Theo is being let out of the trap. Well, okay, there is a third land, and there is the Go Blank. So long overdue. Theo's graveyard does get exiled, but Fable is in play. The Goblin is in play. Theo's going to get to see 2 more cards potentially with the Fable, and you have to like Theo's spot here. The ball is now firmly in his court.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, the Go Blank is good here. You kind of have to cast it to be able to make sure that Theo can't dump like a Treasure Cruise. But against an active Fable, not the best, because Theo doesn't really care about his. That's not what the game is about right now. The game is about managing these Fables, and the card itself is hard enough to manage, let alone the second copy. And Theo's just going to run away with this game here. Unfortunately for Steven that he did miss a couple of land drops, but with that second Fable, I mean, it seems like it's going to be really, really difficult for Steven to come back here from this.
Yeah, Theo almost has more lands than he would like, but the upshot of that is he can cast whatever he draws. He draws a Phoenix, well, we're just casting that thing. That's a 3/2. We draw a Crackling Drake, that's great. We draw a Hall of Storm Giants, we're just firing that thing up. That's a 7/7 coming at you. So the top of Theo's deck, whatever it is, Theo can really make the most of it here, and we'll see what that will yield for him.
Absolutely. Theo's going to go ahead and flip that Fable the Mirror Breaker, get a trigger off of the other Fable, see if we can, get a look at what Theo drew. Maybe he'll give us he'll show us. I think we're choosing not to discard it. You can't be happy if you're seeing that from Steven Dykeman's side. Maybe it could be like a Crackling Drake or something along those lines.
Yeah, Theo. Okay, there's Odawara. Interesting. So just bouncing the Fable token, letting Theo attack with everything here. But when Theo picked up that stack of 4 lands, you got to imagine there was a seeking feeling there from Dykeman. This isn't the worst it could have been, but you still kind of hate to see it.
Yeah, and Theo recognizing, Dykeman, he knows Dykeman's still missing land drops, and I think I like bouncing that token not only to not give Steven the opportunity to trade because you're already so far ahead, but also even if Steven didn't want to trade, that gives him a guaranteed 4th mana source. So just, getting those options out of the way for Steven, really restricting his resources. We'll see Steven discard 2 Thoughtseize is not great against an opponent who's hellbent.
No, those are past our sell by date at this point. And now we know that Dykeman has had a big grip of spells for a while. We'll see if those can actually help him get back into it here. If there is an Archfiend or a Shieldred or something on this turn like that, it might need to be something like that, honestly, at this stage, but that would be a good first step.
Yeah, I think when I got a glimpse of his hand earlier, I did see an Archfiend. Oh, and it's the Blackcleave Cliffs. You hate to see it if you're a Steven Dykeman fan.
Yeah, this is... there are so many good dual lands in Pioneer now. Like, for a while, if you were in the allied colors, you had to make do with Game Trail, like the god-awful cycle of those lands and so on. Now there are good dual lands, but all of those still have their downsides, and you're seeing the downside of Blackcleave Cliffs very evident right here.
Is that Dom? Are you throwing shade on Port Town? I might have to call the cops.
It's not shade; it's just facts. No one has ever had good things to say about Port Town. I mean, the art's nice, I guess, but that's really as far as it goes.
All right, as we see, I don't remember what the black-red one is. Maybe we can get that up on the screen. But we have Torch the Tower on Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Oh, Foreboding Ruins, that's what it was. I don't know why I thought of that, Dom, but I see, as soon as I thought about it, it came to my head.
Yeah, I have never put that card in a deck. That would be pretty embarrassing, but I'm sure those who have, that name is on the tip of their tongue.
All right, Theo flipping the Fable. Again, Theo's so far ahead here. Dykeman, is able to draw a card with that Reckoner Bankbuster, but just like under the gun at 10 life, facing down 5 power. This is a 2-turn clock. Theo's going to...
okay.
We're flashing a Brotherhood set. I don't know what we're doing with that. I guess we're blowing up the Bankbuster?
Yeah, and that one's not drawing a card on its way out, so maybe a removal spell here for... I would assume the Reflection of Kiki Jiki?
Yeah, it could be a Fatal Push, because that actually turns on Revolt for Dykeman. So it could be something like a Fatal Push, maybe a Stomp, to be able to handle that Reflection. Need something like that. Oh, we're just going in, getting in the red zone. Dykeman's going to go ahead and fall to 5 here. We got something end step. Looks like it is Bitter Triumph. Okay, so that's likely going to take out the Reflection. But now at 5 life, facing down 5 power, Dykeman still kind of needs another one of those double spell turns.
Yeah, now that said, Theo is on empty. So if Dykeman does have either the 4 drops or even something like another Graveyard Trespasser, then we're quite close to stabilizing, as it turns out.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I caught a glimpse of his hand a few turns ago where there was an Archfiend. I don't know if he's picked up a Shieldred since then. I would imagine you'd probably prefer, if you had both, you'd probably play the Shieldred first just to gain the life. But yeah, I think we are going to be playing a 4-drop here. And if it's Archfiend of the Dross with Reflection, I mean, we talked about Dykeman being at 5. He can turn the corner pretty quickly. That would be an attack for 12 if he has any sort of fall. But we're going to go with Shieldred first. And the nice thing about Shieldred too is it also kind of cuts off a lot of Theo's outs, because a lot of Theo's outs are just cantrip, or a lot of Theo's good turns, not outs, but good plays are just cantrip into cantrip into cantrip, and don't really want to do that against an active Shieldred.
Yeah, for now, Theo has some life to work with. He can cast a Consider, he can cast something else, but that window is going to close very quickly, especially with the other 4-drop in Archfiend joining the party here now as well. So this might be the last real turn for Theo to make something happen before those 4-drops will take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy. I gotta be honest with you, Dom. I did not think we'd be in this position when we looked at the board maybe 4 or 5 turns ago. Dykeman was missing his 3rd land drop for a couple of turns, but I mean, here we are. Theo bricked off a couple of turns. Dykeman was able to somehow deal with both Fable the Mirror Breakers, and it seems like we're well more than stabilized. I would honestly say at this point that I dare to say, is Dykeman a favorite this game?
Yeah, it's a classic case of Mana Screw versus Mana Flood, right? Where your opponent misses that 3rd land drop. There's a sense of relief, like you sense the blood in the water. But if you can't close the deal, as soon as they hit that land, the hits are going to keep on coming. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. Dykeman was able to cast his spells, and his spells were real good, as it turns out.
Yeah. Now Theo was able to kind of put a couple of cards in the graveyard. So, I was gonna say Treasure Cruise is a good card, but you would have to pay 6 life for the Shieldred. Kind of have to at this point against the, you can't just let the Shieldred stay there. You probably would have to cast the Cruise. Looks like Dykeman's lining up a single mana here. Maybe think about firing off a removal spell. Could be a Thoughtseize, maybe a Duress. And I mean, at what point, if you're Dykeman, at what point do you start turning the creature sideways? Like you can maybe say attack with the Archfiend, and then Shieldred on blocks the 2/2, you take 3. This might be the turn we actually start attacking.
Yeah, the Archfiend does give Steven an incentive to actually get the game over with too. You don't want to lose to that thing ticking down. So I think he needs to start attacking fairly soon, and I think he gets to start attacking soon as well. So both incentives leading him in the same direction there. Yeah, going to have Thoughtseize, just checking the coast is clear, losing 2 in the process, but we'll be getting that back soon. Shoulder are going to keep doing some good work here, and yeah, the answer is right now. Both 4-drops rumbling in. And yeah, this is a formidable clock by itself. Even if Theo Trump blocks, and he's going to lose 2 on the way out from the Archfiend trigger. So taking a big chunk of damage here, effectively lethal on the board next turn. And this is going to have to be one hell of a turn for Theo. And basically, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, with Theo at 6, you could, even if you chump block both, you take 4, and then the Shieldred trigger kills you. So that is going to be Steven Dykeman winning the match 2-0 over Theo Jung. I got to be honest with you, Dom. I really did not think that we would be in that position. It looked like Dykeman was so far behind the entire time, but was able to claw back out of that mana screw. And congrats to Steven.
And we'll have a time shifted game.
Yeah, and you play enough games like that where you miss your 3rd land drop and it feels like you're far behind, but you just win some amount of those, and you know what has to happen, right? It's almost like the stakes are very clear. Just, okay, well, I got to hit my 3rd land, and I got to set myself up so that if I do, I can capitalize on that. And sure enough, Steven hit just in time, and then everything just kind of cascaded from there. So a Clash of the Titans here in round 1 between, I think, 2 of the favorites in the field, and the power rankings mostly would agree with that. Dykeman looking to continue the amazing hot streak he's been on this year after a good start here at 1-0. We're going to see if we can get you a backup feature match for this round 1 as well. Some more good matches here in the field, and we will throw you down to one of those, I believe, in just a second here.
And Dom, as you mentioned in the intro, we got Kyle Gonzalez on Quintorius Combo and Chris Smith on Gruul Ramp. I mean, if you didn't expect either of these decks to show up, do you really even play Pioneer?
Yeah, I mentioned Rakdos versus Phoenix, like that's a quintessential Pioneer matchup. This is not a quintessential Pioneer matchup. This is the thing that you see at FNM when people are just trying to have a good time. But these two players, both mainstays of the NRG series at this point, they have put their faith in these decks for this high-stakes tournament. So that's a statement in itself. Quintorius combo, something of a known quantity at this stage. Like this was the talk of the town for a hot minute. Lots of debate still over exactly how you want to build that deck. But over here on the left, from Chris Smith, you see Gruul Ramp, and sometimes you think, well, oh, that's just how the deck was labeled in Melee or something else. But actually, it's a different archetype. No, this is Gruul Ramp. This is a Chris Smith creation, which I'm not sure how else you're even meant to categorize it.
Yeah, this is not Bobby Fortinelli, Mono Green Devotion, Splash Fable, the Mirror Breaker. This is a bunch of Eldrazi's. We have World Breakers, Vorinclexes, Emrakul the Promised End, Dragon Lord Atarka. Yeah, I mean, this deck is an absolute banger. We were talking about this in the intro. I think this deck is reasonably well set up in this metagame of, blue-white control and Rakdos, but I don't really think the Gruul Ramp deck wants to play against Quintorius combo, which is just, turn 5, you're dead, and there's a Quintorius, and I believe turn 5, Chris Smith might be dead.
Yeah, turn four even, right? We had the ramp off the creative outburst. Yeah, this is the nightmare matchup for Chris Smith. It's Lotus Field, it's those kind of linear combo decks, and the Christmas deck, I don't know if it does what it's meant to do, but I at least see what the idea is. And I look at this deck and I think, okay, against Rakdos, against Phoenix, against Blue-White, I see how you talk yourself into this, but the gambit you're making is, dear God, I hope no one registers something like Quintorius combo. And if anyone in the room is going to do it other than Chris Smith, I think it's Kyle Gonzalez. And sure enough, that's what happened. So I think Kyle licking his chops at this pairing, winning a very quick game on here. Hopefully we get to see game 2 or maybe even game 3, but it would not shock me if this is a 2-game occasion here.
Yeah, I don't know if we, I was going to say we could take a look at the sideboards here and see what both players have, because Chris Smith is going to need some help in the sideboard. Now, do we have help? We have a couple of Stone Brains and a couple of Damping Spheres. I don't really see much else here, Dom.
Yeah, those are a very good start. The Quintorius deck does have 2 ways effectively to combo off with the Quintorius and with the Carnosaur, but maybe hitting one of the clone effects, like a Spark Double, means that chain can't actually be as deep as it would need to be to convert that into lethal. So Stonebrain's still going to be a very good tool, and you get to see just Christmas deck in all of its glory here. Just feast your eyes on the main deck, let alone the sideboard. But beyond that, you've got the Stonebrains. The Damping Sphere, it works to a point, but given enough time, the Quintorius deck can just, let's say you have Quintorius, and then next turn, you downtick it, you start cascading, where you can just pay for several taxes off the Damping Sphere and actually still move ahead that way. So we've got some good tools, and if you get to the point where you can cast Emrakul or something, then obviously all bets are off. Weathered Runestone, stopping players casting spells from graveyards or libraries. There's always some weird edge cases where you think it hits something, but it doesn't hit something. Either way, Chris Smith has some good sideboard cards, but he really needs good sideboard cards early and often. And this might be a case where you just have to hard mulligan to one of those to have a chance in the game here.
Right, exactly. And now if we could take a look at Kyle Gonzalez's list and sideboard, what do we have here from Kyle's side of things? Is he prepared for the Gruul Eldrazi Menace? A couple of counter spells, Mirror Shell Crab and or Consign to Oblivion. Thought Distortion, not that great against Chris's setup because most of the payoffs are in the form of creatures, so probably doesn't want to bring in that. Consigned to be able to bounce those problematic permanent cards like Damping Sphere. That could be something that's coming in, but I mean, past the consigns, I don't see a lot here.
Yeah, we want the consigns and we want the crabs. And one thing that's interesting about the crab is that channel ability also counters activated abilities or triggered abilities. So your opponent plays a Stone Brain. Maybe you can't counter that, but the next turn they go for the activation. Maybe you can counter the activation, and now you've hit their cyber card. They spent 2 turns on it, and you bought yourself all the time in the world. So no great cyber cards the way that Chris's are against Kyle, but still some good kind of counterplay to those hate pieces, if you like.
Absolutely. And we see if we are going to be able to get game number 2 here for you in just a moment. That game 1 was fast. We'll see if this one is just as fast. Chris Smith does get to be on the play here. Likely going to be mulliganing very, very aggressively towards those sideboard cards. I see Chris Smith putting a card back, and I believe Kyle is as well. So both players on 6. I mean, as far as the matchup is concerned, you would have to, I would have to favor Kyle. I mean, like I said, Chris Smith did get a couple of good sideboard cards, but Kyle does have a requisite answers, and just I think overall, just is just a huge favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, and Kyle's build of this deck too has this trick that we saw in the Appraiser versions as well, where you have the treasure makers, the creative outburst, and the magma opus, along with torrential gearhulk, and that is the perfect backup plan against hate like the stone brain. Where okay, you've hit my cascade chain that passed off limits. Well, all right, I'm gonna gearhulk, flashback, a magma opus, a turn ahead of schedule, deal you 9, make a 4/4, tap your permanents, draw 2 cards. Like that's still gonna get him across the finish line most of the time.
Exactly. So we see a ramp spell here for Chris Smith in the form of Sylvan Caryatid, and then we'll see if Kyle also has a ramp spell in the form of one of those treasure makers. That Gearhulk plan is, very, 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 very good because, like you said, it's able to kind of plow through those. And we see a turn 3 Stonebrain activation. Wonder what we're going to name here. I mean, I would assume we name Quintorius. Never mind, just kidding. And there is a copy of Quintorius in Kyle's hand. But you notice the Torrential Gearhulk as well with the Opus in the graveyard, so it can play towards that. And it looks like
Yeah, keen to see what Chris Smith did actually name. So there is that choice of, do you name a combo piece? Do you name one of the clone effects, like the Spark Double, the Clever Impersonator? And yeah, it looks like the Spark Double is being removed from the deck here. But even without the combo potential, Quintorius itself is just a fine, continuous clock given enough time. And if Chris maybe mulliganed for a hate card, now he's played the hate card, he's spent a card and spent some time doing that, might just not have all that much left in the tank here.
right, exactly. Quintorius can +1 to make a 3/2, and then I gotta pull it up to remember what the -6 does. Exile any number of target cards from your graveyard. Add a red for each card exiled this turn. Then you can play those. So that ultimate's probably not very good for Kyle. Only going to likely have 1 or 2 spells, maybe an Opus and a Creative Outburst. But yeah, just being able to make a 3/2 every turn, that can kind of pair well with the Gearhulk beatdown plan. I mean, if Kyle draws another one of those ramp spells, whether it's a Creative Outburst or a Magma Opus, and sets up for a turn 4 Gearhulk, draw a couple cards, make a 4/4, time walk you by tapping all your lands, that might just be enough to get the job done.
Yeah, the Gearhulk Magma Opus thing, we've seen decks which are dedicated to that angle. We've seen it worked into some builds of creativity and so on in the past. But it turns out that these Discover decks have actually emerged as the more enduring home for that interaction, where you build your whole deck around it. Maybe it's not worth the squeeze, but as this thing which just folds neatly into what you want to be doing anyway, it's a really nice little backup plan.
Yep. And Chris Smith going to go ahead and play land number 5. We'll have to see if he has something like a Cavalier of Thorns to be able to keep hitting his land drops. And looks like that is it's a 5-drop, not quite Cavalier. This is Vorinclex, not, 8 mana Vorinclex or any of those things. This is just Vorinclex, period. See if we can get this one up on your screen. Just in case you don't know what Vorinclex does, this is, like I said, Pioneer All-Star. Can't imagine people not knowing what it does. But yeah, this is one of Chris's additional 5-drops here.
Yeah, but back in the Mono Green Devotion days, remember those, Devin? This was one of those cards which you got your 58 main deck slots figured out, and then those 2 flex slots, you could sometimes you could fill those in with like an extra 5-drop as a treat, and Vorinclex became one of the interesting candidates for those, in part because your 6 toughness with reach, that's the perfect combination of stats against Phoenix, and then if in these longer games, you get more mana sources, and then you can actually flip that thing fairly reliably. And in a deck like that, and especially in a deck like this, that's going to yield a pretty scary output a lot of the time as well. So Vorinclex, weirdly, never made a mark in standards, at least so far, but finding a home in these obscure Pioneer round decks instead.
Okay, so here we go. We have Kyle casting Quintorius. Now, initially I thought we were just going to start plussing. But we're actually going to go for a minus. Are we going to Clever Impersonator of Vorinclex? I don't know if Kyle has any targets for that. It doesn't just get basics, right? 2 forest cards. But I don't think Kyle has any shock
I'm
lands.
doing
No shock lands.
But even the triumphs, none of those actually have a forest type on those. I don't know if this was an eventuality that Kyle had to consider here, but yeah, it's a mostly like Jeskai deck splashing Thought Distortion effectively, and no need for any green sources in there. So yeah, no trigger, but maybe just a 6/6, hoping to trade with the original 6/6 instead.
See, Kyle just came unprepared for the Vorinclex matchup. You got to have at least 2 forests in your deck, even if you need to replace the Triomes. And we see a Cavalier of Thorns here hitting a Castle Garenbrig, milling over a couple. Is that 3 World Breakers? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and in these games that go long, World Breaker really is backbreaking. Attacking the opponent's resources, very hard to kill in its own right. And once again, 7 toughness and reach, pretty difficult for decks like Phoenix to actually break through. And then if they break through it, well, you just break them right back. It comes back from the graveyard, breaks their world once again. And we're kind of getting to the point now where even if Kyle can set up this Gearhulk into Opus turn, well, that just doesn't beat the board anymore. The Gearhulk won't be able to attack, the 4/4 won't be able to attack, and there are so many big things you can't even tap all of them. So it looks like Chris is actually establishing this pretty dominant position.
Yeah, I think from Chris's perspective, rather, now that he knows he doesn't have to worry about the combo, he can kind of just play a bunch of threats to the board, never ever turn them sideways, and he'll eventually get to something like an Ulamog or an Emrakul to close out the game. Even if Kyle's making a 3/2 every turn and casting a Magma Opus off of a Gearhulk, Chris's deck just goes over the top of all of that as we see a Vorinclex activation. I got to be honest with you, Dom, I don't even know what the backside does, but maybe we can get that up on your screen for the folks at home.
So it's, I want to say, okay, the grand evolution, you mill 10 and then get 2 creatures? Mill 8, maybe? I'm just going to trust Chris on this one. Reading the card will explain the card once we finally get to read it. There we go. You could put a bunch of counters on things, and then you flip it back, and it keeps doing the thing. Usually, if it gets to that final chapter, the game is over already, but it's a nice little flavor text there at the bottom.
Yep, and we do see, so the chapter 1 is mill 10, you get 2 creatures. Chapter 2 is distribute 7 +1/+1 counters among any number of target creatures you control. And then till end of turn, creatures you control gain 1. Creature fights target creature you don't control, exile it, then return it back to the battlefield. So we see a mill 10 getting back Pioneer Staple, Nylea Keen-Eyed, and is that, I believe, the 4th World Breaker, just in case we needed the 4th one, Dom. And yeah, I mean, like I said, Chris is just going to put a bunch of stuff onto the battlefield. We get to distribute some counters next turn, maybe on some trample creatures. Yeah, like I said, as long as Chris doesn't have to worry about the combo, he can just do this for as long as he wants.
Yeah, we've got enough Green Devotion here. This is still a Green Devotion deck, despite recent developments.
Yeah, where's the Nykthoses in Chris's deck? Maybe he should have brought those to the table. Nykthos is also a land that turns on World Breaker, right? Can you call this mana for that?
We have seen people try to sure. We have seen people try to reboot the Green Devotion deck with cards like Sunken Citadel, Castle Garenbrig, and maybe it turns out at that point you just don't even need to do the Devotion thing. You just kind of kick it old school like Chris is doing here.
Absolutely. Castle Garenbrig does a good Nykthos impression. It basically adds 2 mana to the mana pool. Sunken Citadel to turn on Castle. That's kind of one thing we didn't go over when talking about Chris's deck list. There are 4 copies of Sunken Citadel and 4 copies of Castle Garenbrig, really utilizing that engine where if you squint hard enough, both of these lands are kind of like Ancient Tombs, where Sunken Citadel taps for 2, which goes into Castle, which makes it additional mana. So if you have an opening hand that has a Castle and a Citadel, you can get the 6 mana on turn 4 without any other trouble. Sometimes on turn 3 with a Caryatid. So it just really gives you a lot of explosiveness with what your deck can actually do. And I've seen some people work on various Devotion decks with both of those cards, and they definitely seems like there's maybe something there.
Yeah, Sunken Citadel is a card that clearly is brimming with potential, but it takes a while to figure out how to actually unlock that. And that's the best kind of card, I think. You actually got to put the work in, put the hours in, and maybe some failed experiments first, but then you refine it around the edges, and you end up with a finished product that maybe does actually work. And we'll see what level of development there Chris's deck actually is. This game, at least, is putting on an impressive performance.
Absolutely. We got, some more 3/2s. I got to be honest with you, Dom. I don't think I've ever seen that token on the battlefield, mostly because every single time Quintorius has been cast, either against me or if I've cast it, the game just ends on the spot. So I've never, that's a nice token. I've never seen that one before. We see, we got a counter on the Sylvan Curated. Let's go, just in case that thing, maybe we can make it lose defender somehow. Not sure whose turn. I believe it's Chris's turn. We're kind of thinking about doing some stuff here, mathing out. Yeah, Chris doesn't really need to do a lot here. I mean, we can pick up a World Breaker. We can recast one from the. I assume we have enough mana to recast a World Breaker, and I think that might be what Chris is going towards. Can start going after some of those lands, I guess. So, Chris is really thinking about, like, how do I lose this game at this point? I'm not sure there is a way he can lose this game, but he's definitely thinking about it.
Yeah, I think the answer is if Quintorius triggers start adding up, where you're getting drained for 2 each time something triggers that, and then maybe Magma Opus is dealing damage. If Kyle is able to Gear Hulk back 1 and then has the resources to Gear Hulk back another 1 or whatever. So if this damage is going to add up over time, at least in Chris's main deck, and I assume still in a matchup like this, not really any sources of life gain. So that's the thing that stands out to me is if I get punked out, this is going to be the way. And so Chris is going to try and minimize the odds of that happening and try and constrict the resources, like with World Breaker, as much as possible, just to cut those outs off.
Well, now I'm looking at the board here. So there are conveniently 4 blockers for Chris Smith, and Magma Opus taps 2 of them. So we can tap 2. We can't kill any of them because they all have too much toughness for the damage on Opus. We can go upstairs with the damage, make an additional 4/4. It's a 6/6 with 2 blockers. You block the Gear Hulk and the 6/6. That's 10 damage coming through. I mean, this is maybe a bit more damage than Chris wanted to take.
Well, let's see if Kyle has another Gear Hulk for the other Opus that's in there, tapping down the 2 remaining blockers. At that point, he can hit with everything.
Oh,
and yeah, we're gonna copy the Gear Hulk.
Wow!
Get back the Opus, and then that's it. Okay, well, yeah, tapping that Sylvan Carroted may end up being a lethal mistake there. Yeah. So
I mean,
that's often you can stabilize against the first Gear Hulk into Opus, but it's the second one that gets you, as they always say.
Yeah, we were just looking. We were just talking about as if the game was over the entire time, and Kyle's like, "Don't worry, guys, I got this." And yeah, Kyle just able to chain back-to-back Magma Opuses to close out that game, and a game that we didn't really think that there was any hope for Kyle. So, yeah, that was really, really impressive from Kyle being able to, still win a game after his combo piece got Stone Brain. So that was very, very impressive. Maybe not something that he had anticipated, but well done to Kyle. As far as
I mean, that's what we flagged up at the start with the whole Gear Hulk angle, right? Is that, yeah, you can lose your combo effectively, but this is a good fair plan. And especially if you get to do the thing twice in quick succession, and both of those are playing into each other, then yeah, if your opponent gives you that much time, then you can stitch it together, and you're seeing the payoff for the way Kyle built his.
Absolutely. And I don't know if we could take a look at the if we could take a look at, I believe we want to take a look at the upcoming events that we have for this year, because, like I said, we have the best of the best from all of 2023. But if you want to try and get into this event next year, maybe go out to one of the NRG events and try to win one of these events to be able to qualify. Here is the first event we have of the year in Chicagoland. It's going to be on February 17th. Saturday, we have a 10K Pioneer Showdown. That's where you can book your spot for 2024 champs. And Sunday, a 5K Standard Showdown. So be sure to join us February 17th and the 18th in Chicagoland for some Pioneer and some Standard action. And then we also have a couple of events lined up here for you. We have April 20th. April 20th to the 21st in Minneapolis. That's Saturday is 10K Modern, and then Sunday is 5K Legacy. May 11th and the 12th in Indianapolis, we have Saturday 10K Modern, and then Sunday 10K Team Trios. Gotta love those team events. And then June 22nd and 23rd in St. Louis, we have Saturday 10K Pioneer and Sunday 5K Modern. So that is going to be the events that we have upcoming for this year. And I gotta say, Dom, as far as that first round is concerned, that's about everything we could have ever hoped for. Like you said, that first match we had with Theo and Dykeman, two of our best players, two of our most favorite players, just an incredible matchup. And then we get to see two amazing decks from Kyle and Chris, just all around an amazing round one to kick off this Champs weekend.
Yeah, got a little bit of everything in there. There's something for everybody. And yeah, we see that first half of next year's schedule. I'm excited for that Chicagoland event. Hope to see many of the viewers there. And that's going to be an interesting glimpse at Pioneer before the Pro Tour, which is going to be the same format, Pioneer, in the same city the following weekend. So you're going to see a lot of people who you might normally see traveling out to Mundelein for one of these things. They're going to be in town. You're going to have some shark-infested waters there, and I will hope to be one of the sharks instead of one of the fishes getting eaten. But that's going to be a fun event to kick off. It will hopefully be a very fun season of Magic on the tour there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, that event is really, really going to shake up what people are going to be potentially playing for the Pioneer Pro Tour. That should be a great time. And yeah, I mean, just like I said, I'm very, very excited for this weekend. We have a ton of amazing players. We get to see some really good action in round one Pioneer format. We talked a little bit about in the intro, there was a lot of blue-white control. When blue-white control, no blue-white control to be found in our feature match in round one. I'm sure we'll probably get to it at some point for you control lovers out there. But yeah, we get to see some really, really awesome decks, that Gruul Eldrazi deck and the Quintorius combo deck. As far as the Quintorius deck, do you think that was maybe a sneaky call for this weekend? Not sure. That deck is probably not the best against blue-white control, but maybe good against Rakdos.
Yeah, historically, that was one of many issues with that build of the deck is the control matchup just felt untenable. And Kyle has accepted the challenge there. He hasn't shied away from that. He has two main deck Thought Distortions, two more on the board. He's got a main deck Chandra Awakened Inferno, three more of those on the board. So he can almost pivot into this uncounterable 6-drop Haymaker theme deck and ramp towards those with his creative outbursts and magma opuses as well. So I don't know if that's enough or if that plan actually works in practice, but Kyle has understood the assignment and decided, all right, well, I'm not going to shy away from this. I'm going to embrace that problem head on. And you'd love to see that, whether or not it ends up working in practice.
Absolutely. One last thing I want to take a look at is if we can get the pods up on the screen for you guys, so we can just take a look at how the players are split into those two individual pods. And so you'll see on the left here, Derek Davis, Steven Dykeman taking a win over Theodore Jung. That's going to be the first win in Pod A. Ryan Hayes, Fletcher Johnson, Will Kowalchuk, Ben Ungar, and Matthew Weiss. And then Pod B, we have Eric Burkart, Kyle Gonzalez, who fell to Chris Smith, Jonathan Hobbs, Matthew Hoey, Grayson Nimitz, Raja Solomon, and Daniel Weiser. One thing worth noting, the MVP of the season, who is Steven Dykeman, they actually got to swap. This is a pod swap. So the pods were initially created, and Dykeman, being the MVP, got to swap. So he actually swapped Will Kowalchuk into Pod A and Chris Smith into Pod B. And then, funny enough, Chris Smith ended up playing against Kyle Gonzalez, who was in Pod B. So maybe Chris Smith can actually blame Steven for his round one loss.
Yeah, a very funny turn of events. And that ability to swap people in and out of pods, that is fantastic in terms of storylines, in terms of grudges, potentially, either continuing them or creating them, as the case may be. And it looks like Dykeman made more of a tactical choice there, which ended up having this weird butterfly effect for Chris Smith. So we'll see how that pans out for the rest of the tournament. For now, though, we're going to go to break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back before very long with round two of action here from NRG Champs.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day number 1 of the 2023 Nerd Rage Gaming Championships. We are here. I am Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake, joined by Dom Harvey, and we have round number 2 of the Pioneer format coming into us. Don't forget, we're playing all 3 formats today: Pioneer, Standard, and Modern. And we have a feature match here between Ben Ungar and Fletcher Johnson. But before we get into any of that, we want to talk to you about the event that we have upcoming here in Chicagoland. That is going to be February 17th and the 18th, which notably, as we mentioned before, as you said, you pointed out, Dom, last round, this is the week before the Pro Tour. Saturday, we have the 10K Pioneer Showdown. Sunday, we have the 5K Standard Showdown. So be sure to join us in Chicagoland, February 17th and the 18th, and you might be able to see some of your favorite Pro Tour players. But with that being said, I believe we have the players ready, and we are ready to go down into our feature match between Ben Unger and Fletcher Johnson. This is going to be Is It Phoenix against the Lotus Field combo deck. Now, typically, Dom, this is a matchup that very, very heavily favors the Lotus Field deck, and looking at these deck lists, I don't think much is going to change here.
Yeah, this is the ideal pairing if you're on Lotus Field, and really the only hope from the Phoenix side is if you have a main deck spell pierce or two, can you tag a Sylvan Scrying or some key piece on the combo turn? That's not a great plan, and Ben has a single spell pierce to even try and pursue that Remote Dreamer. So unless he has a really powerful start here in game 1, which does not look like it's on the table yet, you have to like Fletcher's odds in this game, and then post sideboard, the Phoenix deck picks up some more counter spells, some more interaction, can at least make a game of it. But yeah, game 1 typically a bloodbath in favor of the Lotus Field deck, and that's a big reason to play the Lotus Field deck. Is when Phoenix is popular, this is the go-to response to that.
Right, exactly. Now, I do want to mention Ben does have a couple of copies, 2 Temporal Trespass and 2 Galvanic Iteration. Now, if maybe we can have enough, turbo milling early, excuse me, with something like Pieces of the Puzzle can help find that combo, that's maybe an avenue to victory. But even then, that stuff takes at least till turn 5 to set up, because assuming a perfect draw, you can turn 5, 3 mana for Trespass, 2 mana for Iteration. But yeah, I mean, it's just going to be really, really tough here for Ben. We see a little bit of developing here. Even Beseiju on the Hall of Storm Giants. Fletcher's just like, yeah, I don't know. This is far enough away, but get it out of here. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, that time stretch sequence of iteration into trespass, that can steal the game, but even that is starting on turn 5 at the very earliest, and a lot of these games aren't even going to make it to turn 5. So again, a fairly remote hope from the Phoenix side. And Hall of Storm Giants, this is actually kind of a heads-up play in that if you're taking those extra turns, this is a pretty good clock on those extra turns. So just getting that possibility out of the way to cut that off even further.
Yeah, we gotta consider here for Ben dumping a land. Really wants that. I mean, like we said, this matchup is really, really tough for Ben. But one of Ben's best chances is maybe having a couple of early Phoenixes. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. Excuse me. Couple looks like a fiery impulse in Ben's hand. That's probably not going to find any targets, at least this game. And I see a pieces. I think a sleight of hand, maybe a cruise. I see that might be a trespass in hand for Ben if I'm looking correctly. So, again, as we talked about, maybe that's an avenue to victory, but it's just so far away, and it's going to be really hard to get enough pressure onto the battlefield to even be able to set up lethal in those additional turns that you take. You could take 3 turns in a row, but you actually need some stuff in play to be able to kill them on those extra turns.
Yeah, and that one spell pierce has shown up, but it is a known quantity now. Fletcher knows that he has to play around that. If Ben can even afford to hold it open, often if you're returning those Phoenixes, it's going to involve a sequence that uses up all of your mana. So even some trade-offs involved there. We see Druari Ruins being played as a tap land. So yeah, I guess our theory that now know that this is an uphill battle, if you like, for Ben. And she holds down on this turn. So we'll see if Fletcher has what he needs right now. He doesn't, but again, he doesn't need to. He's under no pressure at this point.
All right, Dom. Usually Mason is my go-to guy for all the alt arts. I'm guessing that's a Thespian stage, because looking at Fletcher's mana base, I don't really see what else that would be. I've just never seen that alternate art before.
Yeah, he's got the alt art Lotus Field as well under there, just really keeping what it is, looking to set up for making a second Lotus Field. And at that point, he basically will have all the resources he needs. Maybe looking to set up, hidden strings to kick things off, going through Spell Pierce. And the other thing to think about too is Galvanic Iteration copying Spell Pierce. That could actually be a relevant threshold that might be tough to break through. But again, that's another reactive line that's going to force him to pass with 3 mana open. So Bender's going to fire off a natural Trespass here. So just 3 mana, take an extra turn. Pretty good turn. It looks like we're just kind of spinning our tires for the time being.
Yeah, the basically a 3 mana explore here. Funny enough, Ben cast the Temporal Trespass and then immediately draws the Galvanic Iteration. So, a little. I don't remember if he had the Galvanic in hand. I don't think he did. But in any case, the Galvanic Iteration now in hand. Unfortunately, that for Ben, that Trespass already been cast, so not going to be able to convert that into an additional extra turn. We're going to go ahead and play Jwari Ruins and pass the turn. But as you mentioned, Galvanic Iteration Spell Pierce, that could maybe do something, because even though Fletcher knows about the Spell Pierce, maybe doesn't necessarily know about the Galvanic Iteration.
And he might assume if Ben had the iteration already, he would have held it to pair without Trespass. So maybe there's some kind of concealed thing here where if Fletcher thinks that coast is clear and he plays into it and then Ben has it like that, that might be the hope here, is for that very unlikely blowout to materialize. And that might be Ben's only realistic shot. But the mana counters are coming out. We are off the races, cycling Vizier of Tumbling Sands, going to net a mana there off Lotus Field, going to be able to do that again and again. 2 more Viziers in hand there. So even if Ben has that rolled up, I think we're going to have enough mana to just power straight on through it.
Yeah, and even if Ben is able to convert Galvanic plus Spell Pierce, what's Fletcher going to say? Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to pass the turn. It's not like Fletcher's at 20. There's no pressure in play. So even if Galvanic Spell Pierce is able to do anything this turn, it's not clear that Ben can even convert that into anything meaningful either way.
Hidden Strings is going to be +4 mana here. So yeah, even Galv plus Pierce won't be enough. If Ben could Galv and Flashback and Pierce, I think even that would be too little, and he doesn't even have enough mana for that. So yeah, but Ben is a helpless onlooker at this stage.
Absolutely, just kind of watching Fletcher to see how much mana we can produce here. Second stage being played. That's a Behold the Beyond. Going to go ahead and has plenty of mana left over to even pay for the double Spell Pierce. We have the Lotus Field and the Thespian Stage copy untapped, so has at least 6 mana left over to be able to pay for the potential double Spell Pierce. And guessing this is going to be converted into a win. Fletcher's going to go ahead and go through the motions here. I mean, again, just making sure that we can pay for the Spell Pierce iteration, because that maybe that is something that is on Fletcher's mind. But yeah, just gonna go through the deck, pick up a couple of cards, put them into the hand, maybe do them face up, maybe not.
Yeah, but Behold is one of those weird cards which you would never normally play, but because of Emotion Ultimatum, you have a bunch of these one-offs for the various Ultimatum piles, and sometimes you don't draw the Ultimatum, but you do just draw those cards instead, and have to make do with those. Turns out, in a spot like this, getting to directly...
Absolutely. So Fletcher's going to go ahead and pick up a couple of cards here, likely going for, I would imagine, something along the lines of like Emergent Ultimatum, maybe a Hidden Strings, maybe a Dark Petition, potentially something along those lines. Going to go ahead. You can float 6 mana strings, 4 floating, 4, 7. That can be, I believe, an Ultimatum with 6 still available, which is more than enough to pay for those double Spell Pierces. And we'll have to see Fletcher go through the motions here. There's that Hidden String is going to untap the 2 Lotus Fields. That would be 4 floating, 3 mana. Yeah, 3 mana 3 mana Ultimatum. Actually, the other stage is not quite a Lotus Field, so this is Ultimatum, but funny enough, still has access to 4 mana. so can still go ahead and pay for that double spell pierce. Now, is this the opportunity where Ben wants to fire it off? That's the question. Or do you want to maybe wait a little bit longer?
Yeah, there are some weird spots where some of the ultimatum piles, depending on what you give them back, need them to have at least one mana floating left over. But I think given that if you go for this, Fletcher can pay, and then that informs what choices he's going to make. So I think the way you might have to do it would be to let the ultimatum resolve, and then if Fletcher isn't ready that threat enough, maybe picks the wrong combination of 3 cards, you put the right one back, and then Galvpiss the right thing, and that might actually cut off the combo chain. For now, as you said, that may only be delaying the inevitable, but that might be the realistic way to survive this turn.
Yeah, it looks like I got a glimpse of the last card that Fletcher picked up. It looks like it was a Leer. So even if for some reason Fletcher is, stopped on this turn specifically with that double spell pierce, still has access to potentially, setting up Leer plus, strings into Pierce a million mana. I'm just going to do it all again next turn. And it looks like the 3 cards that Ben is given the option of is Dark Petition, Omniscience, and Pour Over the Pages. So this is kind of nice because both Pour and actually all 3 of them generate mana. Omniscience because you never have to pay mana for your spells. So no matter what cards Ben gives Fletcher here, Fletcher is going to have access to more mana to be able to pay for the double spell pierce. So Fletcher kind of, going through the motions here, figuring out what's the other card that Fletcher could have gotten off Behold. This seems deterministic, right? Because even if you put back Petition, you give Fletcher Omniscience plus Pour Over the Pages, and then I think even the Omniscience plus Leer is just enough by itself.
Yeah, in theory, if Fletcher gets Omniscience and Pour and doesn't have a relevant card left over, maybe he misses on the Pour and then just has to fizzle there. Once he has a Leer, though, that is kind of off the table. Maybe if Ben also has something like a Lightning Axe that could kill Leer, it would have to be a very specific mix of things. And then if Fletcher has enough mana, you can also do funky stuff where if you have an Odawara left over, you bounce your own Leer and recast the Leer. So sometimes these specifics get very strange. And yeah, you see Ben just... I almost admire him for continuing to, play it out for this long. And he kind of has to because of what he has left over. Theoretically, he could stitch it together, but I think we're going to see Fletcher seal the deal here.
Yeah, one other thing that I find kind of interesting is Ben only has access to 1 red mana. So even if he had something like Lightning Axe plus Iteration Spell Pierce, he can't actually cast the Lightning Axe and the Iteration. So he would only have to choose between one of those. And I actually I got a glimpse of Ben saying it's double Fiery Impulse. So you can't even try to fight over the Leer because we have 2 Fiery Impulses and no Lightning Axes. And there's the Leer. And maybe this will grant the concession from Ben, potentially.
Just making the most of their time on camera. It won't be the last feature match for either of these players today or over the year, I imagine. But while you're here, may as well make the most of it.
Absolutely. Players getting a good chuckle here. So Leer is going on the stack. We got some... Okay, we're going to try to consider. So I guess Ben can try to find a Lightning Axe off of the consider, potentially. Maybe that could do something. But priority is going to get passed to Fletcher. So at the bare minimum, Fletcher can play, I guess, the Pour Over the Pages. That's at the very, very least. And then, even if Ben's able to find the Lightning Axe. Looks like we were asking for an Oracle text. I'm guessing that's on the lovely full art Leer. As nice, as beautiful as the full art is, unfortunately, there's no text on it. So just wants to make sure that Ben knows what that card does, if that's what's being asked. That is a beautiful piece of artwork, though. I do like that Leer.
It is, yeah. And I believe the Beholder Beyond will still be in the graveyard too. So with enough mana, we could kick things off with that instead. That might actually run into the whole Galvpiss thing. But then, as you said, we're gated on red mana. So then Leer's going to live. So I think however you slice it, Fletcher's going to be fine. And then also, once Liz in play, you can't even counter spells, so Spell Pierce will officially be doing nothing and not just be, theoretically dead.
Yeah, now that the Lear's in play, Spell Pierce no longer on the table. We're making a whole bunch of mana. Looks like we're casting that Behold the Beyond. Ben's going to look at the hand. Is the sword is going to fire it off? Okay. Here's the Galvanic iteration. All right. I guess I'll choose to not pay. Yeah, that one's going to resolve. I think I won't pay.
Good choice.
See Fletcher looking at Ben. They're both looking at each other. All right. Oh, it's funny. Ben's just like, I did have this. I did have this, even though you played around it the entire time, because that's the only thing you could lose to. So, very, very heads up here from Fletcher that, like you said, that's the only relevant card realistically that Ben has in a game one situation. So once you know deck list and you know that there's not that much to play around, it's Magic becomes a lot easier when you have that kind of information.
Ben took a lot of game actions this game, and this may be the most relevant game action that he took, and it still was literally non-functional given the cards in play. So you see why this game one is such an uphill battle for Phoenix against Lotus, and it gets a little better post sideboard, but you still have to win often both post sideboard games. So if you expect a lot of Lotus, then there might be a time to put down Phoenix, or you really have to take drastic measures with your sideboarding if you're willing to do that. And for a field like this, 16 players, how much of a deck you expect really is a consequential choice. If you think there's going to be 3 people on Lotus field, well, maybe you take those drastic measures. If you think there's 1, well, maybe you hope to dodge, and then you feel really unlucky when you get paired into them on camera here in round 2.
All right, Fletcher's going to go ahead and flash those 3 copies of Balagid Recoveries, and that, for people at home who don't know, that goes infinite with Chandra because you can down tick the Chandra a bunch. Balagid Recovery, get back the Chandra, and then basically that just loops itself to deal a bunch of damage to Ben. So that is going to be game number 1 rather to Fletcher Johnson. And as we talked about in the intro, that is kind of what we expected. This is a horrendous matchup, probably the worst possible pairing for Ben. But the sideboard can maybe change some things.
Yeah, we'll go take a look over there, and we'll see an Ether Gas, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Mystical Dispute. Really, you're just looking for cards that interact with spells on the stack, and that's going to be an exhaustive list of those. And then you can maybe talk yourself into the Treasure Cruise to find those cards more often, or you're the Young Pyromancer, like that could apply a clock while letting me hold up interactions. So cards like that, and we have a lot of Fiery Impulses and so on, and Lightning Axes that we can get out of the deck in the meantime. So a lot of cards to cut. A decent number of cards to add in, but none of them are really game changers. It's just these kind of minor upgrades there. And then also one issue with the Phoenix deck trying to pivot like this is that Arclight Phoenix and reactive cards just don't go so well together. Pretty difficult to make it so that your Disdainful Stroke is going to be that third spell to bring back your Phoenix. So often you have to choose between Pressure and Disruption, and against a combo deck like this, you ideally need both at the same time.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I don't know if this is ever a consideration you would want to think, if this is ever a matchup you would want to bring in Crackling Trick against, but my theory is that maybe, like you said, it's really hard to get pressure in play, enough pressure in play, meaningful, and still be able to hold up interaction. Now, granted that you have to tap out for it. The turn does cost 4 mana, so it is a big mana investment, and maybe you're just dying that turn, but it seems like one of those cards that very high risk, high reward, where if you can slam it and they don't have the counterspell that one turn, maybe you can turn the corner moving forward. But that is for Ben's sideboard. If you take a look at Fletcher's deck list, I might need a little bit of help with this one, Dom, because this is I believe the incorrect deck list. I don't think we're playing any blue eye control. Looks like we may have to have this switched up, but I will read you Fletcher's sideboard. We have 2 Dragonlord Dramokas, a Fading Hope, 2 Hope Tenders, 2 Narset's Reversals, a Natural State, a Path of Peril, 2 Silence, 2 Temporary Lockdown, and then the big boy, Dom, 2 Zakama Primal Calamity. What cards, if any, do you think that Fletcher wants to reach towards?
So I think the Dramokas make sense. It serves that dual purpose as it's a threat in its own right. And again, big body, flyer, lifelink, very hard to actually attack or block through that. Going to help to stabilize the board. And then also just provides that layer of protection for the combo on your own turn. So that's a perfect tool to have. And then I think the silences and the Narset's reversals, both of those can kind of do double duty, where a silence can break up what might be like a Galv trespass turn or a Phoenix turn, and also can be the first thing that you cast on your turn to make sure the coast is clear for your combo. And then Narset's reversal, same kind of deal, where it can let you win a counterfight on the stack, but then also sometimes you get the dopamine rush of casting Narset's reversal on a treasure cruise, and not very little feels better than that.
Or perhaps even on a temporal trespass. Lotus Field probably wants to
Sure.
take a couple of extra turns there. But yeah, that is the sideboards. Like we said, Fletcher definitely ahead, and well, Ben gets a couple of small upgrades, but I think nothing too major, and we would probably assume that Fletcher is still a favorite in the postboard game. So I don't know if we have the players ready to go, but if we do, we can go ahead and get you back down to our feature match area. Looks like they're still reviewing deck list. Yeah, this is, as you mentioned, if you were, like you said, picking a deck list for a 16-person field, and you say, you knew there was maybe 3 or 4 Lotus mains that like you knew 100% of the time they were going to play Lotus, Phoenix is probably a deck you wouldn't want to register. But if you kind of assume that maybe only one person is going to play Lotus, then you could say, okay, well, we'll just dodge the matchup. But yeah, I don't know. It's looks like, unfortunately for Ben, did not dodge the matchup enough.
Yeah, and that's where you start to profile the other players in the field. So Kyle Gonzalez, for example, drawn to these like wacky, intricate combo decks, Amulet Titan main in Modern, and that's his choice for the Modern portion again this weekend. Kind of makes sense that someone like him might pick up a deck like Lotus. Turns out he's picked up an even more wacky and obscure combo deck instead, as he is wont to do. But that's the kind of calculation that you go through. And so if you read that, maybe it's 3 Lotus Field decks instead of 1, with such a small field, that really does change the calculations around your own deck choice. Now, you might decide Phoenix is a deck that I know the best, that I enjoy the best, that I like the best. How well am I actually going to do if played it more than me and they played the mirrors more or whatever? Maybe I just play Phoenix because that's my thing. And I think the format is in a place generally where you can default to the deck or the kind of deck that you know and enjoy the best. And I think that's one thing that Pioneer really has going for it as a format right now is you like the spell heavy is it style of decks. You've got Phoenix. Do you like Control? Well, Control is maybe the best deck. Do you like the black disruptive mid-range deck? Well, that's maybe the best deck as well, depending on who you ask. There are all these wacky combo decks and ramp decks. So there is something for everyone. And if the something for you is Phoenix, then even if you think you have reason to be scared of Lotus, I think you can talk yourself into it still. I think it's a fine choice.
Absolutely. So Fletcher going to go ahead and pick up a mulligan here. I believe looks like Fletcher's going to go ahead and keep 6 cards, and I'm pretty sure Ben is also on 7. So we see a Spire Bluff Canal here for Ben, and a bit of a Balagid Sanctuary for Fletcher Johnson. So Ben really wants to try and, as we talked about in game 1, really wants to try and find an early Phoenix, because if he can get some sort of early pressure in play, that makes the counter spells a lot better, where you can hold up counter spells with pressure in play. Now, if you imagine a situation where you're holding up counter spells with no pressure in play, then you're not really giving your opponent a reason to play into those counter spells, and Fletcher's just going to have a lot more time to develop and set up his mana. So really wants to try and find a fast Phoenix here for Ben.
Yeah, and one way you can choke the Lotus Field deck off its main game plan is if their route to their namesake card is through Sylvan Scrying. Well, sometimes if you get to spell pierce that, then they just end up not really being able to do anything. You have all the time in the world. As it happens, Fletcher has, it looks like, multiple copies of Sylvan Scrying at the very least. And so even that tactic maybe it's not going to work out. And Ben, not doing too much in the meantime. If you had, let's say, turn 2 Ledger Shredder, then that's not a fast clock right away, but it can become one over time and let you hold up your counters. As it is, Ben is having to play almost like this weird control deck that's not well suited to that.
Oof. That's a Jwari disruption on the Sylvan Scrying, and Fletcher's like, you know what? Actually, Ben, I got the Lotus Field already. So is able to deploy that Lotus Field. This is kind of exactly how you draw it up if you're Fletcher. You don't even really mind that Sylvan Scrying gets traded for because, as you said, you have a second copy in hand and already had the Lotus Field either way. So, all no harm, no foul here for Fletcher as we see Ben going ahead and casting a sleight of hand. And like we said, just no pressure here. I did see a copy of Aether Gust, but there's a Phoenix in hand, which that's not really where you want that Phoenix.
And it gets harder post sideboard if you assume Ben is burning out some of his lightning axes. It's not all that easy to get the Phoenix from your hand into the bin where maybe it belongs, right? You kind of need to have the Ledger Shredder or to discard to hand size maybe. This is one issue with Phoenix, is that you don't have a lot of ways to actually shuffle cards between zones the way that you need to sometimes.
Exactly. There's no faithless looting. We've seen some other formats that are Pioneer adjacent, maybe Timeless. That's the one that I'm thinking of. But no faithless looting in this format. And in any case, we see a Sylvan Scrying here. Fletcher's got a couple of mana floating. We're thinking about firing off Gust, and we do. Now, the thinking there, maybe maybe Ben is deciding that he's like, okay, well, next turn, I want to tap out for some sort of threat like this Phoenix and get some pressure on the battlefield. So if that's the case, maybe he wants to use the mana this turn to be able to deploy a threat. And we'll have to see how Ben wants to proceed from here.
Yeah, you saw Fletcher burn a Vizier, which is a pretty valuable piece, to get enough mana to play that Scrying through a potential Spell Pierce, and if it resolved, he could get Thespian Sage, play the Sage, and use that 2 mana left over to copy the Lotus, all in one fell swoop. And now that we've gusted the Scrying, well, that mana's been wasted. The Scrying is back on top. There's no land drop this turn, no Sage's turn, no copying. So that Gust does actually set Fletcher back by quite a bit here.
Yeah, it's like you said, you're actually kind of traded sort of 2 for 1. I guess the Vizier replaced itself, but you were able to burn that mana and get a big use of that turn. So Benny the tank here. I wonder. Yeah, we're thinking about casting the Phoenix. Decides to go with an opt instead. Keeps it on top. I think we kept another cantrip. We're going to go ahead and sleight of hand. Wonder what we're looking for here from Ben's side. And as you mentioned, Lightning Axe, being cut from the sideboard, I believe I got a glimpse of one in Ben's hand. So did decide to keep in at least maybe 1 or 2 copies of those, probably for the potential of Lear.
And you see silence in Fletcher's hand, kind of waiting to kick off the big turn as and when. But no pressure to do that in the short term. Ben does have Treasure Cruise, so keep cycling through cards, but yeah, no source of pressure. So just kind of more of the same for now.
Yeah, and that copy of Narset's Reversal in Fletcher's hand, that would have been a premium target for that one, as you mentioned during sideboarding. But unfortunately for Fletcher, doesn't have the mana available. And there's the Spell Pierce on the Sylvan Scrying. Wow, that's kind of about as good as it could have gone for Ben. Was able to convert that Spell Pierce, and I think Fletcher had the Balagid last turn, chose not to play it, and now that the Scrying got countered, he's like, okay, well now we need to develop a little bit of mana, so decides to play that Sanctuary out. And Ben taking a look at a grip. I believe there's a Phoenix, a Lightning Axe, a Disdainful Stroke, and I can't get a glimpse of anything else. I saw there may be a Temporal Trespass too. But yeah, that Trespass not doing a lot here for Ben because, not enough cards in the graveyard, no pressure in play. There is Hall of the Storm Giants, so if Ben can maybe find some additional mana sources, we're just going to hardcast Phoenix here and chip in for 3 points of damage. And, this is kind of what we had talked about last turn. Maybe Ben wanted to deploy that, but chose to wait till this turn. And, maybe if Fletcher can stumble a little bit, but I mean, ooh, Mystical Dispute on Hidden Strings. That is massive here for Ben. But again, it's there's just not enough pressure in play to be able to convert all of these counter spells into more meaningful damage.
Well, hey, we've got our Delver of Secrets of sorts. It took us a while. We had to spend a lot of mana on it, but we got there in the end.
Snare Thopter.
Sure. There's pieces for Ben trying to gas back up.
Ooh.
2 Phoenixes milled over, so now an interesting choice potentially. So there's Disdainful Stroke. turned up with the pieces. That's public. So now does Ben try and chain maybe that up into another cantrip and attack for 9 this turn and present lethal next turn, taking the shields down in the process? But if you've stymied one attempt at the combo, maybe this is the window to try and close it out. Ben decides, no, I'm just gonna play it safe, keep passing.
I think I might have caught a glimpse of a mystical dispute too. There are 2 in Ben's sideboard. There's a blue card that's somewhat unrecognizable. I can't tell if it's a dispute or a cruise, but Fletcher just going to pass. And if you're Ben, you have to be very, very happy with that pass, because there is a somewhat decent chance that you can get 2 Phoenixes into play while still holding up permission this turn. And there is that would be a massive, massive swing here for Ben.
Yeah, it's why the printing of Sleight of Hand, this pretty innocuous card, was such a big deal, where it makes it so easy to just chain these cantrips together over and over at minimal cost and just have these big turns for very little mana. It looks like we might not have that third cantrip ready to go, though. So we might be forced into the same choice that we had the previous turn.
Well, we got a lightning axe, Dom. We could lightning axe our own Phoenix.
Okay.
So it's gonna come back anyways, right?
Oh, and there's stress. But Fletcher has Narset's Reversal.
Ooh, okay. Now, like I said, I think I might have seen a dispute in Ben's hand, but I don't know 100%. There is the dispute.
Yeah.
And it looks like Fletcher cannot fight. That is going to be game number 2. Wow. Very, very well done here for Ben.
Yeah, and it was an odd game, but that's the kind of game often the Phoenix has to win. And one thing that was really awkward for Fletcher was you saw that silence in the hand, ready to kick off the combo turn, but the way that his mana development lined up, and Ben was able to curtail it well with those spell pierces and so on, was that where's the white mana coming from? You know, we've got a Lotus Field here, and we've got a random mono green land here, but we need the Lotus Field for blue to cast our spells, to be untapping the Lotus Field and so on. So there's never a window to work in the silence that would protect everything else. So that is an issue with, like, in theory, Lotus Field can cast anything you like, from Zakama to Thought Distortion to whatever, but you have to get there first, and if you stop them getting there, then their hand looks pretty mopey.
Yeah, I mean, Fletcher had 4 mana and had silence into Narset's Reversal, but as you said, that Lotus Field can only produce white or blue, so just not able to go, if assuming that you had 4 City of Brasses in play, you could just go silence first and then Narset's Reversal. But because the mana was in the situation that it was, not able to do that there for Fletcher. But yeah, that game was very, very, I guess, I would want to say that it went as you would want it to for Ben, but there was no, early pressure, but was able to just kind of keep Fletcher off of the mana generation long enough, was able to tap out for a Phoenix. And then once that one turn where you untapped and was able to have the double disdainful stroke up, that was kind of the turning point there for Ben. And we'll have to see if Ben can go ahead and do that in game number 3.
Yeah, there's no nut draw really that you're looking for from the Phoenix side, where you Goldfish a turn 4 kill or anything like that. You kind of have to work for all of the wins in exactly that way, but a win's a win, and as long as you get there, it might feel closer than you would like, or it might seem a bit scrappy, but it's a plan, and Ben was able to execute it. That said, on the play, I think if Viano has a non-functional hand, as long as he has those initial setup pieces, then I still like.
Yeah, looks like Fletcher's hand, multiple copies of Chandra Hope's Beacon. Can't quite get a good look of the rest of Fletcher's hand, but looks like we're keeping. We're keeping double Chandra. I'm guessing the rest of the hand is probably just some combination of, Lotus Field, couple of lands, Sylvan Scrag, or something like that. But interesting to see 2 Chandras in the opener here.
Yeah, Chandra has become the go-to win condition for these Lotus decks, where you have the elaborate loop that you outlined in game 1 of you're bouncing your own Chandra, you're Balaged recovering back another Balaged recovery and your Chandra, and you can do all of that. But it turns out that sometimes you just cast Chandra when you draw it off your Lotus Field, and you can ramp it out with these untap effects, and you just have a Chandra in play turn 3, turn 4. That's a pretty intimidating card. Controlling the board is digging you for the pieces that you're missing, and then once you are ready to go, copying your hidden strings, copying your pour over the page. That gives you all the gas, all the mana you need to get across the finish line. So it's always nice when these combo decks have a win condition, which is good as a win condition, but it can also be so much more. It doesn't have to be some 12 mana thing that only wins the game once you're ready.
Right, exactly. And it's kind of self-fulfilling in the way of like it finds you into more of the combo where you can hit like a Pour of the Pages. If you have one Lotus Field in play, you hit Pour, copy it with Chandra. That's essentially the same thing as casting a Pour, but 2 fields in play, but you get to draw an additional 3 cards. And then, like you said, it can be removal spells for problematic creatures like Shieldred. Just kind of does everything while also being the primary win condition. So, yeah, very, very good new addition for this deck that was relatively recent. That was from 2023. So, nice to see some new cards picking up here. But we are on the play here for Fletcher. It's leading us off with a Temple. It's going to go right to the bottom, and Ben has an island and a passing. Could be a cantrip here. Looks like it's not. Second land here for Fletcher, and I'm going to start us off with a sleight of hand.
So the question for Fletcher, which looking at his hand as he fans it out, trying to see, does he have a route to that Lotus Field yet? And maybe there's one lurking towards the back, but...
Yeah, I think it's one of those promo ones, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have a Vizier too, so we can even float 2 mana, sack the 2 mana, cycle Vizier, untap the Lotus Field. That'll give us some mana on on Ben's turn if you want to utilize that mana. And Fletcher really looking for a Thespian Stage. That's one card I couldn't quite tell if there was. I think there might be towards the back, but it's kind of hard to see. I do see a second Lotus Field. Don't really want that one. Balaged, silence a couple of Chandras. So Fletcher's hand, if there is no second stage, Fletcher's hand, it doesn't seem that great here.
Yeah, there might be some temptation to Balaged back either a land or the Vizier itself, or just try and keep the cards flowing, because if we can just build towards double Lotus Field, we've got some good payoffs for that. But right now, that might be the major choke point here.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So, Ben's going to go ahead and cast a couple of cantrips here. And looks like we are... No Phoenixes in the graveyard here for Ben. Couple of... Looks like I saw Lightning Axe. There's a Sleight of Hand. Don't know how much permission we have in Ben's hand. I would have to imagine there's at least one. There's, more in the post-board games. And yeah, so yeah, at least a Mystical Dispute. I couldn't quite get a glimpse of anything else, though. And yeah, Ben, like we said, this is kind of sort of what happened in game one, where Ben just wants to hold up a little bit of small interaction the first couple of turns, kind of find one window to sneak a threat into there, when Fletcher is not threatening anything super scary. And then that one turn you get, assuming you get to untap that one turn, hold up some more counter magic and kind of progress the game from there. But Ben currently missing that threat.
No sign of an Arclight Phoenix just yet. Just more blue cards that draw more blue cards. So sleight of hand resolving here.
Keep spinning the wheels.
Land drop from Ben.
Okay, there's a Botanical Sanctum here for Fletcher. Still unable to cast those Chandras. We can fire off a Pour or a Dark Petition here. In the face of 2 open mana, do you have a preference on which one you would want to lead with here, Dom?
I mean, there is a case for just not letting Ben use his cards. But I think given that you have both the Pour and the Petition and both Chandras, there is some temptation to just kind of fight through as much stuff as Ben has. Just make him have it, make him use it. And you also have the Chandra, so once you have a little mana to spare, then you can fire that off to kick things off as well. So I think I like this choice, although you could argue that maybe leading with the Petition, you let that get countered, and then if you can find any of like Stage, Lotus, or whatever, then the Pour is going to be doing a little more for you, probably.
No, yeah, that definitely good points. And yeah, Fletcher's hand is just basically all heaters at this point. Couple of Chandras, the Sounds, the Dark Petition. And then, Ben just kind of still spinning wheels, trying to find a threat. There is a young pyromancer, almost calls it seasoned pyromancer. That's not the right format we're playing. So we will have to see this young pyromancer. Now, this in combination with another 1-mana counterspell is kind of the perfect turn here for Ben. Unfortunately for Ben, Fletcher looks like we found a Vizier, which means we get the float of mana, and if we find an untapped land, we can actually play the petition through a potential spell pierce. Now, that's if we choose to go for the petition over the Chandra, so we'll have to see what Fletcher decides to do here.
Yeah. Also, drawing hidden strings, there are lots of draws which would also let him go for a big turn protected by the silence here up front. And it turns out we can just cast Dromoka instead. You can't mystical dispute that one. And I guess he can't either gust it, but then you know where it's going, and it's just going to come right back again next turn. I guess right now, if Ben doesn't have, or if Fletcher doesn't have another land, then it's actually somewhat awkward if the Dromoka goes back on top. But Fletcher really putting Ben to the test here. And if Ben doesn't have the gust this turn, then I think it's lights out.
Yeah, exactly, because then you're going to get to untap, resolve the Dark Petition, and just kind of snowball from there. Now, there is a Lightning Axe in hand. Maybe Ben does a little cheeky attack with Young Pyromancer. Do you want to block Fletcher?
Now, I would like it more if he didn't have the Lightning Axe, just, knowing what the deal is, just sending it on in. But I like this too.
Yeah. We see a Hall of Storm Giants here. And yeah, I mean, Ben's hand is what? I think 2 Spell Pierce, stroke, Lightning Axe, I think. So, I mean, it turns out Ben's hand not very good against an active Dromoka, and Fletcher's just going to go to work here.
Yeah, so here's Dark Petition. Turns out Fletcher does indeed have Spell Mastery, and so he will be able to find, I guess, maybe just Thespian Stage would be a natural pickup.
Yeah, and then you could use the 3 black floating to use the stage to copy the Lotus Field. Seems like a pretty good place to be with, because you do have the 2 Chandras, so there is some, like, you kind of already have a payoff in hand, so you don't necessarily need to search for like an ultimatum or anything like that. Yeah, so a good chance maybe getting a stage here. And then, I mean, yeah, just like it's very, very difficult for Ben to not only, obviously you can't do anything when the Dromoka's in play, but even removing the Dromoka from the battlefield is tough because, as you said, realistically, only Aether Gust is the out. There's only 1 copy of Aether Gust, and also just racing that thing is kind of, really, really impossible. So there's just a multitude of reasons why this Dromoka is just kind of everything that Fletcher wants here.
Yeah, or my mistake. It looks like we did not actually, in fact, have Spell Mastery. That the only spell in the bin, so would not have had floating mana. So we just get another Lotus Field instead, which mostly does the same job. Do have to sacrifice the land instead, and so we still are a little gated on mana here. It looks like.
Okay, well, we're taking an extra turn here for Ben. There is a potential that maybe Ben has multiple Lightning Axes in the deck and could draw towards a second copy of that. Now, you would have to lose a lot of resources to do that, considering you'd have to discard 2 cards to the axes, but looks like Ben picks up a land, and it just with a fistful of counter magic, not really where he wants to be against this Dromoka.
Yeah, Galvanic Iteration as well could team up with the Lightning Axe to take down the dragon.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I think the hand is Spell Pierce, Mystical Dispute, Disdainful Stroke, Lightning Axe. None of those do anything. Ben's just, man, if it weren't for this Dromoka, my hand would be really, really good. But yeah, just really at the mercy of Fletcher's top decks and current hand. And I mean, Fletcher's hand is just all bangers at this point. I think I saw Dromoka, Ultimatum, Double Chandra. So yeah, I mean, this one feels like it's probably done. True the Behold too. So just all bangers. Weirdly enough, though, kind of is missing a little bit of mana, right? Like doesn't have the hidden strings or the Vizier to really. There's maybe a line though. So we have Spell Mastery now, right? So we can go 6 mana, Petition. floating a blue and 3 black. That's 4 strings, 2 black floating, untap, untap. Correct me if I'm wrong. Which ultimatum is 3 green, right? Okay. So we can get to ultimatum here with petition for strings, I believe.
And if all else fails, just casting Chandra, killing young Pyromancer, really going to cut Ben's pressure out from underneath him too.
And there's that Chandra. Chandra going to go ahead and very likely just, like as you said, take care of that. The Pyromancer and the token. Yeah, Fletcher's really in a position where maybe he doesn't have to do any of that stuff. He's just winning with Chandra and Traboka. That's probably good enough to just win the game. We've kind of transformed into this weirdo ramp mid-range deck, I guess, as it were. Where just Dramoka beatdowns. Oh, we're even going upstairs. Who cares about that token? There's a pieces here for Ben. Pieces into.
I guess one thing now is that the token, if there's a Phoenix, okay, there's Galv. So Galv plus Lightning Axe can take down Dramoka. If there was a Phoenix, then that plus a token could finish off the Chandra. It looks like that Phoenix may be missing from that equation. But the crucial first step of just get that Dramoka out of there, we've I guess we accomplished that, but then Chandra gets uptick and copy petition or copy something else, and it doesn't look good.
Right. And also the fact that Ben's going to have to go shields down this turn. We needed this a little bit earlier to be able to kill the Dramoka and still have available counter magic. But now, because we're going to be tapped out, we no longer have that counter magic available. So, there's just a whole mess of problems here for Fletcher. We're going to get to copy Dark Petition, so we can float blue and 6 black, and it's all downhill here for Ben Ungar. I would assume this is lethal. I would have to guess.
Yeah, I'm no Jonas set, but if I can do my math here, this looks pretty lethal to me. And one of the charms of the Lotus Field deck is you look at Fletcher's hand, it's so strange, right? It's cards of all of these different colors, cards which don't seem castable necessarily, even with those colors, and then these like combo pieces which don't appear in any other combo deck, but they all like fit together here in exactly the right way. It's an odd deck, but it's depending on who you ask, it's a very charming one. The charm may be lost on Ben Ungar here, though, as he loses game 3 here, is going to fall to 0-2 in our tournament. But the way this is set up, it's not a deck. You try and keep it together mentally, but you already are feeling the pain. Here, though, you can bounce right back, and we've seen so many of these big events where someone really starts off in the hole, but then they rally back, and having the mental fortitude to do that is what separates those people from the rest of the pack. So we'll see if Ben can come on there. In the meantime, we're going to show you our leaderboard, showing you the people who made it here through either spiking one event over the year or through a long grind over the course of all of our tournaments here on the series. So Derek Davis, one of our favorites, had a great year in his own right, both on this circuit and also elsewhere, starting off 1-0. Defending champion Roger Suleiman at 1-0. Kyle Gonzalez 1-0. Johnny Hobbs 1-0. Dan Weiser, many people's favorite to win the entire event. World champion in several card games, plural, other than Magic. He is 1-0 as well. And then, a suite of 0-1s to balance all of that out as well.
Yep. So we actually have, I believe we're going to our backup feature match live. So we get some live action here. Matthew Hoey and Raja Solomon. And the reason that we picked this as our backup feature match is because it is the Blue Eye Control Mirror. And to the surprise of likely nobody, this is still in game 1. But yeah, 2 amazing players here.
Yeah, so maybe go get a beverage right now. get a nice groove in your seat going. This is going to be a long
Absolutely.
one.
Two of our better players here, Matthew Hoey and Raja Solomon, both deciding to pick up Azorius Control. They do both have the Orion. That was the most played deck in the Pioneer seat, or the Pioneer format rather. Blue white Orion, Azorius Control. And kind of as we talked about in the intro, not too surprising. The meta seems pretty relatively favorable towards Azorius. And Azorius is one of those decks where if you know what specific decks you are targeting, because this being such a small field, it seems there's a lot. It seems like it's a lot easier to kind of tune the list and very specific card choices towards that expected metagame.
And the nice thing about the control tools in Pioneer these days is they're just generally good. It's kind of hard to get caught with the wrong answers against the wrong people because a lot of the tools are just really flexible. Your opponent's going to have something that falls into temporary lockdown or get lost, really big new addition, right? That it's not totally universal, but it basically answers everything that you care about in some form. And so, yeah, you can really keep up with the flexible tools, and then you have some of the best control finishers and card draw spells and so on of all time to seal the deal. And you mentioned Yorion. I think that's the real big deal that helps these control decks keep up against Rakdos, where traditionally the Rakdos decks could outgrind you and could also sometimes outpressure you. But when you have this 8th card, which is really big, and then also will then draw all of these other cards, that's going to put you pretty far ahead. So in any kind of grindy matchup, if you like, and you can count this in there too, that crucial 8th card really goes a long way.
Yeah, I would definitely classify this as a grindy matchup. And just as far as looking at like maybe some subtle differences. So Matthew Hoey's deck list, there's 4 Teferi, 4 Emperor as far as like actually threats are concerned, alongside 4 Shark Typhoon. And then in the creature base, we have 3 Anchorage, and I think there is 1 Hall of Storm Giants, and then 2 Castle Ardenvale. As far as Raj is concerned, only 2 Hero of Dominaria, replacing those with 2 main deck Dream Trawlers, probably a little more prepared for the more aggressive decks. Only 3 Shark Typhoon, and then as far as the mana base is concerned, 4 Restless Anchorage and 1 Hall of Storm Giants, only 1 Castle Ardenvale. So just to kind of give you an idea of what the sort of win conditions that these players are working with. But as far as the current board state, it seems like Raja appears to have to be in the driver's seat, although Matt still has quite a few cards in hand, so you can never really tell with these blue-white control mirrors.
Yeah, and you'll reach a spot where both players have full hands of 7, and half of those are dead removal spells or sweepers. So always tough to tell how many of those do actually matter. But yeah, Raja ahead on board right now. There's a lot of time for that to change, even here in game 1, though. One thing that really jumped out at me from what you said is just listing all of the various like utility lands that these decks have, where you have all of these different creature land options. You've got those channel lands. You've got Field of Ruin. These decks get so much mileage out of their mana base, where even if you're flooding out, you might have 2 or 3 lands that are effectively spells to mitigate that. So that's a really nice recipe for any kind of control deck going long, where you just always have stuff to do with your mana, and you're going to see that on display in these kind of protracted control slugfest here as well.
Yeah, somebody in chat pointing out that there's a half of an island in one of Raja's lands. That's actually a sunken citadel. Raja is sporting 2 copies of that to pair alongside all of these utility lands that we mentioned. So Citadel giving Raja a bit of a boost of mana to be able to use the Field of Ruins, the castles, and the creature lands. And that is why it looks like looks like there's like half of a card inside of a card. So that was maybe a little confusing there. But yeah, I mean, just Raja, it looks like was able to slam it to Fairy, take kind of advantage of that, picked up the Orion that turn, and we'll see what Matthew can do to sort of answer this board. One thing that we definitely have to bring up is the clock. I don't know if we can get an idea from our broadcast or if we can figure out how much time is left in this particular round, but there is a very high likelihood that this match is not going to conclude before the clock finishes.
Yeah, you not only have to win with the cards in your deck, you also have to win quickly, because you got to finish the match. And even if you think you have the perfect sideboard for the control mirror, well, are you going to have time to win 2 games with the control mirror post board on top of Now, once we get to the elimination rounds and it's untimed, then maybe it's a different conversation. But that is a very real issue. And how many tournaments have you been at, Devin, where the round's going over time and the last match standing is two control players who do not seem to have a sense of urgency about the proceedings?
Every single time, without fail. And honestly, because Blue White had such a good showing in Atlanta, a lot of those rounds did go to time as well. Just got a note from production. It looks like we're about 35 minutes into the round. I believe we have 55-minute rounds because I think there's they added a little bit extra towards the round clock. So if you kind of think of that, it should be roughly about 30 minutes left into the round. But halfway in. It looks like we're waiting on a judge call here. Not sure what that is about, but we will get you updated as soon as we find some information. Yeah, Matthew looks like going to the judge. But yeah, 30 minutes. So 35 minutes to not even maybe not begin to finish, but 35 minutes. This game is still not over. And maybe we can take a look at some power rankings. I saw a little bit of that on production. It looks like maybe we can get you those up on the screen because I know people love tier lists.
Yeah, often the people who are not in the event love them even more than the people playing in them. But it's as long as it all remains lighthearted, I think it's a great way to get the competitors energized, get the viewers energized, and nothing fires you up more than if you think you've been disrespected on a tier list. You want to prove those people wrong. And if the prize pool, the Pro Tour invite, and the title, the trophy, if those weren't all enough motivation for you, sometimes spite is the ultimate motivator you need.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like production has told me that we cannot get those power rankings up. But what we do have for you is potentially the leaderboard. Maybe we can take a look and see who's been winning the first couple of rounds to kind of give you an idea. Looks like we have one round in the books. Derek Davis, Stephen Dykeman, Fletcher Johnson, Kyle Gonzalez, Johnny Hobbs, Daniel Weiser, Raja Solomon, and Matthew Weiss are our victorious players in the first round. Yeah, we get to see Kyle a little bit on camera with that awesome Quintorius deck. Stephen Dykeman putting on an impressive performance against Theo Jung. But yeah, this is, I'm very, very excited to see how Kyle does with this Quintorius deck. I don't know if we can dodge control all day, but if the matchups get right, maybe Kyle can make a bit of a run here in Pioneer.
Yeah, and Matt Hoey, I think one of the other favorites coming into this tournament for the people in the know, 0-1 here, and really is going to have to work to not be 0-2. Long, tough control mirror against one of the more seasoned control mages in the field, looking to be behind in game one, and winning the other two games in the time allotted is going to be a struggle. So he might end up being that same spot that Ben Ungar is in, right? Of you start 0-2, really rough start, but there's a lot of room to rebound. You've got two other formats to do that in, so maybe there's a kind of a clean slate there, if you like. So you can take some losses and then still get a good finish in the end, and you just got to have the stamina and the endurance to turn it around.
All right, so it looks like our judge call has been resolved. Not entirely sure what that was about, but we are back here. Don't worry, you didn't miss a lot. And Raja is going to go ahead and cast a Dream Trawler here. And that's a creature that attacks. Maybe we can actually complete the first game of the match. Although I'm still taking the under on that one, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of card which this is not the matchup it's for, right? And usually you land this, the game is firmly within your reach. This matchup, well, I've got some Supreme Verdicts in my deck, so I guess I finally found a use for those. And if it's exactly Supreme Verdict, they can't even fight over that if they want to. So would bet against even this Hexproof Dream Trawler going the distance, but never say never, I suppose.
And we're going to fight over with an Absorb. Matthew does not want that to hit the battlefield. So see if Raja has a response as well. Player's going to just look through graveyards to see what answers are gone and what answers are still left in the deck. And just kind of, I don't know, not a ton to say. Just, Dream Trawler, see if it gets countered. It does. So Absorb is going to resolve. Now, notably, we mentioned the creature lands being a big part of this. Looks like Raja currently has a Hall and a Restless Anchorage, and Matthew does have a Field of Ruin, so able to answer at least one of those. And I don't think there's any utility. Oh, there's a Castle Vantress here for Matthew Hoey, so maybe you can start getting towards that as well. But looks like Raja's tapping a lot of mana here.
Yeah, worth noting that if these life totals are accurate, both players in the single digits, so it could only take a Shock Typhoon being cycled out of nowhere, or a Wandering Emperor, or one attack that gets through from a manland to really kind of steal the game out of nowhere on either side. So life totals are a weird amount of pressure for a control matchup where you would think that's never going to be an issue.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. We came into this game a little bit late. I'm wondering how they got so low. Maybe a couple of creature land versus creature land attacks could have maybe helped that. We did see Raja come in when we came in. There was a couple of Shark Typhoon tokens, so it looks like maybe those put a little bit of work on Matthew's life total before they got cleaned up with that verdict. So that could have caused that. Maybe a similar thing for Matthew here. See 2 Deluges exiled with Raja. That card has very, very powerful when you can sort of have the time to cast it and flash it back. Just provides you a ton of card selection, ton of card advantage. And yeah, see what Raja's going towards here. I think we're trying to cast the Yorion. Looks like that has hit the stack.
The big bird. Yeah, and you see Hoey's copy just kind of tucked away there at the top of the screen. I assume just has never actually had time to pick that one up and attempt it yet, but maybe that's, in exile and just kind of watching from the sidelines. But Yorion is in, which means Omen of the Sea is back in. And now Omen of the Sea again here from Hoey on the other side.
Yeah,
And all the meanwhile, that Teferi is ticking up, and we're only 2 turns away from a potential ultimate, at which point it's going to be very, very difficult for Hoey to win after that point.
Yeah, that's probably the real win condition here for Raja. You mentioned life totals with Matthew being at 7. That's 2 hits from that Yorion, but has plenty of ways to kind of stop that hand of verdict and get lost and Teferi. Multiple ways to answer that Yorion. So Matthew does really need to put the pressure on in terms of getting that Teferi off of the battlefield, because that ultimate is likely going to spell the end of maybe not the end of the game immediately, but inevitably it will be the end of the game here for Raja. And Matthew does have Get Lost plus Dovin's Veto, so that would be a reasonable way to kind of get this Teferi off the battlefield, but maybe he wants to see if his own Teferi resolves first, could go for a Supreme Verdict on the Yorion. Have to see what Matthew wants to do from here. We did mention the clock being a very, very big factor here, and it does not seem like these players are super cognizant of the clock. I mean, there is still, like we said, roughly probably around 25 to 30 minutes left, which is, you would think is a lot of time, but not a lot of time if you're going to lose this game. Like if you are behind enough that you're probably going to lose this game and have to win 2 post-board games, like it seems like game 1 is probably the most important of the 3 for sure.
Yeah, and that's the squeeze that you sign up for here, is you really want to win game 1, but then if you're playing at blitz speed to make sure that happens and give you enough time left, then you might make some crucial error that throws the game on, and now suddenly you have basically no shot. So yeah, I think both players trying to be fast but also be considerate of the time. And sometimes the post-board games, you board in some creature that's a win condition, or you don't get saddled with all of these dead sweepers and so on. So those games can be faster and back and forth, but you don't want to rely on that. You don't want to have to warp the pacing of the game in terms of who starts the fight when, just to try and finish the round on time. So yeah, definitely a looming factor just hanging over every turn of this game.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to go Teferi, tuck the opposing Teferi for Matthew, and lining up 4 mana, I'm guessing Verdict. Yep, so Verdict clears the Yorion. And the interesting part about this is you'll notice Matthew only has 3 mana available with that Field of Ruin, and Raja, as we mentioned, has 2 creature lands. There is a Hall and a Restless Anchorage. So if Raja wants to, we can fire up both creature lands, send them both at Teferi, and guarantee that this Teferi gets off the battlefield. I guess the one worry for Raja is if there's a March, you can go Field of Ruin, the Hall of Storm Giants, and then March the Anchorage. So maybe that's something that Raja wants to consider.
The other thing as well is, let's see. Yeah, because the way that the Field of Ruin works with board, you can't like double activate the hall, even if you have enough mana over that to like get the war trigger. So if Hoey wants the field is good, but the question of timing then becomes kind of interesting. So yeah, Hoey, the shields will be down, and so the question then is, does Roger then have to use all his mana to force the issue there and get the Teferi off the board, or while Hoey's tapped out, is there a window to maybe do something else, get your own Teferi back down? It's an interesting turn in a game that's lasted many, many turns at this point.
Many, 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 many turns. But we'll have to see. Raja did end step, I believe, another Omen of the Sea, so was able to, even though that the fairy was tucked below a couple cards, is able to access that Teferi this turn again because we were able to cycle through, I believe. So we're lining up 6 mana. My guess is that's probably for the hall. All right, here's 6. Here's the hall activation. And as we mentioned, even you have to field now, right? Okay, so Matthew is going to field now. Otherwise, that ward would catch you up. And Matthew can just get a play. Oh, are we out of basics? Ooh, basic check for Matthew. There are 3 island, 3 planes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 6 basics in play. So can't even represent March of Otherworldly Light. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, you can fit a lot of basics in your 80 cards, but if the game is going this long and both players have field ruin, then yeah, you're going to run out at some point. And keeping track of that, again, that's key. You don't want to assume that one player has one more mana than they're going to and end up just being unable to do something as a result. So, how is Roger going to use this moment? We'll know when he does.
Yeah. Very, very good tier in her for Raja. Was able to resolve the Teferi, use the anchorage to kill Matthew's opposing Teferi, and just plays a second anchorage, so is up on planeswalkers in play, is up on mana, is up on cards, and is up on utility lands. So this game has taken a while, but it does seem like Raja is firmly in the driver's seat at this point, and there's going to be need to be a very wild sequence here for Matthew to get back out of this. Let's see what Matthew drew. We know about that get lost, so that can at least try to check the Teferi. And you still have that turn of get lost plus veto to guarantee that your get lost resolves, or at least make it a little bit more likely. So we're going to start with Yorion. And okay, so we're actually going to go for Yorion with get lost, or with veto backup rather. So we can potentially win the fight over this Yorion, but it's not clear that Raja cares that much, because you have, again, the Teferi to tuck it, you have Anchorage to even chump block it to protect your Teferi, or I guess in this case, protect your life total. That's maybe the one thing that Matthew has going, is that Yorion is lethal, but I find it hard to believe that Raja can't answer this Yorion. And if Raja finds a Field of Ruin, it's now a strip mine. That's got to be some value.
Looking at these two decks, there's a lot of room for customization. You have all these control tools and you have a lot of slots to fill. And so Hoey's deck it looks like a pretty conventional blue-white Yorion deck. I think if you lined it up against Dan Weiser's or some of the others, it would be more similar than different. And then Raja, as he's wont to do, kind of is doing his own thing. You see a lot of cards which I don't think anyone other than Raja has played in a hot minute. So like Void Chatter, for example, as his 3-mana cannon spell of choice. A lot of choices which have their own reasoning behind them, but which you're not going to be expecting to see most of the time when you look at these lists.
Right, exactly. So we are going to go play land, go for the get lost on Teferi. There's a change to the equation, but Matthew does have the veto to fight over that. So we'll have to see how we want to go ahead and go about that. Matthew, thinking about this, can't imagine a spot where you wouldn't veto this, because you kind of need this Teferi off the battlefield. We're just making sure Matthew's going through all of the motions here, thinking about all the potential and possible lines. And all right, well, I guess I'm wrong. Matthew is going to let the get lost resolve, holding that veto for something. I'm not quite sure what we're holding it for. That's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, the veto is really premium card in the mirror where it counters anything, no questions asked, at least in game one, and they can't even veto your veto back, right? Like as a defensive tool, it is unmatched in that sense. And so you really need to pick your spots for that one carefully. And it might be tempting to try and use it to defend something in particular, but you really don't want to unless you absolutely have to. And it's a sign of weakness that then the opponent will read something into.
Yeah, I guess maybe the worry is that Raja has another 2-mana counterspell, and you're basically you're losing your veto for nothing. So yeah, that could kind of make sense. And when you say it like that, it does make a little bit more sense. So Raja picking up 4 mana. We're gonna verdict away the Yorion. And is it beatdown time? I hope it's beatdown time. It'd be funny if Raja only activated one of them. Oh, we're mapping. Mapping onto the anchorage. Looks like I think that's the top card has changed the equation. Yeah, so Raja going to see if you want to keep that.
Can even sacrifice your Omen to set up your Explore, just rig the deck in advance.
Yeah, I know we had an update earlier, but I'm curious to see if we can get an update from production as to how much time is left in the round. My guess is somewhere around 20 minutes because I think when we last got the update, there was around 30 or 32. So we'll have to see because time is definitely a factor. As you know, if Raja does win this game, as you said, Matthew has to win 2 sideboard games in probably under 20 minutes. Oh, never mind. There's only 2 minutes left. That's a lot less than 20, Dom, huh?
It's a classic 1-0 victory is in the cards, or at least I hope so. I hope this game reaches some conclusion one way or the other.
Ooh, maybe it's the 0-0-1 draw.
Which I guess is interesting for the purposes of like pod advancement and so on, where if no draw, so it looks like it's turned, and then sudden death, life totals actually will be the key difference maker if it comes to that, which again, we all are hoping and praying that it won't, but we are trending in that direction perhaps.
I don't know. I kind of like to see some sudden death, if I'm being honest with you. It's good content for the folks at home. But it does kind of seem like Raja is probably going to win this game, although there's a march here for one of the creature lands, one of the anchorages, and Matthew does have the Field of Ruin. So, okay, that got countered though. So there are still 2 anchorages, and it looks like I think dual land, a veto, and a Hall of Storm Giants in Matthew's hand, or is that another Field of Ruin? I think Matthew might have picked up a second field, so we can actually field both of the anchorages. Okay, Tom, this game's not over yet.
Okay. Well, okay, but Matthew Hoey is at 2 to Raja's 4, so Raja still has the ultimate advantage if it comes to it.
Yeah, Matthew. Well, Matthew does have the Hall of Storm Giants in hand. So if Raja can't find a Field of Ruin or some sort of answer to Matthew's Hall, Matthew can double field the 2 anchorages this turn, set up to play the Hall next turn, and then and again, you're giving Raja a lot of looks, especially because there are 2 Omen of the Seas along with that Teferi just finding cards. So it is pretty unlikely that Raja does not find an answer at some point. But I mean, it's definitely a possibility. And for that, we go into sudden death here because 2 minutes left. Okay, there's the turn counter at the bottom. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, we're going to 5 turns, and then after 5 turns, sudden death.
I do love that when you're first learning Magic or someone is who's winning, well, who has more life, right? Like that's the most obvious metric. And once you really learn the game, you learn it's a lot more complicated than that. But it turns out once sudden death is involved, order is restored. It really comes back to the most simple, intuitive metric possible, just who has more life. And it turns out that is all important in the end.
Absolutely. So now that we're in turns, players going to be definitely thinking a little bit more, potentially more about their choices and decisions here, because now that we're past the point of time round, so we are. Raja's going to go ahead and tick up the Teferi. And interesting, we're just going to pass. We're not going to play into the Field of Ruins. So I think Raja's thinking maybe he knows, because Raja's at 4 and Matthew's at 2, he knows that that's his path to victory. And because the anchorages are both covered by the fields, maybe he doesn't have to fire them up and force the field activations. So Raja maybe just his plan here is to just kind of sit here and wait a little bit and have the anchorages as chump blockers on a turn where Matthew is able to find a lethal threat and kind of maybe make Matthew use more mana on that turn than he would want to.
This is the kind of nonsense which makes you want to have some kind of Hullbreaker horror or some kind of weird mirror breaker for these game ones, where I don't know if it's right to have that. Maybe it's training wheels, but when you get into spots like this, you really wish you could just get any kind of escape from it. And I think I mean I did not have sudden death on my bingo card, but it is looking scarily realistic here.
Yeah, that's so we got turn 1. There's the Hall of Storm Giants here from Matthew. And yeah, it has the double Field of Ruin to cover the anchorages, as we said. Looks like Raja's picking up some mana here. Potentially going for, I don't know, Emperor or something. Maybe he wants to wait a turn, see if we can find a counter spell. Okay, we're going to crack Omen. See if we can go ahead and find here. Couldn't get a good look at what was on top. Well, we got the head nod from Raja. He likes one of those cards. This is going to be Tom, this is going to be really, really tense as we get to these last couple of turns. I have a feeling we're going to see some sudden death here, and I am all for it. Okay, so it looks like Hoey is going to fire off the Field of Ruin to shuffle
I feel
the
like
deck.
sudden death is okay. And it does look like all of the threats that are on the radar at the moment will kind of cancel each other out in this time frame.
Yeah, and I believe Raja also has a march to be able to answer Matthew's Hall. So if Hoey just kind of fires it off and goes for it, but we saved that veto, right? I don't believe Matthew ever cast that veto.
There's a card just hanging out there, chilling on the edge of the mat.
Yeah, we had a veto from a long time ago. Maybe this is what Hoey was saving it for. He knew that the game was going to come down to 5 turns and sudden death, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to save this veto for the last turn of sudden death to be able to kill you with this Hall of Storm Giants that I'm going to top deck in 3 turns. Maybe just Matthew just planning it out perfectly in the future. Okay, so I think we are on the end of Raja's turn. I think. Yeah, because Hoey still isn't untapped. So we're going to fire off the other field, clearing that last anchorage. So no more creature lands in sight for Raja. And Hoey still does have that Hall of the Storm Giants. So that is a potential avenue. Now we'll have to see if Hoey wants to go for it. Probably assumes that it's not good enough. But, again, does have that veto to potentially protect over it. But if Raja has something like an Otawara, that one can't be vetoed. It's going to be a weird couple of turns.
Yeah, I mean, the wording does... Yeah. I feel like sudden death as a novelty once every 5 tournaments or so is the spice of life. If it's happening any more often than that, then we got to have some some serious questions.
All right, here it is. Matthew does fire up the Hall of the Storm Giants. Now, we know, I believe, I'm fairly certain Raja has the Odawara, so we know that it's not good enough, but Matthew, or Hoey, does not know that. So we're going to lead with March. That's going to get vetoed. Okay, veto resolves. Now what? Second March.
Okay.
And that's it. Hoey's going to pick up all of his cards. I believe, knows that he doesn't have any outs anymore. We didn't need to go to sudden death. There you go. Raja Solomon 1-0 over Matthew Hoey in our Azorius Control mirror match. Whoa, Dom, that was something. All right.
It was a match of magic that happened, yes. So we are going to take a quick and much needed break, and then we will be back with you for probably some more snappy magic here for round 3, different format, same old team, same old NRG champs. We'll see you before long. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. We are back here for round number 3 of the Nerd Rage Gaming Championships 2023. Devin O'Donnell, joined by Dom Harvey, and we are going to be transitioning to Standard. Just saw a couple of rounds of Pioneer, and we are going to get you into some Standard action. I believe our players are already ready, but let's just take a quick look at the leaderboard before we go ahead and jump into our match. We see Dykeman, Fletcher Johnson, Kyle Gonzalez, and Raja Solomon, along with Daniel Weiser, being our 2-0 players, along with Fletcher Johnson, excuse me. So we have those are our 4-0 or 2-0 players rather, and we have a couple of players here who are going to be our feature match. We have Ben Ungar and Will Kowalchuk. So let's go ahead and head down to the feature match area so we can see what they are playing. We have Will on the right hand side of your screen with the deck list officially named Big Rakdos, along with Ben Ungar on the left, who I guess forgot the big part of the big domain deck.
Yeah, I think domain is just inherently big. That is its role in the format. That's what it's trying to do. And for Rakdos, Will actually registered Rakdos decks at different points in the spectrum in all 3 formats, Standard, Modern, and Pioneer. And even just in Standard alone, there are a few different varieties of Rakdos. You got the low to the ground one with inties and more of these aggressive creatures, kind of a mid-rangey deck, looks kind of like the Pioneer version. This is not that, Devin. This is big Rakdos.
And when you say big, you really do mean big. There are 3 copies of Atali Primal Conqueror, 2 Chandra Hope's Beacon, along with 4 Trumpeting Carnosaurs, and 4, yes, you heard that right, 4 Breach the Multiverse. So a total of 7 7-mana cards. So, when we say big Rakdos, this is as big as you can possibly get.
Yeah, we also have Big Score, letting you jump up in mana, ramp up to those 7 drops. And you could also call them, but also dinosaur there for Ben. So I've been practicing my dinosaur sounds to prepare for this. I don't know about you, but I'm willing to bust those out at a moment's notice if needed.
Yeah, and then for Ben Unger, we have the domain deck. As you mentioned, this is kind of like your traditional big deck. So a lot of ramp spells in the form of Invasion of Zendikar and Topiary Stomper, and that is going to go us kind of curve into the late game, which is 3 Atraxa Grand Unifier, 1 Nissa Ascended Animist, a Wandering Emperor, and then 4 Archangel of Wrath, which is a relatively flexible card against the aggressive decks. You can just kind of play it on turn 4 as a 3/4 blocker, but it scales nicely later in the game, being able to kind of pick off a couple of things. But probably not going to be able to pick off too much in this matchup since, as we talked about, all of Will's cards are just kind of go over the top of that.
Yeah, Archangel might pick off a Blood Tithe Harvester or an Inti against small Rakdos. Against big Rakdos, yeah, it's Archangel looks kind of puny by comparison at that point.
Yeah, and then just as far as kind of this matchup dynamic, as far as who's ahead, who's behind, I kind of have to assume that Will is a relatively large favorite in this matchup. Just 4 copies of Breach the Multiverse. If the game goes long, you're eventually going to get to a point where you cast one of those, and a lot of stuff in Ben's deck. Like, you can imagine if you cast Breach the Multiverse, you hit, say, an Atali off of your graveyard and an Atraxa off of theirs. Atali can go into more stuff. Atraxa drawing you cards, and that would basically just be game over on the spot here for Will.
Yeah, there's some debate over, is Domain meant to keep in their Atraxas post-board, given that it's such a good hit for your opponent's Atalis and Breaches. And without those, it's harder to find a way to win, but then turns out if your opponent just free rolls your own Atraxa against you, it's also pretty hard to win. So a tough squeeze either way. We'll see how Ben navigates that decision in the post-board games. But yeah, this big Rakdos deck, it is designed to beat up on Domain, make some sacrifices elsewhere to do that, but it is very good at that specific goal, and it looks like we are on track to see that in action here in Game 1. Although, maybe it's time for the dinosaur sounds. This is an odd pair of cards to flip with Atali. A Brotherhood's End that does literally nothing, and I guess a Topiary Stomper that gives you a more permanent mana source to set up for the next 7-drop. So not the worst thing in the world, but certainly not what Will was hoping for.
Yeah, this is probably as bad as it gets if you like in terms of casting and resolving Atali, hitting a 4/4 and a basic brick. But I mean, sacrificing 2 treasures meant that Will was on 5 lands, but now that Topiary Stomper gives you the 6th land, and then if Will has untapped land and another one of his a plethora of 7-drops, we can just kind of go for it again next turn. So even one of the worst probable scenarios for Will still ends up being pretty good and just has a 7/7 on the battlefield. And then we kind of like talk about from Ben's perspective, like what are Ben's good plays here? I mean, you could go land Archangel of Wrath to be able to kill the Topiary Stomper, but it still doesn't really get you anywhere against this Atali because Ben's Topiary Stompers, as of right now, currently can't block. Let's see, there's I believe an Invasion in Ben's hand. Looks like that's what we're gonna go towards. Maybe something like Invasion plus Binding on the Atali to flip the Invasion, because you would be able to attack with the Stompers, you attack with both, and then maybe one gets traded for it, but the Invasion still flips. And I mean, that's not a bad turn, but we all know, like we said, Will just has an insane amount of cards that just he can just untap, tap all of his lands, and put a spell onto the stack that's just going to give him an insane amount of value, more than probably what any of Ben's cards can muster up.
Yeah, it would be an aggressive use of a binding, but I think in this matchup, when there are just so many scary things waiting as the game goes on, maybe you have to take this more aggressive stance and just try and get the game over with somehow.
Yeah. I think Ben maybe realizes that this game. Oh yeah, you can actually send one face because the Will's Topiary Stomper can't block. But yeah, Ben probably realizes that the longer the game goes, the much less favored he is. So Ben's probably the only realistic way for him to win is just kind of close out these games with Topiary Stompers and maybe hope that Will misses a beat. Like maybe Will's hand is all 7-drops and no land, but as I say that, there's the untapped land. So yeah, we're only tapping 6 here. That's not quite the 7. So it looks like we're gonna go for Carnosaur here. And compared to Atali, this one's pretty tame. Hitting a removal spell, that's probably gonna take out the flipped Invasion. But I mean, as far as Ben is concerned, it could have been worse.
Yeah, and now maybe if Ben has a way to kill the Carnosaur, can attack again, like you could see how it could work, or maybe now if Ben has an Atraxa, like this would be a great time to kind of gas back up. Is there a threat? And if Rogers doesn't have a good follow-up, maybe that just takes over the game.
Right, something like untapped land, Atraxa, leave a white source up, hit a binding the Carnosaur, send with both topiaries, will trades for 1, falls to 12, but then you still have, the Atraxa and the other Stomper in play, and, maybe if Will just doesn't have, if Ben can dodge 1 payoff for 1 turn, maybe that 1 turn is good enough for Ben to close out the game here. We're going to lead with the Beanstalk. That's probably not the card he ideally wanted to cast here. definitely wants to kind of, like you said, find removal or potentially one of those big threats.
This might actually be a nice spot for an Archangel. If Ben can attack, if Will blocks with a Carnosaur, then you finish that one off, get a shock upstairs as well. It wouldn't be the worst thing. It looks like he has, I think, 2 Archangels in hand.
Yeah, I think Ben's hand is 2 Archangels, 3 Wraths, and he might have picked up an Atraxa off of the Beanstalk. So I believe that's something along the lines of what the contents of Ben's hands is. So we're going to attack with both. Carnosaur is going to block 1. Other one's going to get traded for. And then Archangel is going to deal 2 to Will and finish off the Carnosaur. It's going to put Will to 14, Ben up to 18. And we've kind of sort of dealt with the first couple of threats, but again, as we talked about, Will just has so many of those, and if any of them get cast, I mean, Ben's only hope is that Will's hand is just all like removal, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder if the hand is just all angels and sweepers, if maybe the move is you play a Sunfall or something, you draw a card, you get a 4 for Incubator, and then you have the freedom to deploy those Archangels on the following turn, and the sweepers are looking a little awkward there. Like, you can't really cycle them, you can't really use them to actually sweep anything. And if you have enough of them, maybe it makes sense to just fire that one off there instead.
Yeah, another card that Ben could potentially look for is something like Herd Migration, where if Ben is cast a Herd Migration just for 7 mana, you just put 15 power into play. And maybe if Will has a turn where it's like, Carnosaur removal spell, kill one, you still have 4 3/3s, untap, answer the Carnosaur, hit for 12, and all of a sudden it's maybe looking like you said, you can definitely see a way for Ben to potentially steal this game. But yeah, we're gonna need one of those big cards, and I believe, like I said, I think there was an Atraxa drawn off of the Beanstalk trigger, so I believe at the bare minimum Ben can at least lead on that. Although I might be getting the hands wrong. I'm not 100% positive.
Yeah, 5-color Angels, also a good name for this domain deck. So this is Angels versus Dinosaurs dual decks, if you like.
Well, sometimes the Angels have to fight their own Angels off of Breach, or Italia, I guess.
I did have a game in testing this matchup where my first Atali hit my opponent's Beanstalk, and then the second Atali, it turns out, drew a lot of cards, even more than it needed to. But yeah, these games where the 7 drops just go back and forth, this is Battlecruiser magic. These are the big swings which your Commander game could only dream of.
So Atraxa triggering up the Beanstalk. We'll go ahead and pick up a card, leaving up a white mana for that Leyline Binding, which Ben does find, and also finds that Herd Migration. That's 15 power. So likely going to take Binding Migration, another Atraxa, and then the Invasion, I guess.
That makes sense. Worth noting that Will does have 3 Brotherhood's End. We saw one of those cascaded into earlier, and 3 Burn Down the House. So a lot of ways to sweep up a Herd Migration, which would make sense for him to be holding some. Hasn't really had a good window to cast those just yet. But hey, it's yet another big threat that demands an immediate answer. So not going to turn it down.
So Ben choosing to, I forget, the wording on Atraxa, does it specify battle? It says for each card type, so I believe, yeah, it does specify battle. So Ben just...
It does. It is. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Atraxa is actually how we learned that battles existed first. Like that was the kind of Tarmogoyf style preview of the new card type.
Yeah, bringing that up, I do remember when Tarmogoyf was first printed, and there was just all this like aura around what is a planeswalker, and nobody had any idea, and that was some pretty good times. But
in retrospect, that maybe distracted us from the fact that it turns out Tarmogoyf was just very broken by itself, regardless of what this new planeswalker thing is.
Yeah, maybe that's the same thing with Atraxa. Atraxa just distracted us from the angelic problem. And Ben lining up some mana here. Not sure we're going for. My guess is the Herd Migration, probably. Figuring out the best way to tap. Okay, we're going for an Archangel. That's going to deal 4 to Will. So it's going to put Will to 10. Oh, more 20. Never mind. Life total's going a bit awry there. But I believe Will, I think, should be a 10. Oh, never mind. We're going to game 2. That's why the life totals were going awry. I get it now. All right. Well, we didn't really expect that to happen, but Ben able to just kind of steal that game against Will. Will was able to resolve an Atali, and the Atali didn't hit too much. They hit a Topiary Stomper and then a Blank Brotherhood's End. And then after that, Carnosaur just wasn't able to find an additional threat. And we see Ben kind of stealing that game that we thought Will was a pretty heavy favorite in.
Yeah, you did see there a structural flaw of this big Rakdos deck, which is you don't really have ways to filter cards or cycle through cards, except for Big Score, which is kind of tying the room together. So you have all of these big haymakers at the top, and then all of the lands that you need to castle them, and a bunch of removal spells, which aren't really ideal here. And so, yeah, you can easily just draw the wrong half of your deck, or all of your big hits, Atali and Carnosaur and Breach. None of those are deterministic. You cast those, you don't know how good it's going to be just yet. And that's part of the fun of watching the deck and playing the deck. But it does mean that, yeah, sometimes your Atali kind of comes in a bit too low, and that was your big finish, and you just kind of sputter out after that. So that's definitely something that can happen with this deck, and one reason why I would have been reluctant to register it myself, I think. But after sideboard, when you get to upgrade a lot of those weaker cards into more relevant cards, then that's going to happen a little bit less often.
Yeah, and speaking of sideboard, we do have Will Kowalchuk's big Rakdos here. So cards that we want to be, this is kind of tough. So Will has Barrage, 4 Lithomythic Barrage, 4 Duress, 2 Cut Down, 2 Shieldred, 3 Graveyard Trespasser. Now, as far as a structural kind of matchup wise, do we want to go towards those mid-range threats in the form of Shield or Trespasser? We definitely want the Duresses, but because Ben is relatively good at answering those kind of small creatures, like 1-for-1 sort of with Sunfall and things like that, I'm not sure if you want to go towards those. What do you think about that, Dom? I believe, Dom, I think you might be muted right now. So if we could just maybe double check that. I currently... don't know. Just checking my audio here. I'm not sure that we can hear Dom, but we'll see if we can get that fixed for you in just a second. I don't know if anybody else is having that problem. Maybe it's on my end. We'll double check this. But anyways, Will's sideboard here, like I said, the 4 Duresses, potentially the mid-range threats, and we will have to see. So maybe we can take a look at the other sideboard here for Ben Ungar. We can pull that up real quick here. And looks like Ben's sideboard here. We have a couple of temporary lockdowns, a depopulate, a couple of knockout blows, negates, disdainful strokes, destroy evils, barrage, Jace, obstinate Baloth, and a Chrome host seed shark. Dom, I think you're back. Maybe we do a little test. Dom, can we hear you, Dom? All right. It looks like I can still currently not hear Dom. So we'll have to see if we can maybe get that fixed. But as far as Ben is concerned, negate and disdainful stroke pretty good here, because disdainful stroke answers both breach and Carnosaur. Although I guess not against Cavernous Souls, but negate, destroke able to answer the breach the multiverses. So those could potentially come in alongside the Destroy Evil for the big threats, maybe. Jace the Perfected Mind if you want to go towards additional threats. And then Chrome Host Sea Shark is kind of like the sort of the mid-range threat here. But we will have to see how players want to approach this. And yeah, like we saw game 1, very, very interesting sort of display there, where we really thought Will was going to be very, very far ahead. And it ended up that Ben was just able to kind of steal that game from out of nowhere. Now, I'm looking at production, and it looks like we might have everybody's favorite power rankings. If we can take a look and see if we can get that up on your screen for you. Will Kowalchuk, 9th overall. So 5th in Pioneer. That's total Pioneer matches won throughout the year. 1st in Modern. That's pretty impressive. 5th in Elimination wins. That's matches won in top 8. Dead last in ELO Project. Well, and then 9th in Pure ranking. That was 6 players who are not participating in Champs who ranked these 16 players. Now, I don't know if we have a slide for Ben as well, potentially. Not sure if we have that. Looks like we might. There you go. Ben Ungar, 11th overall. So 2nd in Pioneer, 5th in Modern, 14th in Elimination wins, 11th in ELO Project, and 14th in Pure rankings. So this is kind of like, players making tier lists and all those tier list memes that you've seen on Twitter. I have to say, I don't know if Dom's back. I can't tell. Nope. Dom still currently cannot hear Dom. I know I could see your lips moving, but I can't hear you. So we're just gonna keep pushing on until we get Dom back. So I guess chat, you're stuck here with me for now. But we do have, as we said, Ben winning game number 1. As far as the matchup post board is concerned, I'm not sure who necessarily gains more. Will does have a pretty, I think, a relatively sizable advantage in terms of the matchup. But as far as the post board games, not. I'm just gonna see. Trying to get Dom back here for a second. All right, looks like Twitch chat is saying that they also cannot hear Dom. So it's not just me. Wasn't sure if it was just me. I checked my headset too to make sure that I didn't turn it on or off, but we'll have to see if we can maybe get Dom back here in a second. But for now, chat, you are stuck with me. All right, so we have the appropriate correct duress art being cast here, and Ben just kind of flopping that migration into the graveyard. Rest of the hand is Topiary Stomper, Archangel of Wrath, and a couple of lands. All right, Dom, you're back. Try and speak, see if I can hear you. Still got nothing. I don't know, Dom. I don't know what happened. It's all right. We can figure this out. If we all believe in Dom, I believe that Dom can come back. We believe in him. So we got a couple of lands here for players. Nothing too crazy going on here. Just see. Okay, so land drops being made for both players. We got a Topiary Stomper here for Ben. It's going to go ahead and find a basic land. And we'll have to see what Will can muster up after this. Well, I heard something. I heard an audible noise. That must be the mic being unplugged.
If I made dinosaur sounds.
There we go. Dom, you're back.
Let's go.
This is the classic tech support issue of unplug it and plug it back in. I think we figured it out. We're actually tech support professionals. I don't know if chat knows.
Never
that,
fails. I am an official computer scientist, so using that knowledge that I studied for years, I finally solved my issue. So meanwhile, here on the battlefield, we have, I guess, dinosaurs versus predators dual decks going on here. Usually Shieldred has a better end of that, but usually this particular dinosaur is a prelude to bigger and better things for the round deck. So Shieldred, I think it makes sense to have that one in the deck. You need some amount of those threats, and Shieldred is a card which does demand an answer by itself, the way that something like a Trespasser does, and gets around Archangel, punishes them for up the Beanstalk and cards like that. So I do like the Shieldreds a lot, and again, Shieldred can't be your only thing, but maybe if this is followed up by a 6-drop, a 7-drop, it's gonna get well across the line here.
Yeah, this is almost like those March of the Machines team-ups where, Angels plus Dinosaurs just kind of on the same card, like a Atraxa plus Atali. I don't even know what the Atraxa and Atali card would be, but something along those lines. We see, looks like a Field of Ruin being fired off here for Will. Ben notably getting a basic island, already has a mountain in play. By the way, big fan of Ben's basic land choices. Those just absolutely beautiful. I don't know how you feel about those.
Yeah, I think my pitch for the Atraxa and Atali card would be you Atali into a card of each card type from the top 10 cards of each person's deck. How does that sound?
Balanced. I mean, if we're talking about
Any game designers out there, hit me up.
Yeah. If we're talking about fire design philosophy, that would probably cost like what, 5 mana, reasonable.
Look, you can never have too much of a good thing. Just take the chocolate, take the peanut butter, just smush them together there.
There's an Archangel of Wrath here for Ben. It's gonna kind of just go upstairs. Don't really have any other good targets. Not necessarily how Ben would want this game to go. And we did talk about during sideboarding, we weren't sure if those mid-range threats were going to come in, but looks like Will deciding that Shieldred is powerful enough, and most likely, realistically, it's probably just that he has enough bad cards. Like there's enough go for the throats and all of that nonsense that he just wants to get out of his deck and wants any card that just has relevant text at all against Ben.
Yeah, the Archangel looking a little mopey here, right? Like, it can't shoot down Shieldred, can't really block Shieldred, and then it can attack and buy back some of that life and race a bit that way, but that's not a great investment for your, a card that you spent 6 mana on up front.
Yeah, well, speaking of spending 6 mana not getting a great investment, Will hit an Ironcrag off of Carnosaur, which, doesn't look great, but if Will has a 7-drop and no additional land, then it's one of the better things he could have hit, I guess, assuming that that's the case, but we'll have to see. There's an Atraxa for Ben that is going to reveal... All right, we got a Forest, and it looks like a lot of lands. There's a Disdainful Stroke, a Beanstalk, and an Invasion. That's a relatively tame Atraxa.
It's still an Atraxa though. That's a nice use of 7 mana. But yeah, now the door is open for Will to come back in kind with an Atali, a Breach the Multiverse. There's no Cruelty of Gix in Will's version, so the line of kill your Atraxa, then reanimate it is not on the table here in the same way. But lots of ways that Will can outscale an Atraxa, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, he'll just hit his own Atraxa off a Breach. It's fine. But
His
yeah,
own Atraxa?
Well, he'll hit Ben's. You know what I mean. He'll hit Ben's Atraxa. I also missed the Archangel from the Atraxa, so it was actually a 5-card Atraxa. So I mean, okay, fine. Archangel, Disdainful Stroke, Beanstalk, Invasion land. We'll take it. And land here for Will. I wonder if we are potentially going to transform the Ironcrag. I don't know what the wording you would use on that. And it looks like we are going to get an interview with the winner of this match after, so be sure to stay tuned for that if you're watching at home. Okay, go for the throw, taking out Atraxa. Topiary Stomper is apparently on chump block duty. That's not necessarily where you want to be, but yeah, Ben just falling way too far behind in life total.
Funnily enough, Archangel off of an opposing Atali, given that this is not just big, but Rakdos, you can actually double kick an Archangel that you hit that way if you have the spare mana. So you can kind of turn some of Ben's cards against him in that sense. Some of the others, like Herd Migration, less impressive if being cast from the other side, but you can still kind of get the roulette wheel to land in interesting places.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And as you mentioned, maybe eventually hits like excuse me, up the Beanstalk, could like up the Beanstalk and then cast something else to kind of just draw more cards, because Will just has a plethora of 7-drops here. Okay, so Ben's at 4, facing down a whole lot of power and an active Shieldred. Does have a whole bunch of cards in hand from that attracts a turn, but it's not clear that any of them really answer the board in a meaningful way. Like you said, I mean, you can Archangel. These creatures have 5 and 6 toughness, so that's not really going to do much. I guess you can like Archangel, Dome Will for 4, go to 8, double block Carnosaur, gain 6, go to 14. Maybe that gets you somewhere, but it's unclear if that does.
Yeah, and you can't even lead off with Beanstalk to keep trying to dig for answers, because drawing cards in the face of the Shielded is a really risky proposition, and it's mandatory. You can't decline, so it's often dangerous in the domain mirrors, actually, where you're at risk of decking, but also in spots like this, where if your opponent has a Shieldred or something like a Fairy Mastermind out of the Esper decks, you have to draw the card and you have to punish yourself for doing it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen somebody with 8 cards in hand be in a worse position, but Ben has found a way to manage that. Yeah, just has like a lot of counter spells that were a little too late to the party, and there's a Cavern of Souls anyway, so it's not even clear the counter spells would have done that much. And yeah, just couldn't find like a leyline binding for the Shieldred or any sort of. I mean, even a herd migration wouldn't be too bad, right? You make 5/3/3s; those are
Yeah.
reasonable blockers. Like that would be a fine turn for Ben. Just doesn't have any of those. That his one payoff got answered and just doesn't really have anything left over.
Yeah, Ben cast an Atraxa that drew what 4 spells and a freebie land, and somehow that was mediocre in the face of what Will had just up front left over.
So we have a Topiary Stomper that gives us a decent double block on the Carnosaur at least. That means the Carnosaur can only trade for one of these two and gain a little bit of life. So on the board, you can double block Carnosaur, go to 7. Shieldred takes puts you back to 3. If I do my math right, and then the draw trigger puts you to 1. So theoretically has a turn left, but still gonna need gonna need Will to brick, and B, probably gonna have to draw something good too.
Yeah, and then if you are trying to double block the Carnosaur, then things get kind of funky if Will has removal or like another Carnosaur to damage something so that 3 damage is going to trample over. So it's still very dicey, even if you manage to line up those blocks properly.
Yeah, so Ben's actually just going to go ahead and play a second Angel with no trigger, just to give him a little bit better blocks. Will's going to lead with a big score here. Big score is going to gain a little bit of life, but more importantly, dig him closer to more of those 6 or 7 drops that potentially could get cast this turn. We'll have to see what Will draws here. We're tapping some mana. That is a Chandra Hope's Beacon, and that looks like the game is over. So we, Will Kowalchuk, going to be winning game number 2, and we are going to be going to game number 3 here. That's kind of more how we thought it was going to go. It honestly still surprised that Ben was able to take that game 1 down, but we are going to be going to game 3 here with Ben on the play. And I mean, how do you, the matchup is still, we have to assume that Will's favored, right?
I think so, yeah. And you saw the Shieldrids that we said maybe were a little marginal coming in mostly as upgrades to removal. You know, that Shieldred effectively soloed that game by itself. And if that was just yet another Brotherhood's End or something, then maybe we're telling a different story right now. So a meaningful upgrade, I think. And these Duresses are really nice as well. From Ben's side, it's kind of a weird situation where there are fewer dead cards to upgrade, and so his deck improves by less, which is kind of a good problem to have. But yeah, I still would like Will side of this matchup. Maybe Ben on the play. You know, if you can actually get underneath the Rakdos deck, you have the Stomper into Invasion nut draw or something like that, or you know, you have a negate for the one Breach the Multiverse or something. Ben has some moves, but I think on balance, yeah, I Will's deck is built for this matchup specifically, and I think it can deliver on that still.
So basically, what you're saying is that Ben has to transform into a Delver deck where we just go Topiary Stomper into 4 mana Archangel, or maybe even kick the Archangel once to deal 2, and then hold up some counter spells there. Jokingly, but I mean, realistically, that could be a path to victory, right? You just like have an early Stomper into Invasion, and then that one turn you attack, flip the Invasion, have 8 power in play, hold up a couple of counter spells. But the other issue with the counter spells is the presence of Cavern of Souls in Will's deck list. There are 3 copies alongside the 4 Carnosaurs, the 3 Atalis, and the Shieldreds in the post-board game. So, you know, if Will finds a Cavern of Souls and Ben has, you know, a counterspell, that lineup doesn't look super great unless the payoff is Breach, in which case then you can actually, your counterspells work against that card.
Yeah, or sometimes your negate's not going to hit the dinosaurs either way, but maybe to get there, Will needs to resolve a big score or something, and if you negate the big score, that's going to set him back a lot. So the Cavern in both of these decks, honestly, is a big upgrade that really makes it harder to attack them through conventional means. But those cards are still going to be good in some capacity. You know, you can find uses for those. But yeah, we've seen Arclight Phoenix as Delver already. This Topiary Stomper as Delver maybe makes some sense as well. You know, the Seed Sharks help out a bit. You play a shark, you hold open a counterspell, and then you hit that thing. You get an incubator that adds even more pressure. So it's an option, honestly. And Ben on the play maybe can execute well on that. I don't know.
Yeah, if we look at Ben's hand here, 2 negates, a herd migration, an archangel, and a pair of lands here, one of them being a cavern of souls. So, I mean, if you're Will, I almost just kind of want to take that herd migration and try to maybe hope that Ben just misses land drops or doesn't find an
Yeah.
invasion or something along those lines. Would also need a land to go with the invasion, so kind of makes sense to take this herd migration. But Will's deciding to go with one of the negates. Maybe has a further discard spell down the road and wants to try and clear the way for a big score.
Yeah, and if you know that your relevant spells can all be hit by negate, at some point you have to just fight through those, and just getting the first one out of the way, you may as well just do that right now. And this is, I mean, how I was going to say, how tempted are you to just negate this Iron Crag? And Ben is very tempted indeed, apparently.
Yeah, I'm kind of into it because if Will has a turn 3 Shieldred, your negate's not good enough. And if you let the Ironcrag resolve and then he will go Shieldred, you're just kind of stuck with that negate in hand. So I kind of like it just to delay the Shieldred for at least a turn. Although, it's not clear that Ben has a good enough answer to the Shieldred on turn 4, assuming that there is a 4th land here for Will.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it sounds a little obvious or flippant, but to cast your 6 and 7 mana spells, you need 6 or 7 mana sources. And this Rakdos deck, it doesn't have a conventional card draw. Like we said, it doesn't have much card filtering. And so, yeah, if you can counterspell a mana source, then you can often delay those big haymakers by at least a turn, if not several turns.
Yeah, and Will's going to go ahead and fire off this Field of Ruin to get a red mana source. Potentially needs a red mana for big score, or just wants to, just use the mana while we have it available to us. We'll have to see what Will's follow up here. Does have a decent amount of 4 drops. We mentioned the shield rids, the big scores, one of those. And knowing the 75s too, if we take a look back at Ben's sideboard, there are 2 copies of negates and 2 copies of disdainful strokes. So with both of those negates gone, that's actually really big knowledge that Will no longer has to worry about negate on breach. So there are less things to worry about from Will's side.
Exactly. And this big score, in the face of 2 negates, 2 strokes, or whatever, might feel riskier. But once you've seen both negates are gone, and most of Ben's hand, you can fire that one off and feel pretty safe about it.
And the big score does resolve here, so we'll have to see which, if Will has a follow-up, and Cavern of Souls, perfect, because that fights through the Disdainful Strokes that we don't know that is Ben's hand, but we know that those are the only counter spells left over. And here's Anatoly. So let's see if we can hit Anatraxa. There's the Archangel you mentioned. And Carnosaur. Well, that's a pretty good one, Dom. What do you think about that?
Yeah, let's spin the wheel again. Let's keep going.
Let's keep going. I kind of wish that Will was playing Geological Appraiser just so you could do like this and then Carnosaur into Appraiser into something else, and just kind of keep going.
You are the problem. You're why we keep having to ban these these cascade mechanics.
And then we see a Duress here for Ben. Ben does have a binding to respond with, so has some sort of interaction here. I don't know if it matters, but oh no, there is 4 colors. I thought the binding cost 3. So 2 mana binding. Going to take off the Atali, and what else do we have? Cycle Herd Migration. Okay, so that can potentially get a Swamp. Although I saw an Archangel in Ben's hand, so might want to actually go for a second Plains here. See what he gets. Does go for the Swamp. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe there's some debate too over, do you want a second white source, or if you draw a Sunfall, depending on how many left in the deck, you can cast that more easily. But when you have the Archangel in hand, got to be tempting to kind of trade your Archangel back with the other one, and then you don't love your spot still, but you're not under too much pressure in the short term.
Yep, and then drew Jetmir's Garden for turn, so the hand is face up. There's the Boseiju and the Archangel that we know about. I mean, this is 10 power. There's another Carnosaur here for Will. That's going to hit a big score. I mean, it just seems... I mean, outside of Ben keeping in Sunfalls, which there is the potential of that. He's going to need one of those cards to get out of this. It's not going to take one removal spell is not going to do it, or maybe even an Atraxa. It's not even clear that that's good enough.
Yeah, Carnosaur is so big; it can just attack pretty freely into Atraxa.
Exactly. So Ben's going to take a draw step, see what we find. Does have that Archangel plus Swamp that we know about. Looks like he picked up a Beanstalk. So you can Beanstalk to try and hit Sunfall. And then if you miss Archangel with one activation, because we'll have 5 mana left over, that'll put you up to 15. You can bounce Archangels, go to 16, take 14, go to 2. Or no, 18, take 14, go to 4. So in theory, you can survive a turn, but you're really going to need one of those sweepers here for Ben.
I guess without the second white source too, even the hope of redrawing into Sunfall, I guess we've got the gun now, so that's fine. But then now the Archangel only gets to just shoot for one thing, doesn't even kill its kind of nemesis on the other side. Yeah, this is rough. Ben needed to hit. He took the gamble to try and stay in the game, but I think we're going to see him fully in the hole here before too long.
And there's a Shieldred here for Will. And I believe any removal spell is just lethal. Removal spell on the Archangel, that's 17 damage. And there's the removal spell. That should be good enough here, assuming we have life totals correct, and I believe we do. That is going to be the match. Will Kowalchuk taking it 2-1 over Ben. Ben was able to take that game 1, which we thought was a little surprising, but the post-board games kind of went as though we thought. And we'll be getting a winner's interview with Will here in just a little bit. But what do you think of that match?
I like big Rakdos. I like dinosaurs. That was everything I've wanted, both as a Timmy and as a thoughtful, educated Spike. I mean, that really just hit on all registers. But yeah, I mean, Will made this deck choice with this in mind, and it did the job, passed the assignment. We'll see how it holds up against some of the blue-black or Esper decks in the field, decks that maybe can go underneath it with counter magic, and that might be a little scarier. But if it can handle those, then you kind of outscale everything else, and so it's a pretty good place to be.
Absolutely, and it looks like we are ready to go to our winner's interview here with Will Kowalchuk. So if we can go ahead and switch that over to that in a second. And here we go. Will Kowalchuk, congratulations on winning that match over Ben Ungar. Rakdos ramp, or I guess you call it big Rakdos. Talk to me about this standard deck, the Rakdos deck. What caused you to play this many big cards?
Rakdos ramp is just a deck I've been having probably the most fun with of all the standard decks. It's also pretty good against, in my opinion, the most popular deck, Domain, because they don't run that many great answers to my threats like Atali, Beseech the Multiverse, and the Discover Dinosaur, Trumpeting Carnosaur. It all lines up pretty well. And against the more aggressive decks, I have a bunch of Wraths in the deck too.
We've seen you make a name for yourself on the series in a bunch of different formats with a bunch of different decks, kind of showing your range, putting yourself on the map. What was the process for you heading into this tournament where the stakes are pretty high and you have 3 different formats to prepare for with this kind of strange small metagame all at the same time?
For this, most of my testing was put into Modern and Standard, just because coming out of the RC season of Pioneer, I feel like had a lot of Pioneer testing. I kind of want to explore more Standard, which I haven't really touched much for a while. And then Modern, I did some testing for that too, but really kind of divvying it up in a way that gave me the best experience for the formats I haven't tested much.
Well, you did end up registering Rakdos in all 3 formats, so
Yep.
you clearly like to play your Blood Crypts and Blackleaf Cliffs. What's kind of funny is if you think about it, all 3 of the Rakdos decks are kind of like in a different spot on the spectrum, where you have the standard deck is obviously all the way over here.
Mhm.
You have the Pioneer deck that's a little bit more aggressive, and then I guess the Modern deck is probably more aggressive, and the Pioneer deck's kind of in the middle. But yeah, was that like a conscious decision? Do you think that Rakdos is the best for all 3? Was it a small field type of metagame call?
For me, I just like the the more feel of the Rakdos decks, and it kind of fights on all the spectrum of standard being a slower format that I could take advantage of with the big spell deck. Modern, there's a lot of diversity, and being able to play either a aggressive Grief Scam hand or a slower Shieldred mid-range Fable hand. And in Pioneer, it was just kind of, again, off the RC season, I was thinking Rakdos NT has been doing well. I'll just register more Rakdos mid-range and kind of see how it goes.
We saw you get off to a shaky start in Pioneer, but starting to rebound here in Standard, win on the board. How do you feel about each of the formats in relative terms? So now that we're out of Pioneer for now, do you feel a little more confident?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Again, Pioneer being the format I did test of all the 3 formats the least for. I kind of wasn't expecting to do exceptional, but I'm feeling pretty good about Standard and Modern.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations, Will. Thank you very much for taking the time to interview us, and best of luck in the rest.
Thank you.
All right. That was, like we said, winner of the match, Will Kowalchuk. Let's see if we can maybe get you back over to the booth in just a second here. And yeah, there was a very, very entertaining match. I don't know if we potentially have a backup match for you guys. Well, maybe we get production on that in just a second to see if we have kind of a feature match B or anything like that. But yeah, just the really, really good showcase to start the standard format. I don't know if we have the metagame slide as well. I'll see if I can pull up I did go ahead and get some information on the standard metagame. So it looks like we have, from my notes, I have 5 domain decks, 5 Esper mid, and then a whole slew of one-ofs. We got 1 Rakdos mid, 1 blue-white Mentor. That deck's pretty sweet. The Rakdos ramp deck that we just saw, Golgari mid-range, Dimir mid-range, and then the 4-color Legends deck. So I don't know how much standard you've been playing, Dom. I've been playing a little bit more in preparation for the RSQ season. But how does this metagame shake out? Does this sound like a standard format?
Yeah, I've been playing a decent amount, and yeah, I think Domain is the most popular deck, the litmus test that you have to pass, and then various varieties of Esper and Dimir and just color combinations in that range, and then the various Rakdos decks, which again go all across the spectrum. So I would say those are like the 3 big families of decks that you would expect, and then there's some spicy options like the Haughty Mentor deck that you see there, the 4-color Legends deck with Slogurk and Inti and all these crazy loops. So there's some fun stuff on the fringes if you're into that sort of thing. But if you're just looking at what are the decks I need to play, what are the decks I need to beat, then yeah, Domain, Esper, Rakdos, I would say are the 3 big ones.
Yeah, and then there's these spicy ones, the 4-color Legends deck and the Haughty Mentor deck. That was Kyle Gonzalez in the 4-color Legends, and then Chris Smith on the Mentor deck. So, very excited to see if maybe we can get one of those in the feature match area for you guys. But that's what standard looks like. I don't know if you want to take a look and see that if we have the slide available for the next upcoming event. That is oh no, never mind. We're going to the backup match. Okay, so we have a backup match. Wasn't sure if we have that, but we do in fact have a backup match. So let's see if we can get you down over there. We have Matthew Hoey on Esper Legends and Grayson Nimitz on Amalia combo. That can't be right. Okay, let's see if we can get this right. So Grayson, I believe, is Domain.
Grayson is Domain, yeah. Amalia would be a very exotic deck choice for this portion at least. And yeah, we're seeing Matthew Hoey on some variety of Esper. Like within the Esper label, there's a lot of card choices at each slot on the curve, lots of ways you can configure it. We saw the World Championships be run by like dedicated Esper legends. So Skrelv and Thalia and trying to curve out in that way. The lists that we see now are a little more kind of mid-rangey all over the place. Different 2-drops, different 3-drops. You can really kind of pick your color focus, pick your strategic focus. For Hoey's list, this is kind of classic Esper. Wedding Announcement, Virtue of Loyalty. He's got a pretty heavy white focus, but also some of the big new black cards like Deep Cavern Bat, for example, which like that's one of the real game changers from Lost Caverns of Ixalan, and you're going to see 4 copies of that in basically all of the black mid-range decks, unless they're going very big to the point where they're not even mid-range anymore.
Yeah, unless you're talking about big Rakdos. But yeah, the some of the Legends decks that we've seen in the past, had like 4 copies of Plaza of Heroes, and then you saw the stuff like 4 main deck Danik, 4 Thalias, 4 Fiends, and just somewhere between 25 to 28 Legends. This deck is, toned down the creature suite a bit. You mentioned those bats and those wedding announcements, but it's much more of a mid-range deck than a, dedicated Legends deck. And then the interaction here, we have 2 cut downs, 2 go for the throats, 2 destroy evils, and 4 make disappears to pair with our flash threats like Mastermind, Tishana's Tidebinder. And then as far as Grayson is concerned, kind of the typical fare for Domain. So you have the Beanstalks and the Invasion of Zendikars along with the Topiary Stompers to kind of ramp you out a little bit. 4 Archangel of Wrath, 3 Atraxas, 6 Wraths, a couple of 4 Herd Migrations, and then a Nissa. So we do have, that is kind of the deck list and the way that Grayson's deck is set up. But as far as the matchup is concerned, who do you think is ahead in this particular matchup, Dom?
So it's always weird to ask, how's your Esper matchup? Because so much of that depends on how the Esper deck is built. And the matchup is never too extreme in one reason or one direction or the other. And that's a big reason to play Esper, is that you always have a decent shot and the matchups are all pretty close. So if you said, you're going to be playing against a bunch of Domain, you can build an Esper deck with that in mind. Likewise, you're going to be playing against a lot of aggro or a lot of big Rakdos. You could build a deck that really targets those. Trying to do all of that at once is where the difficulty comes in, and it makes building those decks pretty difficult. I would prefer being on the Esper side, I think. And looking at Hoey's list, I think it's pretty well set up with this matchup. I need to know more before I can answer how the Esper matchup is most of the time.
Sure. That's fair. So we as of right now, we don't know how the Esper matchup is, but maybe after this matchup, we can go ahead and figure that out. So Grayson has a couple of Up the Beanstalks, and I have to imagine one of your better cards in this matchup, because that can let you fight through those make disappears, where even if your, say Atraxa or Herd Migration is getting make disappeared, you're still getting up 2 cards in that exchange. So you can use those cards to just find more big payoffs, and something's eventually gonna stick. They can't answer everything. So that's kind of the where Grayson's going. And Archangel of Wrath too, another very good card in this matchup in particular, because there are going to be situations where it's going to be able to kill multiple things from Matthew while also providing a 3/4 blocker. And if Hoey can't get that off the battlefield, that 3/4 blocks basically everything in Hoey's deck.
Yeah, Arcade is a really scary card. Often Atraxa is so expensive that you can go underneath it, or you can remove it and then kill them that turn, or they have the Sunfall you can recover. Archangel cleans up your board and it's just a big threat by itself, just kind of covering both axes there. So yeah, often that is the scariest card from the Esper side. And Hoey's list, it's almost a classic list in the sense of it has these white enchantments like the wedding announcements and the virtues and so on that really help to grind out the mid-range mirrors, but those are not really where you want to be against the Esper deck. They're just going way over the top of you. So you see other Esper decks in this field with your more flash threats or more counter spells or more flyers, or just 2-drop threats like the subterranean schooner, just other ways to really apply pressure early. Hoey's list moving a little bit away from that, at least in game 1, and can get outmuscled a bit here as a response.
Absolutely. So looks like Hoey is going to. I saw a bat at some point. Not sure where that bat came from, but we're taking a draw step here. We have a Destroy Evil, a bat, and a card that I could not quite get a good glimpse of in Hoey's hand. And, this bat can potentially take a threat, but if Grayson just has multiple threats in hand, it's not clear that that is necessarily good enough. And I think that qualifies as multiple threats, Dom.
Yes.
And
it sure does. Yeah, and this is the phase of the game where it like all hope is lost from the Esper side. Like if Grayson was on 8 life, let's say, maybe you think there's some way that you punk him out or you find a way, but from this position it just feels totally hopeless.
Yeah, I mean, you can take one of the threats, but Grayson even just has the ability to cast Binding to kill the bat and draw 2 cards. So, I mean, that's really off the table. I mean, I guess Hoey does have the Destroy Evil in hand, so you can take the Atraxa, binding gets cast, you can destroy evil with the trigger on the stack to make sure that your bat stays in play, but that's also giving Grayson 2 cards and still has an additional follow-up threat. Yeah, this one seems pretty difficult here for Grayson. And Grayson says, you know what? I'm not even going to fire off this binding. I don't even, unless maybe the Triumph didn't produce white. I didn't quite get a good glimpse of that. Couldn't quite tell what that Triumph behind the island is. But in any case, we have a 1-1 along with the Topiary Stomper. And I mean, at the bare minimum, we can at least fire off we could fire off the Herd Migration to make a whole bunch of 3/3s. See if Grayson wants to go towards that and see what the follow-up is here. We're tapping 6, which means probably an Archangel. Yeah. That's just going to clear out both of the creatures on Hoey's side of the battlefield and leave him with basically nothing left. And the Atraxa gets back. Yeah, this one seems, we don't like to call it too early on coverage, but I'm not really sure there's a sequence of cards that gets Hoey out of this one.
Yeah, we may have prematurely declared a game to be over one way that actually swung the other direction. This one, I think, is safe to say. Grayson will be up a game here, and yeah, Hoey has finally seen enough. Going to be moving on to the post-board games where his main deck, as you said, is laden down with some of these kind of clunkers that aren't suited for the matchup. He has a lot of good sideboard cards to replace him with, though, so maybe likes his odds better.
Yeah,
post-board.
and then speaking of the sideboard games, I don't know if we can get the sideboards up on screen for you guys. I know you were asking for deck lists, so we could take a look and see exactly how Hoey is going to transform this particular deck list. So there are some cards here that kind of stand out to me: the Disdainful Strokes and the Negate, along with the Duresses. Past that, maybe want to go towards something like Shieldred as more of a mid-range threat, sticky threat. Not sure if there's anything else past then. You could maybe consider Destroy Evil for Leyline Binding, but I guess it also answers the Archangel as well. What do you think, Dom?
Yeah, Destroy Evil is one of the best removal spells in the matchup, and a reason to be an Esper, honestly, over Blue-Black is that it has binding, so it can even trade with the Beanstalk in a pinch if the game is lining up in that direction. So yeah, would definitely want all the Destroy Evils. Disdainful Stroke, Duress, those are pretty obvious. Negate. I think I like Shieldred too, where it can get swept up by sweepers and so on, but as we saw against the Rakdos deck, like sometimes it just takes over the game by itself and is pretty good against Archangel. So I like that one as well, I think. And then you could make a case for Loran maybe against like Beanstalk or Leyline Binding, but I think we have enough other good options to not need that one.
Absolutely. So that's going to be what Matthew Hoey is looking towards. If we can take a look at Grayson Nimitz's sideboard and a deck list, we will show you what Grayson has to work with here for a domain. Looks like we have a couple of Chrome Host Seed Sharks. Maybe wants to go towards those, although it's kind of awkward when they have 4 Destroy Evils, but maybe those Destroy Evils are a bit taxed. You could go towards Jace the Perfected Mind, but not sure if you want to. Lithomantic Barrage is a good way to maybe answer Rafine. You have your own counter spells. Maybe you want to go towards Negate and then potentially the Lockdown to clean up the bats, although past bat, it doesn't kill a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I do like the Shark. As you said, it dies to Destroy Evil, but so does everything. So you've got to fight through those at some point. And also, otherwise, just good blocker, works well with your own sweepers even. So I like that kind of a lot. And then the Barrage is good answer to Rafine. Don't even have to pay the 1 for ward, but also can just snipe off a bat, snipe off some of the other cheaper threats. So pretty minimal sideboarding, I think. And then maybe shaving. Some people like to cut the invasions in this matchup. You can shave some of the top end stuff like an Atraxa. The Nissa, it usually would come out, but maybe if you think these wedding announcements and virtues and stuff are staying in, you could argue for keeping it. But pretty minimal sideboarding for Grayson. Going to be more of the same mostly, whereas Hoey, this is part of the flexibility of the Esper deck, right? You get to kind of overhaul what you're doing as you see fit.
Exactly. So looks like we have game number 2 ready for you guys. And so just get that up on your screen in just a second. And like I said, we have Grayson Nimitz, who won game number 1. Hoey's going to be on the play for game number 2. As far as sideboarding is concerned, we talked about how it seems like Hoey's going to be boarding in a lot more. So my guess is that, Hoey is going to be benefiting a lot more from sideboarding because he's sort of transforming his deck, gets to cut a lot of those dead cards, whereas Grayson's just getting some very minimal upgrades. But as far as like the matchup post board, I would have to imagine, I think I like Hoey's position a little bit more just because of how much he's improving.
I would agree with that. Yeah. And this is the question about how you target your Esper deck, right? So do you want to optimize the deck for the game one matchup at the cost of those or other stuff? Or do you kind of do what Hoey does and say, look, I have so many good sideboard cards that even if I'm a bit behind in game one, I like my odds enough post board to make up the difference there. And I'm going to go with the configuration that maybe appeals to me more just across the board.
Absolutely. So Grayson appears to have taken a mulligan. So we're going to start on 6. Hoey, I believe, starting on 7. And we're off to the races. Restless Anchorage versus Jetmir's Garden. We'll have to see if Hoey has a turn 2 bat. Really wants to be able to, ideally would like to be able to answer a up the beanstalk 1-for-1 as opposed to something like Destroy Evil that puts you down on card parity. And, also it does have the 4 make disappear. So that could be something as well. Going to go ahead and pass on turn number 2. Grayson is going to go for the beanstalk. Let's see if Hoey has an answer. And you see, make disappear and destroy evil. Now the question is, from Hoey, do you fire off the make disappear here? And he does.
Yeah, ideally, you'd want Fairy Mastermind. That card has had a resurgence, partially because of how popular Domain and Beanstalk is, where your opponent has Beanstalk, you respond with Fairy Mastermind, you immediately get a card back, kind of keeping up with them on cards and have a source of pressure. And then every time they trigger it again, well, you get another card. So that works out really nicely. You're going to see here from Hoey, Tashana's Tiebinder countering the ETB on this second Beanstalk. Worth noting, though, Tiebinder is more specific in what it shuts down after that point. So the Beanstalk will keep its abilities, and future cards that would trigger it will still get Grayson that extra card. So easy to miss that. It's a little counterintuitive, but important detail there.
Definitely. So Tidebinder going, in the red zone here, and Hoey just wants to kind of almost play like this Delver sort of game. Yeah, Deep Cavern Bat, hold up some interaction. Yeah, just more Delvers. And there's a Barrage, a Topiary Stomper, and 2 copies of Sunfall. So Grayson's hand has some stuff, but not a lot of mana to cast that stuff. Whatever you think you take here from Matt, my guess is probably Barrage because you want to keep your Tidebinder pressure in play.
Yeah, and also if you leave the Barrage and take something else, the Barrage can just kill the bat and then get back that card. So you can constrict the options by taking Barrage. You might also think, well, that at least makes Grayson use a mana. So let's say Grayson doesn't draw a land. Okay, he uses the Barrage, but then can't cast a Stomper again on the same turn or something. So yeah, it looks like Hoey's going to try and choke the mana there. And even if Grayson does draw the right kind of land to do that, not the end of the world. But yeah, the Cavern is a nice draw there. That does the job.
That's the perfect draw, because then, yeah, Cavern. Well, I guess you Cavern on Dinosaur, which does, gets you through a potential make disappear too. So that's actually huge. I can't quite tell if Hoey had the make disappear. It looks like I think Destroy Evil, go for the throat, and then a potential third card here. I'm not sure what that last card is. And then, so you have Grayson able to hit the land drops, and then we know about those 2 Sunfalls. So, is able to really kind of, if the board gets a little bit too clogged, then can sort of try to reset with one of those Sunfalls. And, is also set up very, very well to draw an Archangel, right? Because now we have double white and the other red to be able to pay for it. So we can Archangel get down that Tidebinder if Grayson finds one of those.
Yeah, so this turn worked out perfectly for Grayson. Hoey's going to need ideally another source of pressure and more disruption to stay in it, because otherwise, those Sunfalls and just all the big hitters are going to keep taking over.
All right, so we'll have to see what Hoey picks up here.
So herd migration getting cycled here. And I think you saw Hoey use the Destroy Evil on the Beanstalk finally. I think realizing that, look, at this point, if Grayson is going to be drawing more cards every time he casts a Sunfall or something, he's going to be getting to 6 or 7 mana, and then all of his big hits are on the table. Whereas this way, he casts a Sunfall, but then maybe. Whereas if all those Sunfalls are drawing extra cards, then it becomes more tricky. And Wandering Emperor is actually a nice extra source of pressure here. 6 around after a Sunfall, but can add some pressure here, go wide if you want to, or you can stack up counters on one particular thing. So really nice pickup. And if he has something like Make Disappear or Disdainful Stroke to pair with it, then I think Hoey might be back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if you think about clocks, right, you go Wandering Emperor, counter on the 2/2, hit for 6, that puts Grayson to 8, and then the additional counter is 1 point short next turn, but if you can make up that damage with the Restless Anchorage, then theoretically you would have a lethal attack next turn. So we're going to go counter on the Tidebinder, and we are going to hit for 6, see if Grayson has any responses. Looks like we do not. And I don't know, I'm looking at Grayson's life pad. Okay, Grayson is, so we're taking 6, falling to 11 there. Okay. I think we may have had the life totals wrong because I think we might have missed the 3 from the herd migration. I think it's where we're off.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you mentioned the Anchorage, which has just been kind of tugged away at the back there since Hoey's first turn, but that card is a big piece of the puzzle against Domain, where after they sweep the board, you now immediately have another source of pressure once again, and that often is the difference between falling too far behind or being able to get across the finish line.
Yep, and then Duress going to take the other Sunfall, it looks like. And, Hoey could maybe go fire up the Anchorage, counter on it with the Wandering Emperor, hit for 3, that puts Grayson to 8. Looks like we're going to go for a token here. Token, attack for 2, Grayson to 9, get a map. And then next turn, you can make it a 2-turn clock with the Wandering Emperor counter because it's 5 and 5. We're also going to go for map post-combat to potentially look for something to cast next turn. Finds a Go for the Throat, doesn't need access to that at this point. And kind of at the mercy of whether or not Grayson can find a good top deck here. I mean, we're looking for an Archangel. That's probably the best one.
Yeah, and it's interesting how often we end up saying that, right? For now, though, Grayson, if he doesn't find some big thing, probably best option is just to flip the Incubator, try and finish the Emperor off, force a chump on the token. But we'll see if anything else appeals to him.
Yeah, turns out go for the Throat, not so great against these Incubator tokens, better against the, Traxxas and Angels of the world. There's also, I don't know if this maybe comes up, but there's a Mirex over there chilling on Grayson's side that can maybe sort of help pressure the Atraxa, but I guess we'd have to find an answer for the 2/2 to make that relevant.
Yeah, I think the Emperor it's not a win condition by itself at this point. It's almost holding something up to distract everything else while the Anchorage finishes the job here. So yeah, we're going to see Sunfall just making a baby Incubator, and then that in turn clears the way for the big one to finish off the Wandering Emperor. So Grayson has the more impressive board, but is on a 3-turn clock, and Hoey has the Anchorage. So you're again like these creature lands just really coming in clutch here.
Yeah, Anchorage looking very, very impressive. Grayson's cast 2 Wraths this game, 2 Sunfalls, was able to answer the multiple creatures, able to answer the Wandering Emperor, and this Anchorage, like, if you look at the removal spells in Grayson's deck list, those Leyland Bindings do not touch this Anchorage. So, Matthew or Hoey is in a very, very clear spot to win this race as of right now. And it's going to come down to whether or not Grayson can find maybe an Angel or something along those lines to sort of stymie the tide a little bit.
Yeah, I mean Grayson's deck is full of bangers at this point, but also full of mana sources and these conditional sweepers and so on. So he's only got a draw step or 2, but there's a lot of good hits here. And Hoey kind of missing after things worked out so well for him in the mid game, has not really found any more action yet.
Yeah, big draw step, and that is an invasion. So that is going to do it. Hoey going to go ahead and win game number 2, with just on the back of that Restless Anchorage. Just very, very surprising at how well that was able to kind of answer multiple of those sweepers. And we'll be going to game 3 here in just very, very shortly. There is me. Okay, so I don't know if we are ready to go don't know if we lost Dom here for a second, but I don't know if we're ready to go to game number 3. If we do have that up, we will, because it's a time-shifted match, we will go ahead and get that for you in just a second. There, Dom's back. Hey, Dom.
Hello. Yeah, that was. I think that game too is how a lot of these games go, right? Where it's kind of down to the wire. One top deck on either side could dramatically swing how the game plays out, but then the Esper deck just about crawls over the line just in time. On the draw, though, going to be a lot harder in game 3. So even though I think, as we said, Hoey improves more in sideboarding, just play versus draw. I mean, it's people say this about every deck in every format, right? But certainly is no less true here than it is anywhere else. It does matter a lot.
Pretty big duress here, able to take up the Beanstalk. And I don't know if you take a look at Grayson's hand, but we kept 6 lands Beanstalk, so there are no spells left over here after this duress. That is a massive, massive duress here for Hoey.
Yeah, although one of the nice things about the Triomes is that if you're flooded, you can just cycle those, keep trying to take for action. And maybe Hoey has some kind of hand which is disruptive, but not fast, doesn't have much pressure. And at that point, Grayson has a lot of live top decks and a lot of draw steps to find them.
Absolutely. It looks like we picked up the red Triomes. We're going to go ahead and play that. I believe we have Jund Bant. I think that's a Jund one, but I'm not 100% positive. Chad, if I get it wrong, please don't yell at me at home. We don't have Mason here to confirm me. I don't know. Maybe we can put Dom to the test.
Okay, so I think that's Gemma's Garden Sparrow's headquarters.
Okay.
Although
I thought it was Zia Torres, but
although that doesn't help unless you know what those mean. Like, not sure what a Ragun Triome is when it's at home. But here is Deep Cavern Bat, which is kind of funny how Bat is at its worst when your opponent's hand is also at its worst, which applying a little bit of beatdown. Doing
swing and a miss. I mean, that's just Delver. That's Delver before it flips. We picked up a Topiary Stomper here for Grayson. It's going to go ahead and find us another land. Not quite able to play offense or defense yet. We need a couple more lands for that to happen. And yeah, I mean, it's really just going to come down to whether or not Grayson can find a payoff, and if Matthew has a counterspell or some sort of answer for that payoff. A little bit of pressure in play, nothing too crazy now, but that Virtue in a couple of turns might be able to turn up the pressure a little bit for Matthew.
Yeah, this is not a matchup where Virtue kind of comes into play, but games like this where neither player is really doing anything, that's where having that free extra option really shines.
Ooh, I don't know if you took a peek at the draw step there for Grayson, Dom, but that was an Archangel of Wrath. We've been saying it this whole match. It would be really nice for Grayson if he drew an Archangel of Wrath, and right on time, finally drew one. So we'll have to see if Matt Hoey does have a counter spell. We got some players looking towards judges. Oh, there's the Cavern of Souls. I guess the counter spell doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and he has a few other ways to neuter part of it. So you've got Urtide, countering abilities, Sashana's Tidebinder. But Tidebinder versus Archangel is a little strange because if you double kick it, there are 2 separate triggers. So you can counter one of those and then turn off the lifelink. But then something is still getting shot for 2, and there's still a solution at best.
All right. I don't know if there's some sort of judge call here. We got players looking at the camera, looking at the other match. We'll have to see what is okay. There's Cavern. So I would assume Cavern on Angel. We're going to cast this Archangel, and like you said, we'll have to see if Hoey has one of the Urtais or Shana's Tidebinders. Taking a look at his hand, I don't think I see one. I think I see Destroy Evil, multiple copies. That might be an Emperor, though. So you could Emperor, put a counter on the 2/2 to save it from the Archangel trigger. That could be something that Hoey wants to go towards.
Sure, yeah. Then you pump it again. It's a 4/4 that can attack, and maybe you kill the Archangel after that. So it's not nothing. But as I learned the hard way the first time this came up, even killing the Archangel in response to the triggers, it still had lifelink last I checked. So still going to gain that life buffer back, which if that wasn't the case, that would actually be highly relevant in a lot of these like close racing games. This is not one of those, and certainly it's not anymore after the Archangel does his thing.
Absolutely. So, and maybe I was mistaken. Maybe that wasn't an emperor, or we're saving the emperor to be able to kill the archangel. That could be interesting. But maybe I had the read wrong. Maybe that wasn't an emperor.
Right. Which my read was the same as yours, but I actually wonder, given the threat of Emperor, I wonder if Grayson's even meant to attack with the Archangel here. Just attack with your Vigilant Stomper. Don't give Matt. Yeah, there it is. Don't give Hoey a good target, and just keep doing your thing. Make him waste his mana every turn. Waste his time.
See, it's a little. I'm wondering about that sequence. So, if you Emperor put a counter on the 2/2, like you said, you can follow up, make another counter, make it a 4/4 first strike, and then have Destroy Evil to answer the Archangel. But it looks like Hoey has decided to, take into the different library, waiting on the Angel to attack to Emperor it, and then now maybe can load up on the Deep Cavern Bat. Interesting decision here for Hoey. Maybe prioritizes the Destroy Evil and wants to save that for something down the road.
And a very timely bat here, taking the second Archangel, which the bat itself is still a little fragile, but that Archangel would have been a back-breaking follow-up. So if Grayson misses again, maybe Hoey has a window back in, but Grayson's separating out some mana here.
Yeah, we drew something, unless we're.
So I don't know if I like those odds.
Well, that's a lot of mana.
Oh, well, okay.
Sometimes you get
Okay.
Thoughtseize bugged, I guess.
It's a third Archangel that gets you, as it turns out.
Yeah.
And get him, it sure will. This is a massacre.
Yeah, kill your Emperor, kill your Deep Cavern Bat, get another Archangel. I mean, this game just, again, we call games too early on coverage, but this one's going to be really, really tough for Hoey to get out of. Yeah, I'm wondering. I wonder how different this game would have been if we had taken the other line where we go Emperor, make it a 3/3, untap, make it a 4/4, attack, destroy evil your Archangel. I don't know. I mean, it's obviously a different game, but that's interesting to think about. But in any case, Grayson going to grab that Archangel back, and can even just start getting in with the Topiary Stomper. This one is slipping away little by little here for Hoey.
Yeah, that big decision point is interesting, because Grayson may have thought if Hoey had the Emperor, he would want to save his token in that way. And so if he didn't, maybe he thinks the coast is cleared to start attacking with the Archangel. Whereas if Hoey kind of has the read that I'm going to get to eat the Archangel with the Emperor, I think it makes sense to hold it at that point. So a lot of it comes down to just your read on your opponent. Although it's always weird with the Emperor, where often you try and play well or play thoughtfully by not attacking with stuff, and then they don't have it, and your caution or your cowardice is just giving them all the time in the world to make it happen.
Yeah, now there's a Rafine here for Hoey, so was able to find another bat to take the Archangel and a Rafine, so not too bad. I mean, a decent number of setup, but at this point, just at the mercy of the top of Grayson's deck, as we talked about. This domain deck just has a whole bunch of just unbelievable top decks. And there's a Chrome Host Seed Shark. That's not necessarily one of the better ones, but I mean, it's not even that bad. They can check the Deep Cavern Bat for a little bit, make attacks awkward for Hoey, and if that couples with any other expensive card later down the road, then the incubator tokens can start to amount a massive amount of pressure here.
Yeah, things have weirdly kind of stabilized, but in a way that still definitely favors Grayson. So I guess if Matt can kill, I guess we can attack first, and then if we have a removal spell, kind of reconsider once we've connived.
I think the hand for Hoey is Disdainful Stroke, Destroy Evil, and Rafine's Tower. So we're discarding the Rafine's Tower, going to keep Destroy Evil, Disdainful Stroke. So now I guess you can just blow up the Chrome Host Seed Shark if you want to. We're going to go for Virtue. I like that play because you kind of have to hope that Grayson can brick a draw step anyways, and this Virtue can actually put a decent amount of pressure on Grayson.
That's 7 mana.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Okay.
Oh,
it was end step.
Never mind.
You see what Grayson did there? He just took Grayson did the top card of the deck right into play. I love it. Just that was beautiful. And it was a plains.
I would definitely draw my card, excitedly separate out 7 lands, and then just kidding, go. You know, you gotta put the fear in him. But yeah, I like the virtue play too. You know, it feels scary to like take the shield down, but if it works, well, now actually Hoey's building a board, and he can start making these good attacks. He can start conniving onto the bat, and the bat has lifelink, so he's clawing some of that life back. So you take an immediate risk, but the payoff is really high, and you're seeing that now, right? We'll pass the turn. We'll now have 2 things that Grayson can't attack into, and actually Hoey is kind of establishing control, which it only takes one uncounterable top deck Detraxer to mess that all up, but we have a map to the end now.
Yeah, I mean, Hoey's hand is crazy now. He's got Disdainful Stroke, Negate, and Destroy Evil in hand, so has a lot of stuff covered. We're essentially down 3 Archangels because there's 1 under the bat, and then 2 of them are gone in other means. So only 1 of those left. The Atraxas, as we talked about, but Hoey has kind of everything else covered. We have Sunfall covered, Herd Migration, Leyline Binding, all of that stuff. And yeah, choosing to interesting choice choosing not to kill the Seed Shark. I guess we're saving that Destroy Evil for maybe a Resolve Atraxa or a potential Leyline Binding, which I guess kind of makes sense. And here's a Sunfall here for Grayson. Hoey can just kind of choose whichever counterspell he wants to use.
Yeah, I mean that can sure get stroked. It does leave a big incubator behind anyway, thanks to Shark, but we're reaching the point where that 5/5 is kind of too small to really matter, just given what Hoey has on board.
Yeah, we have currently a 5/5 bat drawing 2. We can discard 2 spells to make it a 7/7. I mean, we've built our own Atraxa. We have a 7/7 flying lifelink. Okay, we're putting counters on Rafine.
That's a Sphinx demon something. It's close enough.
So, I mean,
Anchorage too. So really nice follow up against potential sweeper or just another attacker joining the fray next.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Grayson is at 11 and Hoey just has lethal, right? We have 5, 10, 11, 12, 14 power, and we can blow up the Seed Shark with Destroy Evil. This game is just over. I mean, Grayson could, I guess, find, it has to be Atraxa, right? It has to be Atraxa into something else because that can't be countered. Can be Destroy Eviled, but there's still the other counterspell here for Hoey too.
Did we say this game is just over already, but not in this direction? Who's to say?
It's like the classic you said GG, but I meant, or you said GG, but I meant BG kind of thing. We have an invasion here. That is not going to do it. We're getting a reader on the backside. I think the backside has reach. Let me double check. No, backside does not have reach, so it doesn't even have to worry about that card.
The secret hidden reach? Okay.
No hidden reach, no questing beast.
I just assume anything that's large enough that's green has reach until proven otherwise. Does that one doesn't have reach?
Yeah,
you can't get that one
that's
past
true.
me.
We are going to negate it, and yeah, this Destroy Evil, or yeah, we didn't discard. Yeah, there it is, Destroy Evil, and that is going to do it. Wow, Matt Hoey taking the match 2-1 over Grayson Nimitz. I gotta be honest, Tom, I did not think that game was going to go that way after that Archangel off the top killing the Emperor and the other token, or killing the Deep Cavern Bat, the token. That was a crazy game.
Wild stuff. Hoey, I don't know if he was as demoralized as I would have been one back from that spot. Incredibly impressive, and saw that window, as we said, to like take the shields down for the virtue, but knowing how high the reward was if it worked, it did. And yeah, Hoey, and instead of being 0-3 and not eliminated, but feeling pretty down, well, now once you come back from a spot like that, you feel like you also want to, but you've got that fire going. You feel like the only way is up.
Okay, we're getting notes from production here. I think we are going live immediately to game 2 of round 4. So it looks like we might not have a break for you guys. We might just go right back into some more action. So if we have that available for you, we will go ahead and transition right over to that. Can never be excited to just get more Magic done. More
I mean,
Magic.
I'm
the
here
better.
because I love Magic, and I hope that's why all of you out there are here too. So yeah, the more Magic, the merrier. And we've seen some pretty compelling Magic so far.
Absolutely. So we're going to go to sideboarding here. We will get you up the deck list here. Looks like we have Jonathan Hobbs against Daniel Weiser, and Weiser has won game number 1. So we have Jonathan Hobbs' deck list here. Esper Legends. Now, to give you an idea, so we can talk about sideboarding, Daniel Weiser is, I believe, on the big Rakdos. Not quite as big as Will Kowalchuk, but to give you context here for the sideboarding, so we have Deshaun's Tidebinder, Shieldred, Akhlazot's Destroy Evil, Disdainful Stroke, a couple of Parasitic Grasps, and 2 Gix's Command. What do you like against big Rakdos?
So yeah, against moderately large Rakdos, I think it's kind of the same formula, honestly. Like the same kind of cards we saw against the domain decks for the most part. Got to pay a little more respect to the creatures. Weiser does have 4 Shieldred in the 75 here. So this isn't a matchup where you just cut a bunch of your removal spells or anything. But yeah, same formula of early pressure backed up by disruption. That's against anything going bigger. That's usually what you want here. And for Hobbs, you see this is still an Esper deck, but looks very different from the one we saw from Matt Hoey, which was a lot more white focused with the Virtue, the Wedding Announcement, Wandering Emperor, Destroy Evil. This list from Hobbs effectively is a Dimir deck, splashing Rafine, and then 1 or 2 sideboard cards. So still Esper, you still get bundled the same, but quite a different formula with some quite different card choices.
Absolutely. So if we can maybe get Daniel Weiser's deck list on screen, we will go ahead and show you what he is working with today. Slightly less big Rakdos, but we have interesting card here. 3 copies of Decadent Dragon. Very, very good in the Rakdos mirrors. A couple of Akhlazotses. I don't know how you say that plural. A couple of cut downs, Duress, and then a Lithomantic Barrage, an Anoint, a Brotherhood's End, and a Breach. So against Esper, I imagine you want to go towards these cut downs to kill Rafine. I don't know if this is a Decadent Dragon matchup. There is enough black cards that you can hit off of it, but past that, the Lithomantic Barrage, maybe the Anoint.
Yeah, I like all the treat removal. Akhlazot's is weirdly hard to beat or fight through if it resolves, but that's kind of what you expect from a 5-drop. But what I'd expect essentially is a lot of this top end stuff coming out. So Atalis and Breaches and so on, Cruelty of Gix, stuff like that. And really telling your main deck, he has 4 Preacher of the Schism, 4 Shielded. Both of those are really formidable to fight through. And given that, I imagine Decadent Dragon could stay on the bench, but it is surprisingly effective in matchups like this, where if you're just looking to hit your land drops, bob and weave around their permission, it kind of does that. And then sometimes you just have a 4/4 and it's really big. Not big Rakdos, but it's big enough.
Yeah, not quite as big as Will. One thing that's really worth noting about Daniel's list is the 4 Preacher of the Schisms and 4 Shieldred of the Apocalypse. So, we saw Will's deck that had the 3 Atalis, 4 Breaches, 4 Carnosaurs, just going as big as you can possibly go. A lot of that stuff has been trimmed in this deck list for more of these mid-range threats. And I think I actually kind of like that a lot, especially in this metagame. You want to be positioned a little bit lower to the ground, where the big stuff is not as good against the Esper deck that has a bunch of counter spells. So being able to kind of put these threats into play on turns 3 and 4 definitely can help you in these sort of matchups where you're expecting a ton of counter spells.
Yeah, notably, Weiser has many fewer sweepers than Kowalchuk did. So instead of 3 Brotherhoods and 3 Burned Down the House, he has 1 of each in the main deck. And if you view Preacher as a weird removal spell of sorts, it kind of makes sense, right? Like a lot of the time, if they're trying to attack on the ground, the Preacher can be this stone wall that they can't get through. And then if there's some other mid-rangey deck or control deck or domain even, then you much rather have a Preacher than some random sweeper. So I think that formula makes sense to me. Even if some of the numbers or the other card choices seem all over the place, I think there is a coherent philosophy at work here.
I got a little bit of a teaser from production. They showed me the slide. I don't know if we want to go to the power rankings, everybody's favorite time. So we're going to start with Daniel Weiser, 5th overall. So surprisingly for, a player of Daniel's caliber, 11th in Pioneer match wins and 12th in Modern match wins, but 5th in elimination match wins. That's matches wins in top 8, and then 1st in Elo Project and Peer ranking. 1st in Elo Project doesn't surprise me too much, coming off of that Atlanta Regional Championship win.
And other such things. But yeah, no surprise to see 1st in the peer ranking either. Weiser, as we said, world champion in multiple other card games and defending DreamHack champion as of 2 or 3 weeks ago. So at the top of his game, at the top of most games he decides to play, and this is one such game. So a terrifying opponent in a context like this.
And now if we could take a look at Jonathan Hobbs, where do we have John ranked? We have 14th overall, so 11th in Pioneer match wins, 14th in Modern match wins, 14th in Elimination match wins, and then 8th apiece in Elo Project and Pure ranking. Jonathan Hobbs, one of our more formidable competitors in the event. Looks like we see a little bit of Matthew Hoey in the background, and yeah, that is going to be our power rankings. I know everybody loves a good tier list, Dom.
Except for Johnny Hobbs, who has been vocally opposed to those in the past. But he's a fairly unassuming opponent at the table. But it turns out he just wins a whole lot, and he will very quietly and politely demolish you in the process. So yeah, scary opponent, even if not for the same reasons as someone like Dan Weiser.
Absolutely. So we have Dan Weiser picking up a game number 1 over Hobbs on Esper. As far as the matchup is concerned, so we kind of had a similar, or I guess not a similar, but the normal big Rakdos that are more of Will's style of deck list against some of the more Esper mid-range focus decks. How about Daniel's specific setup here with those Shieldreds and Preachers? Do you like Daniel a little bit more against the counterspell decks?
Yeah, normally I would take Esper over big Rakdos, whereas this is much more mid-rangey. Like that is honestly the right word for it. And especially post-board, when he can kind of mix and match how big he wants to get and how much removal he has. I mean, that formula of all the cheap removal and these really big mid-range threats, like that is the formula that kind of pushed Esper out when Fable was legal. And luckily, Fable is not legal today, but there's enough ways to fill those slots that some of the same dynamics come up a lot.
Absolutely. And looks like Daniel's going to be going ahead and taking Daniel's keeping, sorry, and John is going to go ahead and mulligan to at least 6 here. And yeah, I agree with you, by the way. I really do like the positioning of kind of this more, not quite as big Rakdos. This is moderately large Rakdos. And I do like the positioning of this much more than something like Will Kowalchuk's list that we saw earlier with all those Breach the Multiverses. But, notably, there are still a couple of Caverns in Dan's deck. Even though we don't have as much top end, we still have 2 Caverns to be able to pair, even with something like Shieldred. If Johnny's holding up a counterspell for something like a Shieldred, and you go Cavern on Phyrexian, and
think about what happens if oh, can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about that. You're good. You're good.
Okay, good. Scared me for a second. But yeah, I mean, a common line in the matchup might be Hobbs passes with 2 mana open. He's got a mage disappear or something, and you play Cavern, you play Preacher, and you just catch him without the right answers, and that might just be the game right there on turn 3. So yeah, the Caverns, almost regardless of what creatures you're trying to protect, they do a good job at it. And Weiser, in contrast to Kowalchuk, instead of all of this Field of Ruin, Demolition Field stuff, he just has Restless Vents, the Rakdos creature land. And if you're being this more mid-rangey plan, like that card really is good on offense, kind of good on defense too. Nice little attacker to keep things moving. So yeah, I like that setup a lot more, even if when firing all cylinders, Will's version is going bigger than any other deck could possibly hope to.
All right, so we got a land for Dan, and looks like a turn 2 bat for John, looking at a hand of Go for the Throat, Shieldred, Cut Down, and a bunch more lands. So 2 removal spells for the bat, so we have that covered, and if the Shieldred's taken, we can just kind of, move along with our life. So this bat doesn't really have a great target. I guess you can take the cut down and maybe force a go for the throat, and maybe, Dan using one of those premium removal spells in the bat. But I'm not sure exactly how John wants to play this. Maybe dependent on what's in this hand. And we are going to go with a cut down here. So again, that kind of would make the most sense to me. Basically put Dan into a position where if he wants to kill the bat, he has to use that premium removal in the form of go for the throat.
Yeah, it often when you bat them and you see multiple of the same thing, or especially multiple removal spells, then it kind of feels like, well, it doesn't really matter what the choice is, but thinking about which one you leave them with and how much mana each one's going to cost, like that can be very relevant. So we have Rafine now, just kind of forcing the issue, right? This is almost the perfect follow-up, where if Weiser had the cut down, you could cut down the Rafine, whereas this way you can't go for the threader right now. You have to go for the throat the bat, but now you're spending more mana on the following turn to kill the Rafine, and you kind of have to do that. So either way, everything's going to die. But Hobbs is just making that as inconvenient for Weiser as possible here.
So there's the cut down. Going to go ahead and pay the ward. And Dan's going to play land number 3, ship it on back to John. And we have another bat here, so that can clear either the Shieldred or Trumpeting Carnosaur. So likely wants to go towards the Carnosaur, especially if the Shieldred's already covered with a removal spell in John's hand.
Yeah, I think John does have Gix's command, which is a really nice answer. Killing Shieldred and getting back something like Rafine. But it only takes one further removal spell or threat for Weiser to bring that House of Cards down too.
Absolutely. So, if Dan maybe wants to go for something like a Shieldred here, can just kind of check to see if John has the answer, whether it's a counter spell, make disappear, or a go for the throat. I'll have to see if that is answered, but it is going to go on the stack, and it is met with a make disappear. Pretty good exchange here for Hobbs as we untap and attack with the bat, and has a Shieldred of his own. So that's probably just about as good as it gets for Hobbs.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Hobbs has really put it all together here, and Weiser has a lot of great draws from this spot, but he needs a good draw, and if he misses even a turn or two, then yeah, Hobbs is going to move really far ahead.
Okay, I'll have to see what the leftovers are. We don't know about it. We don't know what the 2 draw steps were, because when we looked at the hand last, it had Carnosaur, Shieldred, and a bunch of lands, and both of those cards are accounted for. So looking for something, I mean, I dare I say it, Burn Down the House would probably be the best one. I assume that would have been cast by now. So probably not that one, but even just something like a, removal spell. We're going to go with a Preacher, which can, in theory, trade for the Shieldred, but, if Johnny has a removal spell, then that's off the table.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't, Hobbs kind of gets to decide, like, do I offer the trade, or do we just have our Death Raptors just staring at each other across the red zone for now? The back's going to get in either way, of course. If Hobbs does have the 5th land, then maybe this is a good spot to fire off that Gix's command, but looks like it's just the bat blinking in for now. And
we had a 5th
second
land.
mystery card there instead. Tap land. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep, had a 5th land, not quite able to convert that into the Gix.
Yeah, and this is a yeah, this is a downside, right? Of you Esper over something like Straight Jamirahs, you have more tap lands in your deck, and sometimes you draw them when you have a 5-drop in hand.
Okay, so I got Dan taking a look and see what we're going with. We can, so let me read Preacher again. It's been a little bit since I've read this card. So if you have less life, most life return. So if you have more life, you draw, and if you have less life, you get a token. So I guess you can attack with the Preacher to get a token, which can chump block the Shieldred. I'm not sure that gets you anywhere, though. Like, the token can gain some life, but yeah, it looks like we are going to get in there with the Preacher.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the attack makes sense. And the way I like to remember it is if you're ahead on life, you get the mode that loses you life, and if you're behind, you get the mode that gets a little life linker into play. And of course, if you're tied to life, you get both, and you can sometimes engineer that with your own pain lands. And from the other side, there's some like weird stuff where sometimes you intentionally take more damage so that you're not tied for the opposing creature. Like things get very strange and confusing, but a lot of angles for that
Is
card.
this like old school Pulse the Forge versus Pulse the Forge when people would just start mana burning on turn 1?
Yeah, that's a deep card. I'm not sure how many listeners know what mana burn is these days, which makes me feel completely fossilized. But there we go. In the meantime, here, a Knight with Affliction taking down the bat, freeing up the Carnosaur back to Weiser's hand. So Shieldred is still an issue, but there's a Carnosaur waiting in the wings, and now Gix's Command. Interesting choice of modes here. So yeah, can take down that and get back Raffine.
Yeah, this is
That makes sense now.
kind of the perfect spot here for Gix's Command.
Now Shieldred crunching in. I wonder, did Weiser have a window to... So he's animating that and chumping. If that
Okay,
one is
we
tied.
We have Weiser at 12 life here. We're going to go ahead and cast a Carnosaur. See if that can maybe find a removal spell here for Weiser. Going to flip. That's a Shieldred. That's not bad, because that is two things to be able to block Hobbs' Shieldred. And now we're kind of at this stalemate again, where Hobbs doesn't necessarily want to attack with his Shieldred to trade, and Dan's kind of in the same spot, doesn't want to attack with his, and basically whoever finds a go for the throat first. As we see a bat, it's going to take that Aclazotz. That's a pretty timely bat for that one.
And there's Raffine as well. So with the Shieldreds kind of cancelling each other out, then it feels safer to attack with Raffine. It's a pressure.
We'll have to see how Weiser wants to go ahead and proceed from this point. Didn't quite get a good look of what the draw step was, and you know what? Weiser says, "We're just getting in there. Turn them sideways, baby. Let's do it." Okay, so looks like Shieldred is going to trade for Shieldred, and then we have a Preacher for Dan. Preacher going to go ahead and able to kind of attack freely through these. But now that the Shieldreds have traded, this is kind of a decent spot for Hobbs to be able to just send in both, get a Raffine trigger, discard a couple of cards, grow that Deep Cavern bat, to have a nice big life linker, and maybe try to swing the race in Hobbs' favor.
Yeah, that would take Eternal too, because Carnosaur is just so big that connecting for big chunks of damage at the moment, but also Hobbs conniving towards more relevant cards, whether it's removal spells or another shield would be great, of course, his own Preacher, something like that.
Absolutely. I think we're Hobbs in a bit of a tank on this discard here. Must be
even. Yeah, I mean, even if you're Weiser and you feel ahead on board here, when the opponent is just conniving every turn with Raffine and like slowly kind of clawing back in the race while making progress themselves, like you can't feel good, even if right now you're advantaged.
Okay, looks like Hobbs is choosing to discard a bat and a Caves of Koilos. That'll get one counter on the bat, and then go ahead and deploy a Subterranean Schooner. It's the first time we've seen the Schooner on camera. I would argue one of the best 2-drops in the format. I've played a bunch of different blue-black and various Esper decks with this card, and every single time I attack with it, it's been impressing me a lot. I love that card.
It's very impressive. It's just that there are so many good two drops these days that even one of that caliber is, sometimes on the outside looking in, or you play two or three, you mix and match. It's there in small numbers, but yeah, that card when it's doing its thing is incredible.
And we see an attack from both here for Dan. Preacher getting in as well as the Carnosaur. Hop's only on 8 here. So this is going to be a very, very, very close race. See an attack with the 2 flyers can go ahead and connive twice. And I mean, I guess Hobbs probably wants to find some spells to go counters in the bat here. Does find a Destroy Evil, which can help clear out that Carnosaur and then alleviate a lot of the pressure. Yeah, so Dan at less life, but I mean, now we mentioned this preacher. Hobbs does kind of need to be to kill the Carnosaur because it's just a lot more damage. He really can't afford to take that much damage. But this preacher just making the body every turn is massive. Like here's an attack for 3. Dan's going to gain a life, go up to 7. If we ever find a removal spell for this deep cavern bat to get our Aclazotz back, that also is kind of a big problem here for John. And we have a fairy mastermind. So Dan's at 7. And by my math, we have 2, 4, 5 power in the air. And maybe we can make that 7 with an attack.
Yeah, pretty good odds on the knife here. And even if you miss, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it looks like we have the tools to go for lethal. There's some interesting choices of like, let's say you get a counterspell, but you would need to discard it to connive for lethal, and then if they had removal, you kind of get blown out. So, but as it turns out, Hobbs had what he needed, gets across the line, and we will be going to game 3 here between Weiser and I think it's fair to say Hobbs, one of the most talented and experienced in the field as well. Like no slouch himself, as I know firsthand. So more great magic coming to your screens before too long. You did see another mark against the schooner at the end of that game, maybe, where with the preacher, when the preacher was attacking, it was just churning out charm blockers for the schooner every turn, and you couldn't block the preacher, and then the second preacher came down, so you couldn't attack into that either. So this is what happens a lot in these black mid-range mirrors, I think, is the ground gets so gummed up by stuff that even though the schooner's really big, there's no real room for it to attack, and it's why you see these Demir decks or these like black based Esper decks, they're so heavy on flyers because that's kind of what you have to be to just get around all the nonsense that's happening, in the trenches.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think a very interesting part of that game was we talked about Dan's deck list specifically being a lot different than the previous Rakdos deck we saw with those Preachers and those Shield Rids, and is really able to kind of put pressure on Hobbs in a way that maybe some of the other Rakdos decks can't. So yeah, that's like a really, really good curve for Dan, and was able to Dan had a pretty good draw that game and was able to attack a couple of times with the preacher, but just kind of died to the flyers in the end. And those deep caverns bats were enough to kind of get the job done. Not exactly sure how close we are to game number 3, but what I will say, if we can get this slide up on the screen for you, is we have our first event in February coming up in just about over a month or so from now. And that event is going to be the week before the Pro Tour. And that is going to be February 17th and the 18th in Chicagoland. We have Saturday a 10K Pioneer Showdown and Sunday a 5K Standard Showdown. And the really important thing about this event, as we've talked about multiple times over the weekend, is this is the Pioneer format in the same city as the Pioneer, the same area as the Pioneer Pro Tour, a week before the Pioneer Pro Tour. So not only are you probably going to see some names that you may not have seen before at these NRG Series events, but it's also really going to shape the format for the Pioneer Pro Tour. And I'm very, very excited for this event.
Yeah, there's always this question, and I used to love this with like the week 1 SCG events as well, where if it's as you expect, then okay, you just do your thing. But then if someone does well with a deck that looks kind of weird, it's well, does this have potential? Okay, can we spend the very limited time that we still have left, like putting this through its paces? And if is there something which people are like kind of keeping secret, but maybe it like works its way out? So those events are always a lot of fun, and yeah, you're going to see a lot of people kind of en route to the PT, making a stop off there, maybe getting some reps in paper again after a while. If big and very competitive event, very fun to play in for me, I hope, and I'm sure very fun to watch right here on the stream as well.
Absolutely. It almost reminds me of kind of Amalia, sort of. I mean, it was a little bit, I guess Amalia was a couple of weeks before the regional championship, but very similar, where that deck kind of just sort of came out of nowhere. And right after that ban list week and a half before the Pioneer RC, everybody was scrambling and people not sure what to do, and the Amalia deck was this new fresh hot thing, and a lot of people were prepared for it, but it was still kind of a sort of a newcomer, and I, personally speaking, I still have no idea how to play against that deck. They do so many different things. So yeah, it's even though it's been out a known quantity for a while now, it's still very, very a very, very powerful deck. And we'll have to see if there's any newcomers for the Pioneer Pro Tour at that specific event. Not exactly sure how close we are to getting to game number 3 here. We'll maybe get that up in a second. But as far as game number 3, we're going to have Weiser on the play. Who do we think we will go? Actually, we're going to go ahead and take a look at we're going to take a break here to explain the stage 1 structure. So for the formatting of the events, we'll get you a little explanation on that.
Stage 1 divides the field into 2 randomized 8-player pods and proceeds in round-robin fashion for 7 rounds. After 2 rounds of Pioneer, 2 rounds of Standard, and 3 rounds of Modern, the bottom 2 players from each pod will be eliminated from the tournament, while the top 2 players from each pod automatically advance to Stage 3 on Sunday morning.
Chat will let us know if they are. Don't worry.
All right. Well, there you go. There is the explanation on kind of the stage 1, because we're getting a little bit ways through stage 1. We're finishing up the last round of Standard, and then we are going to be closing it out with a few rounds of Modern after this. But yeah, going back to the matchup as far as this, sort of big/mid Rakdos versus Hobbs on Esper mid range. Who do we think we like here in game number 3?
I think on the play, I like Weiser. That recipe of just the good black threats or the good black removal, backed up by, just solid mid-ranging magic cards. I think on the play, it's a great formula to have. Weiser's going to line up his cards very thoughtfully, and then on the draw, I mean, like this Esper deck is trying to combine its pieces together. So it's almost like a goblins or an elves deck or something, in the sense of your creatures will enhance each other, feed off each other to some degree, and so you'll have draws where you have a Rafine or a Gix, but you don't have a thing to attack with, or you have a Schooner that's kind of stranded off by itself. And I think Weiser has enough removal that he can make those game states happen more often than not.
So we have a card we haven't seen yet on the stream today. That is Spyglass Siren on turn 1 for Hobbs. And this one is especially good, curving into like that Schooner, and also with the Rafine on turn 3, able to give you a body to be able to just kind of attack with it immediately. So we'll have to see if Hobbs has that type of curve. And I was gonna say, I don't know where the map token is. Okay, we're getting the map token. We have a fake map token for you, and then see if we have a follow-up here. Hobbs does have a reasonable number of 2-drops. We're going to go with a Fairy Mastermind.
Yeah, and it looks like Weiser may have missed his 3rd land drop on the play here.
Sounds right.
And so yeah, Hobbs may be sensing blood in the water here. Now, Dykeman bad. Just seeing what actually is going on. Have to assume there's at least one preacher. That makes sense. Okay. We've got a lot of stuff. We've got 2 cut downs, so this batter's dying no matter what. And then potentially the follow up too.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Weiser just kept the hand based on the strength of. I'm guessing there were probably 2 lands, 2 cut downs, and a preacher, and then the rest of it is kind of whatever. And it was just like, okay, well, I have enough removal to kind of stymie the early pressure. I can miss 1 land drop and still be able to keep Hobbs off of some relevant threats with these cut downs. And that bat's going to go ahead and take the preacher, and I mean, essentially the bat's just going to trade for a cut down at this point, but. Dan's going to go ahead and do that and see if we can find land number 3 here. This is going to be a big, big draw step here for Dan.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see some of the bigger components still in, like the Atali and the big scores and so on. And certainly Atali not what you want when you're stuck on 2 lands, but even in general, it seems that one may have a tough time finding its spot. But yeah, we might be in that same situation we had before. If Mana Screw versus Mana Flood, Hobbs doesn't seem to have too much going on himself. If Weiser hits our 3rd land this turn, maybe hits the 4th one next turn, we got a good game still.
Yeah, and there's the 3rd land and the preacher. See if Hobbs has some sort of counter spell. Could be make disappear, but there is not a counter spell. There is a Rafine's Tower. Going to go ahead and cycle that. And the contents of Hobbs' hand, it's hard to get quite a good look. I think I saw Disdainful Stroke, Spyglass Siren, and Fairy Mastermind, I believe is what we're looking at here. And there's some Make Disappear. So see if Hobbs wants to keep that.
Yeah, I mean, that one is going to be effective, but I think the issue for Hobbs right now is he's a little choked on blue mana. So, as you said, you Fairy Mastermind, a few other blue cards there, but just 3 Shattered Sanctums and a Caves of Koilos, and a lonely blue source there on the right.
And Dan's going to go to combat. We're going to hit in there with the Preacher, and that is going to give us a token, which, I mean, the tokens add up as we saw last game. Just, Preacher getting in there every single turn is able to make a body, and especially with the second Preacher, these are going to add up very, very quickly here, Dom.
Yeah, Fairy Mastermind, a nice addition there from Hobbs, although I think trading it may be a little risky in the sense of you give Weiser more cards to work with, he gets to start unlearning everything. So it may just be, a 2-1 that's not long for this world because there is that 3rd cut down.
Yep. Yeah, and Weiser notably doing that while Hobbs was tapped out of blue mana because doesn't want to be able to have a fight over that on. When it basically wants to make sure that Fairy Mastermind is going to the graveyard. And I mean, like you said, I think Hobbs I saw had 3 blue cards in hand, but this mana base with 4 black-white lands and a blue-white land, just really not able to make that 5 black-white lands.
Quads. Yeah.
Grief.
And keep in mind, this is a mana base designed to be casting Spyglass Siren there on turn 1, which he did, but then just didn't have enough other blue sources to follow it up. So yeah, right. a rough look for this Esper deck here. Tough way to go. But if Hobbs, let's say, finds Shieldred or something, there are still some high impact draws. I mean, Rafine would be great as well, but he needs one of those, and he needs it now, I think.
I had to go to the tape just to check this, but the deck list, there are 4 Shattered Sanctum and 2 Caves of Koilos. 1 Aganjo. Every other land produces blue mana. So there are 7 total lands that don't produce blue, and we've drawn 5 of them.
Yeah.
So that's kind of rough here for Hobbs. But, was able to stick that Mastermind. But yeah, and you'll notice Dan also noticing the lack of blue mana. Jonathan goes ahead and casts that Fairy Mastermind, and Dan's like, "Oh, you don't have any blue mana up. I get to resolve this big score." And that's just another massive, massive thing here, and another really, really big issue here for Hobbs.
Oh, and the 4th cut down. Wow.
It is kind of funny how we mentioned this in the beginning that Hobbs has sort of cut a lot of the white cards to make the mana better, but in actuality, maybe his mana's worse.
I think I think he put enough blue sources in that by this point you would expect to have more than one. But I mean, this is an issue with, I guess, 3-color mana bases in general in this format, right? Like however you build your Esper deck, you might be liable to draw, too many of the wrong 2-color land at the wrong time, and a nice clean Demir deck or something that is not going to have that problem.
Absolutely. And we see these preachers getting in here. Now that
Yeah,
so
now the tables have turned. Weiser is drawing cards. He had more life to begin with. Certainly he's going to have more life after this combat step. And the Fairy Mastermind's gone. Hobbs is not even getting anything back from that. So, yeah, that's an official sign that the tables have turned. Yeah, this Preacher won't even get to trade, gets anointed out of play before that. And Hobbs is going to be at 3 or 4 life, it looks like. Firmly in the single digits.
Yeah, taking, I believe, 6 here, 2, 4, 5, 6, going to 5, because that Siren gets to block a token. And yeah, Dan's going to go ahead and play a land and pass. And yeah, I mean, outside of something like a Shield Rid, it's going to be really tough. And that is going to do it. Dan Weiser takes the match 2-1 over John Hobbs. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, like you said, it was really a play draw thing, and that's sort of what we expected. But yeah, that was congratulations to Dan Weiser.
Yeah, Weiser, the bookies' favorite perhaps coming into this, 3-1 in the tournament so far, so making it on that promise thus far. Hobbs down to 2-2, which he's staying afloat, and there's still a lot of Magic left to be played, a lot of Magic left to be covered here. We're going to be signing off for the second half of that. Joe Lissette and Drake Sasser will be in here to bring you the modern portion of today's proceedings. We'll be back tomorrow along with them, and also along with another cast of characters too. We've got Emma Parlow, we've got last year's finalist Jesse Robkin, I think, tagging in for the home stretch, getting to commentate that finals. So a lot of Magic left to be played and watched and covered. And we will hand that over to Joe and to Drake and to all of you. Thanks for being with us so far. As always, it's a pleasure, and we will see you again before too long.
All right, welcome. We are back for the afternoon portion of day one of the 2023 Nerd Rage Championship. I'm Joe Lissette, joined by Drake Sasser, ripped back from the world of Commander to rejoin competitive Magic. How you doing?
Come on, as if you can't play Commander competitively. I'm doing very well. The coverage today has been awesome. Really, really cool to see all these talented players battle it out for such high stakes, big prize pool, and finally switching formats to, I think, my favorite of the formats, probably yours as well, if I had to guess, Modern. Really excited to see some Modern action.
Well, you guessed wrong, but it is probably the most popular format worldwide for competitive players. So players are checking out each other's deck lists right now. Why don't we go ahead and catch you up a little bit on where we're at. So if we have the standings for the right now, the match we're going to be jumping into is Derek Davis versus Ryan Hayes. We do have a backup, which we'll get to, but we can pop up the leaderboard right now and see where we're standing. So you can see Derek Davis. This is a Pod A match. Derek Davis at 1-3, and Ryan Hayes at 3-1. So two players at the opposite end of the spectrum, but we're not playing Swiss here. We're playing everyone in the pod, one after another. So records going into each round are not always going to line up like you're used to, but the stakes are real, especially for Derek Davis here, not wanting to guarantee himself a losing record in the pod. That makes it awfully difficult to advance.
Yeah, this is the last opportunity, right? We are eliminating 4 players basically right now, in these modern rounds. So back against the wall, maybe for Derek. Ryan's sitting a little bit better, a little bit less at stake for him in particular. But of course, if you win your pod and you're one of the top 2, you get to go ahead and advance to stage 3. So still playing for some stakes is Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And Derek Davis, you can see, so the bottom 2 get eliminated from each pod after round 7. So Derek right now is ahead of Ben Ungar and tied with Will Kowalchuk. So he's hanging in, but he doesn't want to drop anymore. All right. So that's where we're at. Let's go ahead and bring up, let's go down to the table. They're ready for us. Derek Davis and Ryan Hayes have drawn their opening hands. So let's get round 5 cooking. We are going underway. Team of Rhinos versus Is It Murktide, 2, staples of the format. And we go ahead and give the players the go-ahead. And we'll get underway.
This format, from when I played it in the Murktide matchup, very much based around kind of the counter magic, and especially if the Rhinos deck has access to things like Mystical Dispute in the main deck, that is something that adds a lot to the Murktide matchup in particular. Derek did not actually bring any disputes, it looks like, in the main deck today. Has 3 in the sideboard, but opted to try out some Tishana's Tidebinder, the new card from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. 3 copies of those in the main deck. Don't see a lot of targets in this matchup, but an interesting meta call for the tournament nonetheless.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a card that has really popped up in a lot of decks that can fit it in. It is useful against a lot of things. The One Ring, locking it down is a really big deal. Nice against Planeswalkers. 2 things that are not found in the Is It Murktide deck, as you were saying. So, yeah, in this case, maybe the old tech would have been better for Derek Davis, but this is what we're at.
We might find some targets. Ryan Hayes does get us started with Dragon's Rage Chandler to fetch on turn 2. Going to find Basic Mountain to pair with what looks to be the Katria Triome.
I mean,
full arts all the way down.
You can lock out the triggers from Dragon Rage Channeler. That's something.
Sure, that's something. It still grows, right? That's just not even anything. For
no, it wipes out. Well, it's going to die of fire ice anyway. All right.
Yeah, lose all
Derek
abilities.
Davis is not going to waste time with that. So
go ahead, just kill it. Get it out of my face.
Makes them
counterspell the draw for Ryan. Nice pickup.
And a lot harder for Ryan Hayes to sit on counter magic when there's no pressure at all. So Derek Davis keeping the board clear is nice. And then actually multiple counterspells in Ryan Hayes' hand.
But once you said no pressure, not going to be worth a lot, as Derek passing the turn back. Magic number 3. 3 mana is what it takes to get some instant speed. Rhinos off of Violent Outburst. We'll see if that's what we have access to. Is Dragon's Rage Chandler added to the board? Noteworthy that having the instant speed one maybe a little bit better, thanks to the Force Negation being the counterspell of choice for Derek.
Absolutely. So we'll get the deck list up for you in between games, but Ryan Hayes has 3 of his 4 counterspells in hand right now. So that's great when you have open mana. But if Derek Davis can play a threat here, untap, play another threat, he'll be good. Let's see if this Breeding Pool's coming in untapped here with the other lands too, then immediately fire off an outburst. Is that where we're at?
No. So we actually fired the other Dragon's Rage Chandler. Yeah. So Derek actually doing a great job keeping the board clear, because like you said, kind of looks a lot like, it smells like counter magic on the other side of the table with the 2 mana up. If Derek can just sit there and buy time, you can actually beat the Murktide deck on mana instead of cards with something like Force Negation. Like you said, threat, untap threat with a Force Negation Vault is going to power through all these counter spells. That takes time to do, and you can't be under pressure during that process. So Derek has done a really good job keeping the board clear as he goes back to his turn number 4. Looks like Ryan fetching now. Maybe did not get a violent outburst in response to the fetch or anything like that.
When Derek can't violent outburst, then that's the time you don't want to get caught later on in response. So yeah, Ryan Hayes wisely getting functional mana in play while Derek Davis does not have mana available.
Okay, so just a cycle, Lorraine revealed to find Island, play Island, pass the turn back, and we're already back to Ryan preordaining. Trips, counter spells, you get a look at the hand there, expressive iteration among the mix. Can't see the cards he's considering now, but needs to find a threat. So have to imagine the only things we're thinking about here is lands and threats.
Yeah, and a 4th land would be nice too, is to hold up either double counterspell or something like Murktide plus counterspell.
Right.
Ragavan will work if there's another land, and there is. So expect that may come down to the board here, and Ryan can probably expect that that's not going to die to a Fire Heist, as 2 have been expended already, but I guess it could get Tidebindered.
Yeah, sure. It could be blocked by Tidebindered, right? We mentioned those cards don't have a ton of targets as far as the trigger goes, but hey, a 3-mana removal spell, it's not even that bad. And that is what we're going to see here. Here's Tashana's Tidebinder. Don't care about the trigger. Here's just my flash 3-2. That checks the Ragavan functionally removal spell. Back to Derek we go, and on board has the removal, has the removal for Ragavan.
And good job by Ryan Hayes, not even flinching on that time better. Not even
though
the counter spells are basically telegraphed at this point anyway. You may as well playing at least one of them, face up, but still doesn't give Derek Davis any information there that he doesn't need to.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Derek probably knows about 1 counterspell for sure. It's just been so obvious. But the information you actually get to hide here is I have 3. So,
right.
We're just going to, I'm not willing to fire off even 1. Because that would be telling that you have more if you fire 1 off on this Tidebinder. Like, who cares? And
Absolutely.
Derek get busy.
Wow. Yeah.
I love it.
Derek Davis not messing around, right? Potentially that was a fairly unexpected attack there. I bet Ryan's life is somewhat low. So, Derek Davis is going to seize the opportunity and push damage.
I mean, maybe if he just has another Tidebinder, it's like, look, if you didn't counterspell the first one, probably got to counterspell the second one. And if you do, I'm probably excited about that. Another Ragavan to pick up for Ryan. Not great. Legendary is Ragavan, as here comes across the red zone. We'll see if Derek has anything to say about that. Does not.
Oh, wow.
We're Tidebindering the trigger. Does have another Tidebinder going after the Ragavan trigger. Ryan flinches maybe a little bit there. It does fire a counterspell, looking to protect the Ragavan trigger, which does buy a little bit more mana and is going to reveal Dead Gone?
Yeah, not bad. Kept clean up the Tidebinder and still has the treasure, so counterspell mana is still available. Derek Davis playing the Ottawara going to 5 land. That doesn't do a whole lot for his deck, although 6 does. So presumably if he's playing that, he's probably got another one so he can maybe cascade twice in the turn, which would be effective right now.
Yeah, even just like build 2 cascade once hard cast Force Negations, like something that you're going to be looking to do in this matchup. Have to imagine that maybe is part of the consideration. Derek, a little bit of a shake of the head there. Maybe wasn't expecting the counterspell to actually be used on the Tidebinder. Certainly finding the removal spell for the Tidebinder was nice off that Ragavan trigger. Being able to clean up both. As here comes the Ragavan again. It's going to be Subtlety attempt to be flashed in to take care of the Ragavan. We'll see if Ryan has anything to say about that. Yeah, I love this. Fight over it. All right, this Ragavan is what I got, so we got to make sure it works, and it does. Another treasure added to the mix. Ragavan going to work. Not a lot of pressure, but the mana building does matter, as he is preordained.
Yeah, Ryan's hand kind of unlocked now as he's able to cast multiple spells in addition to holding up that last counter spell remaining. Derek still hasn't even... This is pretty deep in the game for not even to have attempted to cascade yet. Have to assume there's one in his hand, and Ryan finds more pressure.
Yeah, there's not a lot of rush, right? Because once again, you're not under a ton of pressure. But now that 2 counterspells are gone, I have to imagine if you're Derek, you're kind of pretty interested to start firing it up this turn. And that third counterspell may not be enough. We'll see if Derek, can fire 2 off or have some kind of protection or whatever. But I mean, if Derek gets some rhinos going, even though he's not pressured Ryan's life total at all, Ryan's at 9. Well, I mean a little bit with Tidebinder, but come on. Compared to what he wants to be doing with these rhinos. Here's Shardless Agent threatening to bring some rhinos with it. Cascading we go.
And that's a nice one here. I mean, sorcery speed, unlike Violent Outburst, but the Shardless Agent body actually is relevant here to get away with Ragavan. So this is actually nice either way, even if, as expected, the Footfalls will meet the third counterspell. which I'm sure Derek is thrilled about.
Especially if he has anything to follow up with that 3-man. I mean, down to like 1 or 2 cards, it looks like. So may not have more, but if he does, it's going to be good. Although Ryan's got an expressive iteration to boot. I want to kind of highlight too, Ryan's draw this game's been great for this matchup. Obviously, the players know the matchup, but like finding multiple threats plus trip counterspell, I mean, that's close to how you would want to draw it up, hitting almost every land drop. The whole works. And Derek's drawn cards we kind of called out as maybe not that good. The Tidebinders, he's found use for them. Derek's navigated this great with the main phase Violent Outburst. Go ahead and do it now. Don't let Ryan get access to more mana. Very, very savvy. And here are 2 rhinos to be paid off with.
Yeah,
Back
and
to
now
Ryan we go.
lethal damage available for Derek Davis. All the blockers on the board for Ryan Hayes. A Spell Pierce, that's a little late.
Not what the doctor ordered. Expressive Iteration, the broken 2-mana sorcery from Strixhaven. Can we get out of this?
Is it broken still? Are we going to say it's? I mean, it's a 2-for-1 most of the time, but
okay.
The 1 isn't that big. And what do we get here? A land? We don't need that.
Yeah, land. Spiral Bluff. Okay, yeah, not broken. Expressive Iteration, the worst divination I've ever seen.
That was pretty underwhelming there.
Dragon Chiller attacks because it has to. Sorcery added to the mix. No, sorcery's already in there with Preordained, but we do have all 4 types. Creature, land, instant, sorcery. The typical 4 does deal for 3. And now, short of lethal is Derek Davis. Any removal spell for Ragavan does do it.
I think Derek Davis was empty-handed there and drew off the top for the turn. So contemplating his assault here, but seems to be in better position than he probably knows. Ryan Hayes' hand at this point is kind of unimpressive.
Yeah, that's weak. The subtlety not really worth a lot at this stage. Would have been maybe a little bit better against the Tidebinders earlier, but even then, not finding a lot of targets. Yeah, attacking with everything seems good. You're not even dead on the backswing, and we have to block, so that Ragavan's gonna get out of here. Down to 1 goes Ryan Hayes, and that's a lot of mana being tapped. Lorraine revealed. Whoa!
Spell Pierce does actually find a use. And so the risk really to attacking with Shardless Agent there, and we saw Derek Davis think about it, was whether Ryan had another Ragavan in hand, which he actually does. So that will be able to connect here if Ryan chooses, although...
Yeah, is that even good enough? Like,
yeah,
if you find Fire Ice or whatever, some kind of burn spell, I think we're still short. And I think that's why we're firing off this expressive iteration. Going to get the Surveil Trigger. Chooses to leave it. Murktide among the mix. Hey, that could get some blocking done.
Yeah, okay. Murktide plus Murktide plus Ragavan's not enough.
Yeah, we need more toughness because remember that Dragon Chiller does have to attack, even though it is a 3/3, and that could be enough. You're required to get busy with that one. And those other 2 cards, just another Ragavan and a land. I don't think that's going to be enough.
It's kind of amusing how Dragon Rage Challenger's drawback of having to attack, it seems like it barely ever comes up, but every time it matters, it sucks.
It's so brutal. It's like, come on, this is so close. Let me block once.
You want to block once, and then it chump attacks into an Atraxa, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, this is just not what the doctor ordered. And yeah, we do choose to keep the the Murktide Regent. That one goes to exile. 2 Ragavans and Subtlety. So, okay, we can't play the Murktide and the Subtlety. We can dash a Ragavan. So what we're going to do, 5 damage coming across, puts Derek to 4, trigger on the Ragavan. It's going to be another Subtlety. And yeah, that's going to do it. Ryan Hayes is going to pick it up for game number 1. Goes to Derek Davis. Great draw for Ryan. I'd say had gas the entire game. Still couldn't get it done.
Yeah, no, just, all those counterspells. And Derek Davis kind of waited him out and did manage to draw counterspells on, a couple of cards that were not footfalls, and that paved the way for the eventual resolution. All right, let's go look at the deck list now that we have a chance. Start with Ryan Hayes' Murktide deck with the grab bag mix of counter magic available. Spell Snare, not the best in this matchup.
No. There's a bunch of weirdos as far as you chosen a 1/1/1 split of Spell Snare, Stern Scolding, and change the equation. Kind of makes it hard to play around some stuff, but also can make your counterspells line up sometimes. You can get a look at the sideboard there. You got Subtlety, 2 Flush of Charms, a minor misstep, another Stern Scolding, Cast on the Fire, Brotherhood, and 2 Engineer Explosives, 2 Cursed Totems, 2 Unlicensed First, 2 Blood Moons. I've actually heard of bringing Blood Moon in this matchup in to disrupt the mana base, and given kind of how little we have to work with overall and some stuff that, like you mentioned, some counterspells we want to get out, I actually think I might like him here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. We'll take a look at Derek's deck in a second, but seeing here, Ryan Hayes, cards that he definitely wants. We have Flush of Storms, which are great. Explosives is great. So we have 4 kind of like all-stars, and then kind of, do you want Stern Scolding for Tidebinder? Probably not.
No.
It gets
I'd rather
Charlotte's
keep the
Agent.
bolts in, I guess.
It's a 3-for-1 against Charlotte's. I mean, it's 1 mana for 3 mana on Charlotte's Agent. That's a good trade, right? You want to trade up on counter magic? No, maybe not.
No, not for me.
Let's look at Derek Davis' deck, and then we'll see how good Ryan Hayes' Blood Moons look like they're going to be.
Deal. All right, Derek Davis. Here we can see the Rhinos deck. Of course, the 4 copies of Deshaun's Tidebinder in the main deck. Let's look at the sideboard. We got 4 copies of Endurance, 1 Obsidian Charmaw, 1 Flame of Anor, 3 Mystical Dispute, 3 Force Negation, 2 Commandeer, and a Besiju who endures. All right, straightforward for what it looks like. Endurances and Mystical Disputes look good to me.
Yes, they do. All right, looking at the basic lands, there's 1 forest and 2 islands to go along with a mix of fetch lands. So, do you want to bring in Blood Moon here? I would say probably not, but if you can stick it when Derek Davis is unprepared for it, yeah, it could wipe a game out, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a couple levels to the matchup, right? Like we just mentioned, Ryan is going to want to bring in a ton of counter magic to help fight that counter war. Derek's going to do some of that as well, I imagine, with these Mystical Disputes. And of course, Endurance playing on the stack as well, doing a good job cleaning up a lot of the very few threats the Murktide deck even still has in it right now. But also has the option to bring in like stuff like Besiju and Force of Vigor if that's what we think is going to happen. And if I'm Ryan, I mean, committing only 2 slots in my deck to maybe create another sub game that Derek has to play around actually seems kind of worth it to me. I think if I'm Ryan, I want my Blood Moons in my deck. And if I'm Derek, I would even consider bringing in another Besiju to maybe just hedge for that a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not a very costly safe haven there for Derek to bring in an extra land to combat that potentially. He also has the Brazen Bar, which is another way to kind of deal with it.
Sure. Yeah.
But certainly it's the thing where, okay, is it very strong if it works? Yes. And then if Derek Davis goes fetch island, fetch forest, then Ryan Hayes is like, oh, why am I exactly in my deck? So
there's like a little bit going on too, because the Lorraine's Revealed, even after you've been Blood Moon, can go find an island, but blue and red don't add that much. Like you can't Violent Outburst, you can't Charlotte's Agent. You really do need a forest to make that happen. So even though he's got some extra hedges, it doesn't really work. He needs to have specifically a forest and doesn't have any of the ent that you could cycle. We're playing the Lorraine Revealed instead, and that doesn't help as much as you might think to hedge for Blood Moon in this matchup.
Yeah, no, it does not. You're right. Well, thanks for joining us here on Saturday afternoon, wherever you're at. I guess it may not be Saturday afternoon for you, but we're happy you're here. I don't have the chat open, so I can't see your remarks, but hopefully you're enjoying yourselves. We'll go bring up the power rankings real quick while the players are still shuffling for game number 2, if we have that available. This is something that we built for this weekend. You can see here, Derek Davis, 4th overall. The categories here are the players' strength this year on the Nerd Rage series in Pioneer and Modern. And this is a ranking out of the 16 players in the field. The 3rd category, elimination wins, is how they performed in top 8s this year on the Nerd Rage series. The last 2 categories are not Nerd Rage dependent. They are ELO Project ranking. If you go to, and the game has started, so let's go ahead and go down to the table. As you can see, Derek Davis with a land drop there, and I'll finish explaining that in a moment. MTGELOProject.net has rankings for players based on match histories going back quite a ways. They do some good work there. You can check that out for looking for your own rating. And then the final category was peer rankings. We did survey 6 NRG regulars who are not in the championship and took the aggregate of their rankings of the 16 players, and that made the final category. So anyway, we'll talk more about that later. In the meantime, the game is underway, and Ryan started with a Murktide, and Derek does have the 1 forest.
Yeah, like you mentioned, just having the forest, already going to do a lot of hedge for Blood Moon. Don't see any Blood Moons in the hand right now, but does actually have something equally as important. Answers for both Ragavans. Able to dead gone the first, fires the second. I mean, a great start for Ryan is just having that Ragavan on 1. It's being able to establish pressure plus mana to start using the counter spells to back stuff up. There's Engineer Explosives, can clean up some Rhinos. So we have the first Rhinos check. We have a Fluster Drum as well, but no pressure. And needs to get more in the graveyard for this Murktide to start to have text, as Derek's able to just develop the mana base a little bit. Now, Rhino's somewhat of a mana-hungry deck, especially with colors. So even though we do have Mountain Forest, it looks like we're pretty good against Blood Moon or whatever, we still need to be good at casting our own spells. We still have to worry about pips as far as, casting your own Force Negation's hard cast and being able to cast Violent Outburst and all that stuff. So we'll see if a Triumph's grabbed here. Is Bobble going to start the turn off for turn 4 for Ryan Hayes? Was on the play, no land drop, passed the turn with Bobble up. Little smile from Derek. I love that. Going to go ahead and fetch.
All right, so Ryan will wait to see what card Derek's actually going to draw, and will, in turn, for that, give up the ability to have that card during Derek's turn. But as you've highlighted the cards in Ryan's hand, he can already kind of handle a turn's worth of Derek's threats, whatever they may be.
Yeah, I mean, ton of interaction dialed up, and Flame of Enter likely just for the draw 2 mode. We're going to go ahead and look and see what that first card that Derek's going to draw chooses to say okay, and 2 cards coming for Derek. No wizard, so don't get to pick a second mode, even if there was a target. There is not. Card for Bobble for Ryan is Ledger Shredder. Good pickup. Derek, ton of cards to work with. See if he's interested in making any moves now. Can't imagine there's a rush. Once again, no pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and up a game here and trying to close this one out to get himself back on his way towards making it through stage 1 here, the pod phase of the event.
Oh, love this.
Yeah.
Deck's called Rhinos, right? You just suspend Rhinos? Oh, yeah, sometimes you do. And 4 suspend counters, time counters, I'm sorry, on Crashing Footfalls as we go back to Ryan. Handful of cards as well. Ledger Shredder going to get deployed. Let's see, Derek's interested in working with that. This is one of the cards I think you and I highlighted a little bit. Actually, Tiebinder's pretty good against this one. Being able to counter the connives, keep it from growing, keep it small, and then doesn't even block the Tiebinder very well. And here's Engineer Explosives on 0. Going to go ahead and trigger connive now. No Tiebinder comes down. Connive's happening. We'll see what we want to discard. It's going to be Unholy Heat. Already got the Rhinos checked and a counter for Ledger Shredder. Ryan establishing a little bit of a board here.
Yeah. Now, committing the explosives here, I mean, getting a connive is nice. Revealing to Derek that you have the explosives, I would say is not ideal because now it's vulnerable to something like Boseiju, which is basically worthless otherwise. Preemptively being able to handle the first set of Rhinos is unclear how valuable that actually is.
Yeah, like you might leave yourself in a spot, like Rhinos are coming in 4 turns, right? So this Engineer Explosives, assuming this game is going to last that long, which given how wimpy this Ledger Shredder is right now, I would have to imagine that is going to be the case. You want to keep this in play, and now it's exposed to things like Flame of Anor or Boseiju or like even the Blazing Borrow, like you called out, which could like lead to some weird spots where you get to like instep Rhinos after borrowing it, untap, and actually get an attack in before you can explosives it. Whatever the case may be, just desperate to get that connive going. Is Ryan, but I mean, got paid out. We have counterspell mana up. We hit all our lands, and we're getting some pressure going. So it is a real tough choice to make. Having seen the Flame of Anor already used by Derek, maybe you're a little bit safer on that. But I mean, there's real risk.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like we're going to deploy land number 5, Gemstone Caverns. Not the way we want to do it. Lorraine revealed manual mode once again. That's going to get a fetch from Ryan. I don't think we're interested in letting that one happen. Did not think about that one for too long at all.
Well, burning through the counter magic is something Derek's going to have to do anyway. So, all right.
Any thought on using Counterspell versus Flusterstorm there? You saw a little bit of a pause from Ryan, and maybe Derek picked up on that.
That's interesting. Yeah, Flusterstorm is already kind of getting to the point where it's a little shakier. So you're right about that. Actually, that's something that at least is worthy of consideration.
Yeah, like, I mean, the Flusterstorm obviously a little bit better against opposing counter magic, assuming there's some kind of fight. But with Crashing Footfalls just on suspend, Flusterstorm's not going to do a good job of countering that one. But we already have that covered with explosives, so who knows how the texture of the game's going to play out. But here is Murktide Regent, so looking to maybe end the game even before that Crashing Footfalls can come down. If there's a card that could do it, it's going to be Murktide Regent. 2 mana held up, and just to pass the turn back to Derek. Could cycle this Islet on end step if we don't have to use our counter magic. Also just representing Counterspell, of course. And over to Derek we go. 2 time counters left on Crashing Footfalls. 5 mana to work with. We'll see what he wants to do. Basic Island out of the next Blood Moon would look real bad right now. Very lucky that we don't have those either in our deck or in our hand right now. As here goes Gone, attempting to bounce the Murktide region. It's going to happen. Okay,
that's actually pretty valuable as Ryan Hayes with no more instants of sorceries in the graveyard for the moment. Charlotte's Agent is going to trigger here. And now that, well, yeah, that's not the worst, is it? Having a choice of counter magic here for Ryan Hayes, or could just let this resolve and blow the explosives up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can even choose to use explosives here, which I don't hate, but the Spell Pierce isn't getting better. And if we choose to keep the Spell Pierce, I think we're intended on using it because there is still Footfalls on suspend. So we'll see exactly how we decide to sequence these things, but has the Footfalls that's about to be cast off this Cascade trigger covered, and multiple ways. And we just need to make sure that we're covered against, future Rhinos. That's kind of the name of the game here, as Ledger Shredder does grow, but still not a ton of pressure. 4-turn clock's a lot of turns, as Charlotte's Agent is going to resolve, even if the Crash Footfalls does not. And back to Ryan we go. Is going to start to need a little bit more help, a little bit more pressure. Some cantrips would be huge draws here. being able to maybe trigger Ledger Shredder, look for some stuff. And it's expressive iteration. Well, that's pretty good at triggering Ledger Shredder.
Is that card broken? I don't know. I guess it's.
I don't know. You said it wasn't.
It's above average right here, I suppose. I mean, that was a nice pickup for 2 mana. Did they get Dragon Rage and Ragavan?
Yeah, sure did. Should just keep both of those. And there is the Ragavan going to the yard. Spell Pierce picked up to add to the mix of counter magic that we have left over. Can cast both of those as here comes an attack for 4. Now a 3-turn clock, a huge pickup like I mentioned. And over to Derek we go. 1 time counter less than the Crashing Footfalls on board right now. Going to be too slow. Oh yeah, we got Delirium. We got instant sorcery artifact creature. Yeah. I dare you to attack with that Shardless. Dare you.
Well, maybe let's see. Is there a way to threaten the graveyard? No, probably not. Okay, here's the plan. You attack with Shardless. Violent Outburst in response. Ryan counters. Then Derek Tidebinders the Dragon Rage Channeler trigger, and now the Dragon Rage Channeler dies in combat.
That is a plan. You grow the Ledger Shredder a ton in the process, and you probably just straight up die to that on board. But that does keep the Dragon Rage Channeler.
It buys you a turn. It buys you a turn, Drake. Come on.
Okay, all right. I see Shardless Agent, Flame of Anna, and I can't get maybe just Wooded Foothills. Ooh, a tough mix. No wizards. We can't do any like destroy artifact, kill a creature, which actually would be sick here. Being able to clean up explosives and kill a creature. Can't do that. All right, Flame of Anna. Can't get a great sound on the mode. Imagine can't kill the Ledger Shredder anymore. It's only 5 damage. So yeah, we chose to draw 2. The Wooded Foothills is deployed and just pass the turn. We're almost dead just right now. Oh, here's another one. Wow. Okay, we have a 3rd Flame of Anna, and that one's gonna get spell pierced and gonna trigger the. Maybe you're supposed to use 2 counter spells on this. Oh, we have Unholy Heat anyway. Wow, we just have it all. Everything came up Ryan this game. These draws have not been poor, thanks, of course, in part to Expressive Iteration of the Totally Not Broken card.
Gonna go for the
style cycle. All right.
Sure. Well, he's looking for a less relevant card, maybe to discard to the Surveil.
Oh, we need to kill the thing. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, and we found it.
He wants to keep the Flusterstorm in hand, so yeah, just in case. All right, that is
clean play.
And we will head to get. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's the NRG Championship. You don't want to be messing around. You want to do your best. You're on camera. You're playing for a Pro Tour invite.
True.
Notable, both of these players are not playing for a Pro Tour invite. Derek Davis already has one.
Oh, wow.
Ryan Hayes is, in fact, playing for a Pro Tour invite if he can take down the event. Let's go ahead and bring up the other player ranking. We have, so here's Ryan Hayes. You can see there, 6th overall. Pretty strong showing. Middle of the pack as far as the Nerd Rage kind of points earned, and then above average in terms of the rankings from the peers and from what the ELO project has gathered on him. And we'll go over to Derek Davis, who is up in 4th. Impressive display. I mean, peer ranking 3, ELO project ranking 3. I mean, that's probably in large part, in addition to his play in the Midwest, also impressive work in the Pro Tours last year, did play in the World Championships, has been around and about, and has impressed players wherever he's been. So Derek Davis,
an impressive resume, obviously. Yeah. And someone with that resume being only 4th, I mean, kind of speaks to the caliber of player you're being ranked against in this event. As these players are shuffling up here for game 3. Some statistics on this power ranking. I know you went through all the trouble to aggregate all the data and stuff to make it happen. Some interesting stuff for this match. Both players ranked the exact same in Modern, both at 7th, tied. And Derek's actually 3rd in ELO, and I believe that Ryan's 4th in ELO. So these players theoretically should be really close. I think that's held so far. We've had 2 great games in this matchup that, of course, has some composition differences, but I'd say maybe favors Rhinos a little bit. And if you're Derek, you need that to be true. Sitting at 1 and 3, Ryan, of course, at 3 and 1. Derek's got some winning to do as he starts off with Breeding Pool and get it going.
I mean, that crashing is this deck less so than any other deck in Magic want to have a 1-drop? I mean,
probably. I mean, Living End. I mean, do you count the Cyclers as 1-drop? Because they have Cyclers. It depends on what you define a 1-drop as. Inside of Fire Ice.
For the moment, I'm defining it as things you do with your first turn mana. And yeah, Suspend Footballs is pretty crappy.
Yeah, it's not good. It's really it's fine in this matchup because being able to pay for things like Spell Pierce and Flusterstorm actually pretty attractive, and I think that's part of why Derek is not like too upset. But in general, yeah, I'd say pretty bad from Rhinos in most matchups that are usually a little bit faster in the modern format. Dragon's Rage Chandler, the follow-up threat, of course, for Ryan. 3rd mana for Derek, only 1 mana up for Ryan. Of course, we know he has a Flusterstorm, and Derek does not. And Engineered Explosives drawn again. A lot of sideboard cards coming here for Ryan. See if he has any lands. As a smackdown for 1 is not impressive.
And Derek Davis, I mean, it's unclear whether the Blood Moons even came in, but even so, Derek Davis, not with the correct basic to play around that, with having drawn the actual mountain here, but Mystic Rainforest gives him the choice of the other two and just selected the island. So now he's got it well covered.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some respect to it. I think, like I said, it has gone back and forth on whether or not you should bring them in. You do see Rhinos players a lot of time try to play around it if they can. Here is Tishana's Tidebinder. Is this instep?
Yeah, I believe it is.
It looked like, it looked like we took the point. Didn't even try to ambush block.
Yeah. Nor did we try and grab the Flooded Strand. Just getting it down there to go aggro.
Sure. I mean, also just gets a blocker play. We're still 2 types away from getting anywhere. And Unholy Heat is kind of the card we're looking for here. Going to get us a Surveil, which puts the 4th type in the yard. We just did it like that. Sorcery to the bed with Preordained.
Okay.
That is 3.
That was, so that was an attempt to block there. That was, and 3 M's came across. So, okay, Derek Davis got, I mean, having Ryan spend some mana main phase is fine, especially with the missed land drop. But,
for the Preordained. I believe we don't have a land. This is second main.
Yeah.
We don't have a land. Minor misstep. Going to go to the bin and chooses to keep on top. And we do find an island for the Flusterstorm rewarded.
Yeah, that was big. That turn, given the possible outcomes when Ryan Hayes declared attacker, this was way above expectation.
Oh yeah, about the best you can get in an Unholy Heat to be too. Normally you leave him in just to like whatever, it kills a Rhino and Bolt doesn't kind of thing. Being able to just turn on your Dragon's Rage Channel right away in combat, killing a relevant threat, getting that 1-for-1. I mean, that's as good as it gets for that Unholy Heat, I'd say.
And still with counter magic up. Derek Davis here.
Fetches Forest, has to go for something. It's Endurance, main phase. Go ahead and clean up that graveyard. Back to 1-1 we go with Crashing Footfall still on suspend. I mean, there's a sideboard card for Derek, and it looks great.
Yeah, and now like you said, well, there's a counter spell. I was going to say Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm aren't so great here, but counter spell.
Yeah, that's certainly live. Ordered. Surveil, going to start building the graveyard maybe. Chooses to leave it on top. The bar for what I'd leave on top here has got to be high. That's going to be a good one. Just a red mana. Is dead gone? It is. See you later. 3 mana left over for Derek. See if we want to go for anything here. We do. It's Shardless Agent. Adds to the board even if the Crashing Footfalls get countered. And this is part of the power of this Rhinos deck. Just assembling some board presence even as these Crashing Footfalls go to the graveyard.
All right, there it is. There's the Flusterstorm. And, well, Derek's got an attack for 3 here, but Ryan with plenty of life.
Yeah, got some work to do. Does this mopey beat strategy that Derek has assembled. We'll see what Ryan left on top. Looks like Scalding Tarn. Quickly fetching with that one.
Well, yeah, you don't want to leave it on the board for Tishana's Tidebinder to catch later on.
True, yeah.
We got to play tight
back. Grabbed an island there. Maybe speaks to either life total mattering or blood moons being present. There's Ledger Shredder. Follow up, another Ledger Shredder. Let's go ahead and get some conniving going. Ragavan the draw. That one doesn't look great. Yeah, see you later. Counter there. Ledger Shredder there. Now we got some blockers assembled. We'll see what Derek has to respond with.
Yeah, Derek Davis's aggro plan here a little anemic. Not even having an attack here.
Yeah, the attacks don't even work. Well, now it does. Flame of Anarchy, 5 damage, 2 Ledger Shredder. Beatdowns for 3 is actually going to clear. And no follow-up for Ryan. Keeps Ledger Shredder from triggering. Spell Pierce to pick up. I think we still have a Murktide in the chamber. Yeah, it looks like it's time for that one. How much of our graveyard do we want to keep? Is the question Ryan is asking right now. Yeah, the spell's probably got to go.
And 1 extra mana? Yeah, indeed. Keep the extra card. And even if Derek had a Mystical Dispute, Ryan has that covered.
Yeah, no, not that big. No, thank you, says Derek. Just a 5-5, which, I mean, just a 5-5. But hey, a second endurance, I mean, I could get some double blocking done. Back to Derek we go. No leaving 2-man up means no counter spell from Ryan. Derek knows that.
Land and a Cascader here will resolve some Rhinos. Would also give Ledger Shredder a connive.
True. Any Cascade kind of spell, I guess, gonna give Ledger Shredder connive. Kind of a secret, like this card's actually better than it looks in this matchup. Beseju played for turn, no play. Just back to Ryan. Has to be happy to untap with Murktide Regent and preordain the draw. That again, cantrip's great at triggering Ledger Shredder. Has to be excited to see that one. Unholy Heat and Bobble. Whoa, those are pretty good.
Yeah, they are. Do you just let Murktide go to work and take the Bobble here, or do you actually take Unholy Heat to try and?
Well, if you play the Bobble, Ledger Shredder triggers, and you could get both if you discard your spell triggers.
Yeah. No, the Bobble seems. Yeah, Bobble was the pick.
I think I want to keep Heat and just Unholy Heat this endurance and be like, whatever, race time, beat. That's kind of what I would like to see, and that looks like what's going to happen.
Yeah, that is Delirium.
Bobble's in. We'll see if we want to look at the top card right now. I think we do. We sure do. I love the sequencing from Ryan. Gets a look. Do we want to use the Unholy Heat? If there was Rhinos on top, there's an argument to saving it for a Rhino token. I would assume by this that there is not. And it's Mystical Dispute. Gonna go after the Heat, and that one's gonna work.
Okay.
Just Murktide can get busy.
Yeah, I mean, that prevents Derek from getting run over, but it doesn't put him in a good spot.
True. Let's see what's on top. Lorraine revealed.
Oh,
no. That's a pretty good one right here. 3 cards. It isn't Rhinos. Ryan knew that, but that is probably among the other best draws that aren't Rhinos for Derek right here. And back to Ryan we go. Express Federation Murktide Ryan's leftovers. So both players still plenty of gas at this stage of the game.
Yeah, this first Murktide's gonna get real big.
Oh yeah, second Murktide. Yeah, that is. Ugh. There's some triggers that you'd like to Tashana's Tidebinder right there.
Yeah.
Strip away flying. Keep all that from happening. There is Unholy Heat as the exiled card. Also a good one. Going to trigger Ledger Shredder because, of course, Express Federation, the first card cast. Endurance going to die after this connive happens, and plenty of leftovers. We discarding this Murktide? Looks like we are.
We don't need it, right? Derek Davis is
dead
defeated.
now?
Yeah,
that's 8 damage, and there's 8 flying, and Derek Davis gonna be felled in this matchup. Some tight play and some great draws from Ryan. But I mean, this is, of course, the NRG Championship. You're going to see tight play all around. But that was some awesome stuff to watch. I mean, that when you talk about Modern and what makes Modern fun and exciting, those matches, for me, are what I like to see. I know you're more of the Tron proclivity, but there's none of that here today. So unfortunately, you have to deal with what I like.
No, I've gotten away from Green Tron now. I'm on Dice Factory Tron. So, but
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna take a minute here and then talk to Ryan Hayes in a moment on how he's progressed through the tournament so far after we just saw him defeat Derek Davis. Lorraine revealed, I believe, cast all 3 games in that match. Is
that might be correct? Definitely cast more than cycled.
Yeah. That's not what you're looking for. This might be the new, put Jagantha in your hand and then die. I mean,
I mean, he had 5 mana every time. What does that speak to? I don't know. But maybe these fair matchups probably where you're going to see it cast more often than not. And hey, Jason's Ingenuity has some competitive chops. People will put that card in their deck before.
Jason's Ingenuity. Get out of here. Go back to your commander. All right, Ryan Hayes is in the booth. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, cool. Well, so you got that one. You're up to 4-1.
Yep.
Can we transition the screen over so viewers at home can actually see Ryan here?
I can't see Ryan. There we go.
There we got
Ryan.
that. All right.
Awesome.
All right, Ryan. How you feeling?
Feel good. Good. Been a good day of Magic.
Yeah, sure. So coming into the event, which format did you, or how did you feel about Modern going in? Do you feel like this was a strength, or is this kind of what you're hoping to skate by on?
I think I'm usually pretty strong in Modern. Wasn't super sure on deck selection a week or 2 ago. Played a lot of Murktide in the past and kind of honed in on that pretty quickly and just worked on tuning the list. And then I won a couple of challenges last weekend, so that really helped make the list work.
Yeah, I would think boost the confidence a little bit.
Yeah, preparation. Modern, I think, has like the most distribution. The highest number of any one deck is 3, and Murktide and Rhinos, of course, and that is the matchup you just played. So I kind of want to speak to you, and with the new versions of Rhinos, the new versions of Murktides, and the cards that are being included. How do you feel about that matchup and your chances in the Modern format going forward for the rest of the champs?
Yeah, I like that matchup. I think it's fairly good for me, but can still be dicey. Like game 1, I felt like pretty in the driver's seat, and then it all kind of fell apart when he had double Rhinos there. But I tested with some friends the matchup to make sure it felt good, and I'm pretty happy with that matchup.
Awesome.
All right, so a couple more rounds of Modern, but you're looking pretty good here to advance into stage 2, or maybe just to jump straight through to Sunday. That's got to be pretty appealing, right? To try and skip through.
Yep. Yeah, I've got Theo next round on Rhinos again, so we get to do that again, and then I think I'm Murktide Mirror against Steven in the last round. So feeling pretty excited to play my last 2 matchups.
All right. What did you feel like when you looked at the field for Modern once the deck lists were, once you see the metagame? Did this feel like you were happy with your choice given what you were facing, or did you regret anything?
Yeah, I think our pod was really good for Murktide, and like the deck list I came to, a lot of Rhinos and some Murktide Mirrors. Just had to fade like the Yogg deck, and I felt pretty happy with it all.
Okay. All right. Well, Ryan Hayes, congratulations on being 4-1, and good luck the rest of the day.
All right, awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, awesome stuff there. And looks like, he mentioned tested a lot of the Rhinos Murktide matchup. It seems to be the most common matchup that's going to occur here. Like I said, 3 of each, and looked great in that match. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of that action. I find it, like I said, very interesting. I thought it was peak Modern, loved it a lot. But for now, we're done with that. I'm going to go ahead and move to our backup match, which of course is between Eric Burkart on Hammer and Grayson Nimitz on Amulet Titan. A very different texture of Modern Foot we just saw.
Yeah, agreed. This one will probably go fairly quickly.
You see Eric starting off with Esper Sentinel, maybe not as good in the Amulet matchup as in others, but still a fine place to be to have a play on turn 1. This a matchup I haven't played so much. Amulet, of course, a recent resurgence in the Modern format. A few new cards, but mostly just a new look. The One Ring, of course, adding a lot to this deck, and very common to play 61 main deck, which Grayson has adopted a 61 card main deck for this. It's the new 60, Joe.
Yeah, well, but I mean, if you were playing 60, Grayson probably would have had an Amulet on turn 1, but with 61, you give it away.
That's what we had instead. Well, don't worry, it's on top. That just means it's on top. You can draw it right when you need it. Urza's Saga, good to be the play here for Eric. And there's Sigarda's Aid, already looking kind of threatening. Do we have Hammer right now? Ooh. We sure do. Bonk.
Okay. So, there. Okay, I'm not gonna say
right there. It's a 1-mana artifact, not quite as impressive, but here is 2 mana. That's our first land drop. We have an Azusa in hand. Can't really get rid of it, but we can besiege you the Esper Sentinel. That gets rid of the pressure for now.
Very nice. And the Amulet could have even been in the opening hand. He just Grayson didn't want to play into the Esper Sentinel, conceivably.
Right.
So it's
had
possible.
You there. Have to pay 11. Right. Not going to happen.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the a function that players forget about frequently. It's like, okay, now I've built up an extra mana. I'll pay the 1. Like, no, sorry, it's another 10.
A little bit more than that. It's a little bit more expensive. Inflation hit this one hard. Yeah. As Ornithopter going to be deployed. Another thing you can stick hammers on, of course, Sigarda's Aid only works the first time. So that hammer costs 8 to equip for now until Pure Show Paladin or something like is brought to the mix. Of course, representing the ability to make a construct is Eric, but this matchup maybe not the one where we want to be doing that so much as just finding a way to end the game, because Amulet, I imagine, can do some things that go over the top, including things like bounce land your Besiege you, get rid of your artifacts. Like that's just something that can just happen with a Titan in the middle of combat.
All right, so Grayson thinking over the turn here. You can see Forest Otawara. Is that Azusa in the hand, I think?
Yeah, and we're going to deploy the Azusa. If we have an additional bounce land, we can maybe go to work right now. We've already played a land. We get 2 more, so we can make 4. So we need a little bit more than that. Gonna pick up the blue-green one, which is usually better for things like transmuting Teleria West, and Odawara is going to be the other land played. So 4 mana right now. Even if Azusa has to block or gets answered, we do have 6 still next turn for Primeval Titan, just from the play, the Simic Growth Chamber we know about.
So another option here, I think, would have been play the Growth Chamber again, Odawara, the Sigarda's aid, and then the Urza Saga can't tutor a claws hammer into play on the Ornithopter. But yeah, maybe that's unnecessary, just depending on those are the block. And Hammer not famous for its removal suite, so that may work out just fine.
I mean, we could get some trample suite going, though, with something like a Shadow Spear if we have hammers dialed up. The fact that we're grabbing a hammer speaks to, I think Eric doesn't really have any more hammers going on right now, as that hammer does get slapped onto the construct that was made on Instep, the one that, of course, can attack. Looks like we floated a mana, so maybe we have Stoneforge or something to find another hammer? Still don't have trample yet.
That's
new
Forge
cards.
Anew, I believe is the name of the card.
Correct. So that means we can equip the other hammer, right? You can pay 0 and pay the equip cost for the first equip activation. And we can do that any time. So we can do so after block. So we can move this to the Ornithopter if we want. I think that's what we're doing right now, which is lethal if Grayson does not have anything. But he does have another Boseiju to take care of the Ornithopter.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, this can't be what Eric was hoping to see. Double Boseiju out of... There are actually 3 in the main deck, so Grayson came prepared.
Yeah, great in this matchup, as we've seen. But, of course, Azusa just had to get to chumping business. And the Forge Anew makes it such that we can just do this again next turn. We can do this instant speed equip thing again. Grayson needs to actually get something going proactively, or else you are just going to get ground down by hammer. And this is part of the strength of the hammer deck. You can stop it a couple times, disrupt it, but I mean, if you don't do something, there's still a 10+ power creature, a lethal threat in play right now. Dryad looks to be the draw.
And the bounce land still in hand from previous turns. So Grayson's got one card at the top there. That's one card that's hidden that is going to need to be significant, because with the...
It has to be Primal Titan, there's nothing to think about, right? Like, it's the only card that isn't just lights out right now. So either Summoner's Pact or Primal Titan itself. We are going to go ahead and play Simic Growth Chamber. It's untapped. There's a return land to hand trigger going on. Looks like we're intending to bring Odawara back to hand. That is what's going to happen. We have 6 mana now. This looks like a Titan. It is a Titan. Okay. Now what?
Well, there's certainly... Having Odawara in hand allows Grayson quite a bit of... I mean, Eric can put as much power as he wants on the one construct. That's not going to pose a problem if there's mana available, which there looks like there will be.
Okay, Slayer Stronghold and Boros Garrison, the grabs. That can give the Titan haste. Can't beat any kind of removal, but wouldn't be able to beat it anyway. Going to pick up the Slayer Stronghold with the Boros Garrison, get right to attacking. That is going to happen, and that's going to trigger Primal Titan again. So yeah, now here's where the question starts. Are we trying to get Dryad in play? Are we trying to hold up Odawara? Because Dryad represents like a blocker, so he would need like, multiple things, multiple removal spells, or like a protection spell from green. Something like that to actually get through your blocker board. So how much do we value that versus just having mana up?
Yeah, and it was Boseiju number 3 alongside the Growth Chamber. So that went to hand. So Grayson is going to be covered unless there is something like... Well, there are a pair of Surge of Salvations main deck, and there are a pair of Solitudes.
It's Surge of Salvation right there. And that means Titan has to block, and it does. And we didn't grab a Teleria West or anything, which means we need help. Right? We don't have another Titan face up? Nope. Pact.
No.
It's Amulets the draw. That doesn't look good enough. We can block for a turn with Dryad, but right now we're in some trouble.
Yes, indeed. There is a right, like you said, there's a Dryad. There's no Valakut present.
We need a lot of lands. You're better off going upstairs with that one. Can get an attack in. Get the Slayer Stronghold, get busy. Bonk. I mean, the attack's not nothing. I think you're supposed to. We do have an Odawara still dialed up now. That we can do anyway. Yeah, so I love this. Get your 4 points of damage in right now. Bang. Down to 8, which means next Primal Titan with just the attack should be lethal, assuming there's no blockers. And upkeep looks like we're going to do an Otawara the Construct.
Yeah, I was worried a little bit there that Grayson was going to let Eric draw, but getting on upkeep makes a lot of sense. Avoids, doesn't give Eric an extra chance to draw the other Surge of Salvation.
Right. Does give a chance to draw Gingerbread, though. Gingerbread equip would have been potentially problematic. Does not have it. Mycosynth Gardens looks to be the draw. Another Amulet deployed. Didn't have to block this turn. Going to go ahead and attack for 4 more, and I believe that puts Eric down board to the Dryad. Not the way the Dryad's usually lethal, but, I mean, if you got to do what you got to do, can't get a great look at Eric's hand. It's Pure Steel Paladin. Okay.
All right. That is
big.
now a sufficiently sized blocker to handle this Dryad.
I'm going to go ahead and read Forge and do. Can you just do this whenever you want? Yes. Whenever I want. Anytime I can cast an instant. So no, that Dryad attack for lethal is no longer on the table. Getting a read of Fortune. 3 lines of text on this card. The 3-mana enchantment from Tales of Middle Earth. Azusa added to the mix for Grayson in the meantime. You can see, can return some equipment from grave to hand, but most importantly, what you can actually care about is you can equip things at instant, and it costs 0 for the first one. In step, we're going to flash in a Colossus Hammer. Choose not to equip it from the Cigar.
Metalcraft now, so the Paladin is turned on, and there appear to be a Solitude at the very least in Eric's hand, but 1 Solitude is still not going to lock this game up, I don't think.
Right. Attack with the Pure Steel Paladin for a ton of...
Was that a ring? I think that was a ring.
The One Ring would be great here. This doesn't get much better. It is the One Ring. Wow. What a draw. And what another draw here for Grayson. Gonna quickly look at that one. Didn't look thrilled. And it's second Dryad. Oh, yeah. Check out the One Ring. Heard of this card, Joe? What you know about this one?
I have. It is quite good. I think it more than holds up to the reputation it might have garnered from literary history, as it will
inclined to agree.
Defend Grayson for the turn. Already replaced itself and pick up 2 more cards next turn at the cost of 1 damage. Grayson will happily pay that. Eric finds a Stoneforge Mystic, which will grab a Shadow Spear and then another card from the Crystal Paladin.
True. And the Shadow Spear looks, I mean, I think we saw Eric do another check. The Shadow Spear doesn't actually do anything this turn. You don't even gain life because it's protection from everything. And yeah, it's just like, here we go. I have a pile of stuff. You're super duper 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 dead if you let me attack. But that is not what is going to happen right now. I'm going to move one of the hammers around just to make sure that we have 2 ginormous blockers that can block a Titan. Don't want to get punked out by any kind of weird Otawara Beseiju stuff. And back to Grayson we go. Going to take some damage from the One Ring, but gets a few draws at it. And now doesn't actually need to attack thanks to Double Dryad in order to close this game out. I believe we do have at least 1 copy of Valka. Yeah, we have 2. We need a Titan here or another ring. Boreal Grazer Sunholm Saga? I don't think that's going to be good enough.
But, oh, you're right. The trample is...
Trample's a problem.
Is a lot, yeah.
And you can move the Shadow Spear around at like instant speed. And that's pretty hard to beat. As we see Grayson kind of thinking through everything. I mean, Sunholm getting double strike. Maybe there's some kind of way. I mean, 8 is not a lot of life to work with, but you have 2 2/4s, an 0/3. What can we make shake here? I just don't think there's anything.
Well, maybe we miscounted the toughness here. There's 11 potential toughness. Plus 8 life, so that's 19. Maybe Grayson can survive the attack for 35. Yeah, maybe not.
I hope no one ever told you, Joe, that math is not 34. Your strong suit. I am thoroughly impressed. I think nothing. I'm just saying. I think you're very good at math. I'm not very good at math. That's why we have you in the booth.
Yeah.
Here comes an attack. I love it. Yes. Block. I'll block. All right, fine. Yeah, you got it. You saw the line. You win. That is going to be game number 1 in what I thought was going to be a lot faster. I mean, when you're talking about an Esper Sentinel attacking for 11 on turn 2, I thought that was going to be a way faster match. But, I mean, the resiliency of Amulet Titan, thanks to these new developments, One Ring, Beseiju, all those new inclusions that we've seen from the last few years, makes the deck look very, very resilient, even in the face of aggressive, proactive plants.
Oh, yeah. That was not the expected game, and that was very cool to see play out. All right, let's pop the deck lists up and get some information out to you at home before they start the sideboard game, so you can see Grayson Nimitz Amulet Titan here.
61 cards in the main deck: an Endurance, an Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, Dragonlord Dromoka, Generous Int, 2 Dismember, 2 Force Negation, Engineered Explosives, Curse Totem, 3 Defense Grids, a Pajuka Bog, and a Cavernous Souls. The sideboarding. What do you like for Hammer?
Well, I like cheap removal, and there's definitely some to be found here with Dismembers and Force of Vigors and Explosives. All that sounds great. Does Elish Norn do anything here? I mean, you shut off some triggers, but that's too slow, right? We're not interested in that.
I don't think so. It shuts off like whatever, like the Stone Forges and stuff, but it's like 5 mana to even get started. I don't think that's what the doctor ordered.
No, I don't think so. So I think the cards we mentioned, I already mentioned, were pretty good. Some of the stuff that can get trimmed, that's a little tougher. I mean, there's a 1 of Spelunking in this deck. Do we need that? Is that for... I don't
first card, Joe.
Huh? Yeah, no, I know. Is that I don't know if I'd feel comfortable saying what that's there for, but anything that costs 3 is not that it doesn't win the game. Seems not exactly what I'm looking for. Let's look at Eric's sideboard here and see if the Spelunking has any particular use. We do see
I
here
love this sideboard.
The Hammer deck with You don't see a lot of multiple 4-ofs in sideboards, do you?
4 Traneth Magistrate, 4 Strict Proctor, 2 Solitude, 2 Surge of Salvation, 3 Curse Totems. What is this, a 5-card sideboard? I love it. I love it, Joe. Know what you want to beat and show up with the best cards. I don't need any garbage. Get it out of my face.
Wow. All right.
Strict
So
Proctor, I think, is what we're doing here. Stop those the ETB of the Titan. That works, right?
Proctor seems great. It stops a few triggers, I guess, although those are the most relevant ones. I mean, if there's ever, Dryad Valakut's not going to do much with Proctor in play.
True.
The
Titan trigger itself is obviously what you want.
Right.
For, but then it gets the attack trigger. You only get a turn out of it. But
it's still, buying a turn is possibly enough a lot of the time.
Is the matchup so good that you just don't want to shut off your own triggers? Like your Sigarda's aids are shut down by this? Like that's something to think about, right?
All right, so we're saying maybe that's not coming in.
I mean, could it just be Solitudes and ship it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not the Hammer expert, but those are the only cards I think you can even really think about. Is do you want your Solitudes and do you want your Strict Proctors?
I mean, you could bring in Surge of Salvation to counter the Force of Vigors and the Dismembers. I mean, Surge of Salvation is great against Force of Vigor.
True.
All right, let's roll
see exactly
game 2.
what to do. Let's go look at game 2. We'll see what's done in match and what direction Eric Burkart wants to go with the sideboarding. Of course, up a game has room to mess it up and then revisit for game 3. But this is the NRG Champs. I wouldn't expect that to happen. I would expect these players to have far more of a clue of the very intimate specifics of this current Amulet build versus this current Hammer build. But at the end of the day, I think Eric should probably lean towards making less changes rather than more. Obviously don't want to dilute your deck too much with any kind of interactive stuff and just try to get Grayson dead. Grayson's on the back foot. Win the game. Get him dead. And that speaks to maybe your Surge of Salvations includes over things that try to check a Titan. Kind of just want to end the game before that happens anyway.
All right, Grayson on the play here. No,
Seiju's the land.
No Esper Sentinel to mess with. But I've been caught by this before, where you're like, oh, they played Boseiju, awesome. They're stuck on land. No, they just pick it up immediately. It doesn't do anything.
Here's the Simic Growth Chamber. Gonna make 4 mana. Do we have an Azusa? We sure do. Okay, that means it could be Titan time right now. All right, we got a mana floating. Oh, we're tracking mana now. Oh yeah, we got the forest out. Oh, talk to me. All right, I see a second Azusa. The card's legendary. Doesn't really do much. I see a Dryad, which we can definitely deploy, and maybe just another land.
Okay. This is for Eric. This is probably very scary right now. But yeah,
I would be terrified.
It may not amount to much aside from Boseiju going back in the hand.
Sure. With a bounce land up. I mean, that might just be good enough for now.
If
the Titans ever draw on your dead instantly, and because there's another bounce land in the chamber we see with that Boros Garrison. Although that could get weird if you're trying to give your Titan haste, and that's the bounce land you leave in play kind of thing. But we're gonna have so many extra bounces, and we have the amulets themselves. You can afford to screw it up a little bit. As here comes the Boseiju, which we're gonna use right now.
Wow.
See you later, Sigarda's Aid.
Okay.
Planes for Eric. No attacks yet, even though all that stuff happened. This is only turn 2. So a lot of objects in play for Grayson on turn 2, but no Titan yet. And that is what we are waiting on as we go back to Eric. Looked like Shadow Spear the pickup. Can't get a great look at the rest of the hand. There is a Strict Proctor. Maybe a little late to the party. Somehow.
Yeah. Well, it also, oddly enough, will prevent all kinds of triggers. Really, the bounce lands won't bounce, right?
Yeah, and also the amulets won't trigger
Right.
unless you pay 2.
Unless you pay for them. Yeah. It would be
Alright.
amusing to end up in a scenario where Grayson is actually paying mana to trigger so he can bounce because he needs to replay a land for some reason. But yeah, this Proctor's gonna
that'd be rough.
do some work here. And all right, here we go once again into combat.
Some beep beep.
Well, I
here
mean,
comes a whole attack for 1, I believe, is what's going to get through.
yeah.
And that's something. Here's a point. And Eric down to 19. Does mean that you don't have to bounce anything, though. You just let all that get countered. Tap Boros Garrison gets to just be put into play directly.
Yeah.
And actually, this is really problematic. I mean, Beseiju helping out Eric's own kind of mana issue, able to deploy Pierce Paladin. Not going to get any draws, but like I said, like able to shut down the bounces. I mean, Grayson doesn't even have 6 mana right now, but the One Ring is quite a good draw. Does not get protection from everything. That's an ETB, right?
Right. I think it's an ETB if you cast it, or is it yeah.
It's when it is battlefield if you cast it. Yeah. So that not gonna have protection, but the activated ability is what you want anyway. Card coming for Grayson. That's gonna be a huge pickup, as Eric has not really assembled much yet. Strict Proctor doing quite a bit of work still for the moment. Not going to do it forever.
Amulet Titan is so busted on its good draws, and then when it kind of like fizzles a little, or at least in this like this game, there's One Ring. It's just like, okay, fine, I'll just reload next turn, 3 more cards, and probably have the goods to have some fireworks then. And Eric, the Colossus Hammer in hand.
That's kind of what we've seen from Amulet before, right? Like when Karn the Great Creator was printed, that's kind of just what people did, like, but worse. It was just like you had Karn the Great Creator instead of, oh yeah, we're going to pay 2 to draw a card here. Love this. But yeah, that's what you did instead of the One Ring. And it wasn't as good, but it's still like you just have the slots for free in your Amulet deck for the most part that you could just like afford to, I'll play a few cards that if I get stopped, they just kind of win the game on their own because it just gets me going again. And Karn the Great Creator has been long since retired for the One Ring, which is much better. Plane's going to be deployed. Going to use all 5 mana this turn to, suit up the Proctor. Yeah. Beatdown time. Not even beatdown time. Blocking time.
So this, so another thing that's shut off by the Proctor is the Solitude from Eric's deck. So he's tapped out now. So Grayson doesn't have to worry about that. But he draws up some cards, which consist of a whole bunch of coming to play triggers. So this Strict Proctor is going to work on both players here in this match, in this game.
Yeah, the weird time that, like, you don't see it much with Magic anymore. Half the time, they just make them, like, asymmetrical to start with. But symmetrical stack pieces, historically, Magic has been about breaking the symmetry on these things. Strict Proctor, we're just not doing that. We're just like, no, straight up, this thing's going to hose both of us. I'm banking on it hosing you more than me. And I think I find it kind of charming. It very, very brings back old Magic vibes.
All right, so Vasuma comes in, copies him with Growth Chamber, does not bounce a land.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. 4 mana the leftovers. We putting Grazer in play. We're gonna pay 2 to get a land in. Yeah, we got a Grazer. Yeah, trigger. Same point to the Strict Proctor. I guess is this a trigger from the Strict Proctor? Does Eric have to remember every single one of these triggers?
Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah, it sure does. Wow, that is tedious. Another thing that brings back old Magic vibes, tedious triggers that need to be remembered by your opponent. And here's Colossus Hammer. We're going to pay 2 to draw a card from Pierce Paladin once again. Thank you, Strict Proctor. All right. Didn't get a great look at the pickup there.
Yeah. 1 short of Metalcraft at the moment.
Ginger Brute makes it happen now.
All right.
It's cost 0 to equip, and we can give it the can't be blocked except by hasters. Or we can just suit up Strict Proctor, which does fly. There is a reach blocker in play in the form of Grazer. Oh, we're just moving stuff around now. This is my favorite part of Pierce Paladin. So, yeah, this would cost a lot of mana, but I don't care. 0. Equip. All right, yeah, Ginger Brute's the best.
Let me test if my opponent is going to respond to any of this. No? Okay, here we go.
Just move stuff around a bunch. All right, yeah, here we go. Beatdowns, Beach Street. This is a 12-12 trample lifelink. Not even going to activate it. Yeah, just 12 on the chin. Not interested in blocking with anything is Grayson. And now we get to move the equipment back around afterwards. So life total beginning to look problematic to be the thing to win with. And the One Ring beginning to work maybe against Grayson with this damage. Maybe starting to matter as 3 cards coming for the tap of the One Ring. Just tap it, get your 3 cards.
All right, so I don't have chat open, but I assume chat is letting us know that the live totals are not updating, and that's true. And it's a time-shifted match, so we can't do anything about it. So let's see if we can figure out what Grayson's actually supposed to be at here. It should be 17 from
7.
17
for 12, right?
2 for 2 from 1 and 2 from the One Ring, right? So that'd be 17.
Oh,
And then he just
yeah,
took.
more.
You said 12. So 5.
Yeah.
But here's a fresh One Ring, so
need that to happen. We are going to pay 2 notably for the trigger, so we do have protection from everything. Valakut's going to be played. That's going to trigger a lot of stuff. Strict Proctor, what are we paying for? We're paying for the Bolt, it looks like, to go after the Pure Steel Paladin. That's going to work. Okay. All right, we're kind of doing it. And let's be getting to work under the Strict Proctor a little bit. And
yeah,
gonna go ahead and decides to tap the this One Ring. Maybe looking for Otawara to get the Strict Proctor off the board. I mean, not a ton. You called out Dismember, but that does not answer a creature of the Strict Proctor's size.
No.
Do have protection from everything right now, but that goes away next turn. Forest going to be played. That's going to trigger the thing again. I guess we had mana floating. Oh, did we miss we missed the Proctor trigger. So it just picks off the Gingerbread on the house. Plains. We're back in Eric's turn. Couple cards left. Got to be good.
Ooh,
and we'll see if they
aren't.
are. They aren't. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we use protection for everything. We can get one more turn. Eric is at the I'm not missing any more of these triggers stage of this particular game.
I mean, really, against this deck, he can just every 5 seconds announce Strict Proctor trigger, and it's probably hitting something.
Is this thing even allowed? Can you spell trigger? I don't even know. Trigger. Risk Study, people do that all the time in my land, in my Commanderville.
That's one Commander reference for you so far. We're going to keep count.
Oh, we keep it a count? Oh, it's like a storm count.
We are now, yeah.
You keep those in Commander as well, Joe, so pick that up.
Hold on, I got a big marker here for you.
I get the big marker. I love it. Why do you just have markers dialed up? Is something you need in your day-to-day? Whatever.
Hey, man, I'm a Magic player. I still proxy cards sometimes.
All right. Fair. All right, Sunholm going to be deployed, it looks like. Going to trigger the Strict Proctor. And are we trying to bolt this thing down? Oh, I need 4, and that's number 1. All right, we have... Yeah, you just pointed to the thing. We're going to pay again, so that's 6 damage marked on Strict Proctor. And if you just pick it up, I think we can do it one more time. Yeah. Oh, no, we're just going to Besiegew.
That works too.
6 damage marked, and now we're Besiegeing the Colossus Hammer, which is going to kill it with state-based effects, which happens after the search. So that's what we're doing right now.
All right, that's fancy. That gets that out of the way.
That's fancy.
And
now Strict Proctor's gone, and Grayson's entirely unlocked. I don't know what his life total is, but it can't be high. I think we need to do something that matters right now. 4, it looks like. Oh, 31-4. Great. Spectacular.
31. Yeah, that's no problem. Amulet can, pick that off.
I mean, that's probably true, as we see our last land drop here being used for Simic Growth Chamber. Now the amulets do work. Everything is unlocked, and we need to see what is... Oh, the mana's off screen. Love this. 2 of each. Bounce to hand. And I think that was the last land drop we get on the house from Azusa Dryad and basic land drop, but we have enough for a Titan for sure. Just moving some mana around a little bit. All right. Yeah, 2 mana plus of those. That's Titan mana. And here is Primeval Titan, which can grab a second Valakut, the Hasteland, and I don't know what the math looks like after that, but I can tell you it's not good.
No. Sunholm is already on the board and tapped, so that's something, I guess. But
yeah, we're just bolting with Valakuts, I think. I think it's just Valakut time. Vesuva notably also already in place. Can't make a third Valakut. I don't know, I don't know what the math is. We can figure it out right now. What is this? 4 triggers, that's 12. 4 more triggers, another 12. That's 24. Plus Titan, that's 33. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Great.
Maybe. We'll see. There could be a Solitude. There could be something.
Sure.
Eric.
Solitude unlocked now. Yeah. Once we go to combat, can go ahead and Solitude, and then. I mean, that's a lot of life gain for Grayson. If your plan is to hope this One Ring, kills him or whatever, it gets harder.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Give it haste.
Okay. If the attack comes through, there's not a
give it haste again.
Sure.
All right. The whole squad. We send in the whole team. We are not. We're sitting to pick up the deck. So that's going to be game number 2.
All
Eric,
right.
Drew Strick Proctor looks good. Grayson's still able to get out from underneath it. Impressive stuff from both players, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, Strick Proctor came down after the first half dozen triggers from Grayson, so it wasn't, ideal. But
It's turn 2, what you're supposed to do.
I know. I know. There's no ramping available, so that's the best they can do there. But okay, we're going to see a game 3, and this is the time lock match. So let's go ahead and roll it.
Yeah, I think we can jump right in. I can't imagine too much going to change in the sideboards. If you want to talk a little bit about like maybe the hammer deck is going to cut the Strict Proctors on the play and just try to get the job done right away. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not. I can tell you what, Eric leading on Urza's Saga, and so is Grayson. The battle of sagas. Who can Urza's Saga harder? Well, here is Stoneforge on turn 2. Not even remotely interested in these constructs is either player. As Culture Complete the find. That one does a good job attacking even through Titans.
Yeah, that's kind of like the fair plan for this deck, right? So
I would argue that is the fairest it gets for the most part. Yeah, doing its best Stoneblade impression. No longer is Batterskull the best thing to do. We now have Culture Complete. Looks like we're floating mana with Urza's Saga. Let's see what we want to go get. I'd imagine Shadow Spear is kind of attractive. Just hope to win like the damage race. Yeah, and that's what we're going to reach for.
Yeah, are we? Boy, I'm not super confident we're going to be able to race whatever 2 amulets leads to for Grayson next turn, but I guess that's what you got to do.
Yeah, the new look at amulet's interesting, right? We're going to go to Grayson's turn 3, and I think ideally he's going to have 0 lands in play. Just going to be like, amulet, make my Mycosynth an amulet. All right, now I'm going to play a bounce land, and things start to get nuts. As here comes Culture Complete. Yeah, going to get a read of that Christmas list of abilities. Does have haste, so we're going to get busy for 5 damage right now. And back to Grayson we go.
I kind of forgot in the span of that last game that Eric actually mulled to 5 that game. That was quite a fight for 5. Now presumably on 7. And okay, here's the first amulet, and then Mike's guards will copy it. Now there's 2.
I have another one.
This is bad for Eric.
Yeah, not good for Eric. No lands for the Amulet Titan deck, notable for its ramp strategy. And Eric feels, I'm sure, a little bit of stress. Not comfortable at all with his position right now. Of course, like I mentioned, Culture Complete plus Shadow Spear does a good job attacking. So there is just like a hard clock count on this game thanks to those. But I mean, I see a lot to work with Grayson right now. Not a mulligan to 5 are we working with right now. There's the bounce on Selesnya Sanctuary, and that's going to make 4. Yeah, we got the man out. Yeah, here we go. Love this choice in lands. You and I have played this Players Tour together. I love those lands. Fun memories.
Yeah, sharper than mine. I don't even know what. So, well, the Players Tour. So it must have been from Phoenix.
Yeah, Theros. That's Theros Beyond Death basics. Oh,
okay. Yeah,
I'm trying to have a nice nostalgia moment. Whatever. We're making a pile of mana.
There's like 3 basic land sets I can identify, like in all of Magic.
Alpha, Beta, Revised.
No. But they are well and truly in the past. It's like probably like Revised, Odyssey, and I don't know. One of the fast sets. The first, I don't remember.
It'll come to you. It comes in waves.
Zendikar. I think Zendikar. That would be the other one.
Sure.
All right. Enough of that.
There's a Dryad. We got 6 mana left over. I've done Titan with 2 amulets before. It ain't pretty. This is be pretty for
Grayson maybe have 6 mana floating and no land in play, but I think he's going to make some more mana this turn.
I'm optimistic about that as well. We have another Mycosynth. I think that's what we're thinking about right now. We have 1 more land drop, I believe, thanks to the Dryad. We have Titan mana right now. The question is, do we want to do any kind of weirdness with like Mycosynth make an amulet? Because you can just do that with your land drop, right? Like make a mana, untap it, and then clone it. And it looks like we're not going to. We're going to make a white and a red because that's already in our hands. So we have to make sure that we have access to red mana. So when we grab the Slayer Stronghold, we can give the Titans haste. But I think we're still short red mana right now. So you have to grab Valakut. I think you do need red mana because if we're going to do 2 Titans, which I think we can do, we need to have 2 red mana. And that is what we just did. We played the Boros Garrison as our last land, made white, red. And now we can grab like Teleria West. Teleria West, Civic Growth Chamber, 4, 5, 6. We're 3 short.
Well, we need
the haste man. We need the haste land now. Yeah, so we're gonna grab the Haste Land and the Double Strike land now. So we have Sunhome, Slayer Stronghold. Neither of these go back to hand. So the first two lands that are gonna stay in play.
Does that mean Grayson messed up? I'm kidding. I mean, just because I mean,
no,
I know, but like he got 2 lands that don't bounce. I mean, when does that ever happen?
Not very often. Well, I think here too. Wait, do we have? Can we give Double Strike? How do we give Double Strike?
Production. I just noticed we have a typo in Grayson's last name. Can we get that fixed? He is about to put on a show for us. The least we can do is spell his name correctly.
Well, it's a time shifted match. I'm not optimistic, Joe. I can tell you that.
Hey, life totals, I'm told, can be trouble. Names? All right. Yep. Same problem.
Nothing. We can't fix anything. Well, here's activate twice. That gives +4/+0. So if we can give Double Strike, that's 20 right now. And there's no blockers. So here comes a Titan. And a Dryad. So we have 12 right now. All we need to do is activate this Sunhome, targeting the Primeval Titan, and for there to be no Solitude, and this game is over. But I think if there was a Solitude, we would have seen it by now.
Right.
That is
Grayson seems well versed in the intricacies of this deck. I do not expect to see a mechanical error here, and he may well be on the path to recovering his record, as both players here started 1-3 in the event. It's actually going to be a pair of Valakuts.
Oh, yeah, because we can just activate with the Dryad. All right, yeah,
Yep.
Dryad just fixes everything. Nothing matters. Yeah, make a billion mana, activate, target the Primeval Titan. Primeval Titan's 20 on its own. We got 2 for good measure. 4, I'm sorry, I think we gave it haste as well. 4 for good measure with the Dryad, and that is going to be a billion D damage. And turns out, Kaldra, not good at racing a Primeval Titan. Doesn't happen.
All right, so that is going to be curtains on round number 5. Grayson Nimitz will defeat Eric Burkart and advance to 2 and 3, still alive for advancing to day 2. Eric Burkart not looking good. Maybe based on how the pod plays out, maybe still live, but either way, still playing for some money. The prize structure is set up so that even players who have or confirmed or are dead for making it into stage 2 are still playing for additional money with each match win. But that round took so long. We're not going to make you wait. We're not even going to take a break. We're going to go straight into round 6. Let's put the leaderboard up so you can see how things are standing, and then we're going to start playing again. So Steven Dykeman is the only player that is 5-0. Congratulations to him. Looking very strong. Couple players at 4-1, and nobody is 0-5. So everyone got on the board at some point or other as Ben Ungar finally picks up a win. All right, you can see that. Let's go ahead and go down to the table. Looks like the round is ready to go. We obviously didn't take a break, so Drake and I don't know what's coming up, but it's Daniel Weiser and Raja Suleiman.
Oh, I think we should strap in for this one. I believe this is Zora's Control versus 4-color Omnath, which if I had to gamble on it, we're in for a long haul here, Joe.
Well,
I don't know.
We said we were in for a short one last time, and that sure didn't happen. So
sure. Maybe this one will go fast. I don't know how fast that whatever, like a naked Solitude or whatever can kill, but maybe that's what we're in for. Both players starting on Rogrin Triumph, though. Doesn't really give me the aggro vibes for a quick match here between these two players.
No, absolutely not. All right, so we are underway in round 6. This round and one more of Modern to finish up stage 1. After that, 4 players will be out of the tournament. 4 players will advance into Sunday morning stage 3, and the other 8 will play a double elimination bracket where if you haven't seen the structure video, and obviously we didn't have time to play it between rounds as there was no break between rounds, the evening play will be double elimination. Players will sit down to face and then veto a format and then play the remaining format. So there will be, we can't tell you what format you'll be watching this evening because we don't know until the players sit down. Anyway, Ren 6 into play for Daniel Weiser, and that's a good place to start. Ren is 6.
I mean, Ren has got to be one of the best cards in the matchup if I had to gamble on, especially at the 2 mana slot.
Yeah.
Ren, especially with the fetch land. I mean, everything kind of already coming up Daniel Weiser. And of course, as the 4-color deck, you do also just want your mana to function. You're liable to be on a long haul here, looking to have some kind of counterspell fights. Both of these decks loaded up counter magic, 4 counterspell. If we're talking about Daniel Weiser's deck, he's got 4 counterspell, a force negation, a spell pierce, 2 stern scoldings, and then of course like some other stuff that could play like subtlety and stuff like that. But not as much as Raja, who it's labeled as Zorius. There is actually 2 copies of Omnath in this deck. So, Labeling it Azorius may be a little disingenuous. We got some green sideboard cards. Of course, there's a Kahira in the companion zone. We're stretching what Azorius actually means. But of course, we're doing this.
What Azorius are you talking about? I'm reading 4-color Omnath versus 4-color control. Try and keep up, Drake.
Oh, well, he labeled it Azorius control when he
know.
submitted it. So that's what he calls it. And that's what I'm going to call it, Joe, because
I
follow the player's deck.
You're right. Going with the player's chosen archetype names never leads to disaster.
They've always been honest, okay? Counterspell going to meet into Fairy Time Rattler, which would, of course, reduce the sub-game of counterspells to 0. So that one does need to be answered. And just a land pass back to Daniel Weiser. But Raja can't be super thrilled. You can see a little bit of a kind of look on his face. This Ren is going to work. Daniel Weiser, stone cold. Just playing lands, picking them up. A good plan. Tried and true. People called for a ban on Ren 6 at one point.
I mean, it's a pretty aggravating card. And another aggravating card. Second try at Teferi Time Raveler and
second counterspell. All right.
All right.
We're just going to line these cards up, and then Misty Rainforest gets picked up in the process. We're going to go ahead and fetch. Love the little shortcuts. We gotta get this match moving because it could take a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
Sagoth Triome the find.
Round timers extended throughout the championship. Day 1, 55 minutes instead of 50. So a little more leeway for the players, but still, a matchup like this, they both know that we're going to retitle Raj's deck again. It's now blue, white, capital, red, green, lowercase control, which I do like the style there.
I'm sorry, it looks so good next to 4-color, which have blue, white,
this has got to be like the accepted standard for blue, white control splashing Ren 6, right? That's how you would write it. What else would you do? Yeah. And of course,
there's no Ren 6s in Raja's deck. It's like just a couple copies of Omnath. I mean, Raja, that's worked from last time. 2022 champion. He won with some Broker's Charms or whatever in his control deck. He shows up with whatever's in his control binder and just beats everybody. So we'll see if he can do that again here and with his control deck.
You're overcomplicating things on purpose to make it look silly. It's blue, white. It's just a little splash. So easy. It's just a little splash. Ren 6 or Omnath, whatever. One ring, that takes colorless. It's on the board.
Yeah, pretty color intensive. That one's going to resolve. That's going to be a big deal. That's going to be the start of catching back up. But now shields are down. If there's something like a Teferi number 3 involved for Daniel,
well, okay, sure, but that's asking a lot for Daniel's deck here, putting a third Teferi out.
He's drawing a million cards.
Well, he was drawing a million lands. I don't know if he's drawing a million cards. But the Ren 6 here, Raja has to be thrilled to have that on the board to start making amends here. And now he's going to need removal for Ren 6 as you don't want that one to ultimate. That
would put it into the game pretty prematurely, I'd say. Yeah, I don't know if we watched earlier. There was a control mirror with Matt Hoey that you mentioned the extended round time. Mm-hmm. Of course, Raja doing Raja things, playing control in every format. They went to time in game 1, had the sudden death roll come up.
Wow.
In game 1 earlier today. So Raja's been playing heavy magic all day, just doesn't stop. As Ren does tick up to 7, finds another land back over to Raja we go after Prismatic Ending takes care of the One Ring, does replace itself, but this Ren is such a problem. Prismatic Ending is going to take it off the board though, and now board's clear.
Okay.
It's already done.
All right, Raja's still in it. Yeah, if you're curious about the deck lists for Modern or the other formats played this morning, they are now all available. And if production can maybe put a link to that in the chat, if the bot isn't already doing it, they are all available now. Modern, Pioneer, and Standard, what we're playing this weekend.
Yeah. Of course, Raja, as I mentioned before, plays control in basically every format. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to see a lot of variety if you're looking at his decks.
And that's very taxing. You're signing up for a lot when you do that. That is long rounds and a lot of mental effort required to I'm not going to be one that's going to say that control decks are harder to play than other decks, but you're going to play for longer. And over the course of the day, that's just going to add up. So Omnath on the stack here for Daniel Weiser.
I mean, Omnath, a big part of the equation here if you're trying to get ahead and reprieve the new take on Remand, but of course not a counter spell. Going to go after it. Gets Spell Pierce instead. Card coming thanks to the ETB of Omnath, and there's a fetch land. All right.
All
okay,
right.
immediately cracking that. We got more to do. So going to be 4 mana coming. Of course, 4 life already coming for Daniel. Going to make it hard to just chip shot your way in. This game's going to have to be won, I imagine, by overwhelming advantage. Oh, yeah, all 4 of the basics. Thank you, production. Got 4 mana to work with, 4 beautiful basics, and we'll see exactly what Daniel's going to choose to do. Looks like red and green right away going to go away. Red and 6, number 2 coming down, and already to start ticking back up. Well, that's not that scary yet.
All right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, Daniel's probably likely to hit all his land drops. And this red 6, like you're saying, it takes a while to build up. But
if you talk about traditional control magic mirrors, a lot of times it is about the mana, even though you're quote unquote wasting mana every turn by just passing the turn. A lot of times it is about getting ahead in mana. That way you can power through stuff.
Yeah.
And not just Ren and 6, but Omnath, also 2 really good cards at accomplishing exactly that. And with Daniel having access to both of those, hard not to put him as a clear favorite to win this game from where things stand, even though it doesn't look like he's that ahead. You know, a couple extra lands, a Planeswalker is obviously big, but doesn't actually get the game over with that quick. Kahira, whatever, but I mean, Daniel's very far ahead, I would argue.
Right. No, I would agree. He's very far ahead in resources. Just there's 3 more land on the board, and those 3 land on the board didn't cost him anything. So,
well, a few life points, but we got those back from Omnath, right?
Yeah.
Even with Omnath answer to Supreme Verdict, whatever. Like a lot of the damage is quote unquote done already. Is Hall the Storm Giants added to the mix for Raja? Still tapped out again. Shields down every single turn. Daniel basically allowed to do whatever he wants with whatever's left over, but probably a lot of lands. If I had to guess, the triumphs can be cycled if that's something we have access to, but otherwise we're just gonna be maybe starting to beat down with Kahira, start getting the job done.
Yeah, Kahira. I mean, why not, right? It's pretty free.
Beat down, yeah. Yeah, 3/2 vigilance gives the other elementals, +1/+1 vigilance. It's come up. I've seen that come up.
Yeah, no, I would argue it comes up a lot more often than Jugantha does.
Sure. Tapping Jugantha for mana doesn't probably come up that much. Just attack with your 5/5 vanilla. As here's Leyline Binding, the first of the match. Of course, the reason that Raja is all these extra colors, go ahead and support Leyline Binding. That's going to go after the Brennan 6. That's going to work. And I think Besiju may be the only checks for that. 2 copies in the sideboard, 1 in the main deck. Of course, you can Leyline Binding, but that's we start getting the O-ring territory. 3 mana tapped for Raja. Going to Teferi minus return Kahira. And 2 mana left over for Raja. Not a lot of mana to work with, but Teferi shuts down a lot of the counter spells if that's like an axis that we care about.
It does. No land drop again for Raja, though. Yeah, you're right. It's starting to become a problem. But if there's counterspell in hand, okay. So if Daniel only has, Daniel's hasn't had much to remove yet, so wouldn't be surprising if there are maybe 2 things in hand. There's
a Ren. Are we counterspelling this? There hasn't been a lot else going on. And of course, it depends on the texture of Raja's hand, whether or not we're looking to answer that. But exactly where he lands.
All right, so Binding on Binding frees up the Ren, which down takes and picks off Teferi.
Yeah, this is exactly where we're at. Now we're at Binding on Binding, and then if a third bind, I don't know what happens if the third binding happens. At some point, I think if those are the only permanents, O-rings can draw, but there's going to be, it looks like, plenty of other stuff to target. As Kahira comes back down, threatens to do some more damage. Again, a lot of this is just kind of jockeying for position, but Daniel's still ahead just thanks to the density of mana. Doesn't need a lot to actually present a threat every turn and can just work through all of the stuff Raja has typically. And we see that's still the case here as Daniel's passed the turn back again with the Planeswalker and Kahira in play. Raja's only 5 mana, some cards in hand, but deploying them all can be really tough.
Yeah, deploying even any of them might be tough here.
I'm not sure if that's, we see a little bit of a look on Raja's face of uncertainty. Daniel's been fighting over these Ren and 6s, tooth and nail, all game.
Are we
Quick land check, looks like. It looks like there's some conversation with a judge. Can't get a great read what it's about. Raja, hand on face for Raja. I don't know what we're thinking about, but yeah, trying to gauge off expression alone what we're looking at. Or is it a life total correction on fetch lands? That's got to be hard to try to retrace.
I mean, there's always a possibility of binding having been played for the wrong amount of mana, but
sure. Counting the land types wrong. I mean, I think we have all 5, right? I see as Sultai Triumph, Jeskai Triumph, and that should cover it on the 2 triumphs alone. I mean, it could just be like, did you play an extra land or whatever? I mean,
no, it looks like maybe it's the wrong mana was used to to cover all the spells that were cast. Maybe all the right mana wasn't tapped. It does seem like the hiccup may have been on Daniel's side while this is being sorted out.
I'll tell you this, Raja, even though he's behind this game, very ahead at 4-1 in this tournament so far. Big match for him here if he's looking to advance all the way to stage 3, skipping stage 2. Daniel kind of on the edge. A couple wins can put him in a really good spot. A couple losses could put him in a really bad spot. So, quite a tournament more or less on the line for Daniel, whereas Raja's accelerations on the line. We can take a look at Raja, our 2022 NRG Series champion. Take a look at his ranking coming in. It's got to be pretty high on pure ranking and all that other stuff. And he sure is. 2nd place, 3rd overall. I don't know. How do you not favor the returning champion, Joe?
Yeah, we are favoring him. 3rd is pretty good.
Number 1, Joe. Number 1. Chalice on 0. Or 1, maybe? Chalice on 1 coming down. Didn't see the dice reach for quite yet. And Raja's Kahira is coming down. So now we got Kahira's facing off. Ren still in play for Daniel. And Chalice of the Void. Let's take a quick look at what that shuts off. I mean, the players know each other's deck lists, but I need to know.
It's not much.
It can't be much, but I mean, I can't imagine there's a lot of targets to start with. So yeah, it shuts off the 1 Spell Pierce, the 2 Stern Scoldings, and
that looks like it.
That looks like the end of the list.
Yeah,
so I guess, but I mean, Raja may have just straight 0/1 drops, and that. Okay, we have 2 Preordains in Raja's deck, so maybe that's just worth it. It's just shutting off some of the counter spells. Yeah, Judge Call is for fetching the wrong land. Just got an update about that, so I'm sure that was handled. That's usually a pretty easy fix. Happens a ton. One of the additional downsides to Magic's leniency on allowing fetch lands in various formats is sometimes you fetch the wrong land because, especially in 4-color decks like this.
All right, so to re-summarize the game state, we have Kahira's opposing each other and a Ren and 6 facing a Chalice on 1 that is, to say not impactful would be maybe an understatement.
Unlikely to be relevant, as the wondering is very likely to be relevant, as it immediately comes down. Trigger for protection from everything card coming. Roger's going to need to answer that one right away. We've seen both players do a pretty good job of checking the most problematic permanents, which do come at that 4-mana slot. Omnaths and One Rings are the cards, of course, I'm talking about. Both players been able to answer those right away. Here's another one that if Roger doesn't have the answer to, could just threaten to run away with the game in an overwhelming display of card advantage, and why the One Ring,
I don't know if Daniel just got a warning for misfetching. Do you think it's an error for him to play another fetch line? Maybe you should just cool it on those for the rest of the game.
You just leave and play. Don't crack them. Just put them off to the side. If you need it, you need it. If not, whatever. They can just sit over there. I have them. We got plenty of mana to work with as it is. It's back to Roger we go. Again, the One Ring, very much what Roger's turn's got to be about, or things are going to start to slip away really, really quickly. There is Leyline Binding. That one costs 2/1. Yeah, we have the same setup. We have a Sultai Triumph and a Jeskai Triumph, so that one's going to go after Kahira?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the Ren 6 out of here. I mean, that does leave the Ren 6. I mean, I'm sorry, the One Ring on the board, which is, also a significant problem.
I mean, if your plan is to beat down with this Kahira and that's the way you're going to win, then, the One Ring does play on your team in that regard. But, the card advantage Daniel's going to get off of this One Ring, that has to be something that Roger has to consider, and I'm sure he has. And here we are. We're beaten down with Kahira. Ren's off the board. One Ring tapped. 2 cards coming for Daniel. Can't get a great look at those. this game might be propelling to Namo.
Oh, wow.
Namo too. Those
Sure.
kind of expensive.
Get some more cards. Yeah.
Untap the One Ring. Tap it again. More cards. Talk to me. 3 more. So 5 cards drawn off One Ring alone this turn.
That's pretty strong. All right.
In a control mirror, you like just.
I mean, I don't even think it matters what kind of mirror you're playing. It's okay. Sure, replace it. No, I'm not taking any damage.
Yeah, no. Why would you do that?
No.
I don't need that.
Invincibility
Roger
for the
just
turn.
nods.
Oh boy, Roger Suleiman with fewer cards in hand than Daniel has drawn multiple times this turn.
Yeah, I think we're approaching fewer permanents in play than Daniel has drawn cards this turn.
Yeah, so we talked about clock, and this is game 1, and even though 5 minutes extended, and Raja's already been to time today, are your chances of winning high enough to justify continuing to play this game at this point if you're Raja?
I mean, there's a lot to consider, right? Like, are you favoring this matchup? Do you have, whatever the takes to like get out of this? Is the game even going to go that much longer? Like, is there a chance that he's going to make some mistakes or whatever? Prismatic Ending, of course, coming down on Kahira could start to get the work done. Like, One Ring is postured in such a way that it is easy to screw up if you can't close the game. And if Raja thinks he can just answer all the threats and let the One Ring do the job for him, if Daniel starts getting frisky with that, maybe we're not at 0% yet. But yeah, it looks like Raja took a draw, and we're going to go ahead and move along with things. So exactly what you called out. Let's just see how the rest of that turn plays out. See what your draw step is. Doesn't hurt that much on the clock, and to sideboarding we go. So I hate to say it, a fast game 1.
Oh boy!
But I would argue that is among the fastest that we could possibly see that game 1 play out. Both players playing at a great pace, and a lot of back and forth. But Daniel got ahead early with that Ren, and kind of rode that to victory.
All right. Well, let's look at the deck list here. Look at the sideboards and see if there's anything that can break the pace of the game, which there probably isn't. As we're going to see a whole host of additional defensive cards to out-control the other control deck. Raja Suleiman's got Veil of Summers. He's got Dovin's Vetoes, Force of Negations. None of those cards do damage. None of those cards win the game.
That's not what we're here for. We're not here to do damage.
There really isn't. And he can clean up his deck a little bit, probably get those Chalice of Voids out of there. Or adjust his
removal's probably bad.
Yeah.
We have Verdicts. We can probably cut some of those. And we even have like Aether Gust and stuff like that. The 4-color, a lot better against like red and 6 in the 4-color deck than any kind of true mirror. So a ton of stack-based interaction to bring in. Can cut, some of the weaker cards. Chalice, like I said, we saw look pretty bad. And then, of course, likely some of the other, the removal spells and maybe some of the, I hate to say it, cards that get the game over with quicker.
Right, I know. All right, let's go to Daniel's list, see if there is a I win card to come in out of the sideboard. Amongst Flusterstorm, Prismatic Ending, Veil of Summers, Dovin's Veto, Hallowed Malay, Force of Negation, Wear Tear, Supreme Verdict, Chalice of Voids, Dress Down, and some more Possessions. So, Drake Sasser, neither one of these players, and maybe it's just not present in Modern, thought to themselves, if there's a control mirror, I need a way to break through if I draw it. It could be like an Eldrazi, something that has a cast trigger. We just don't see that, and thus this is going to be a slog, right? There's just no
we see the Promised End as like that card of choice. We saw the decks of old used to be able to do that. We saw that kind of get moved away from, and we see that kind of reminiscent here as well. Like we just moved towards Veil of Summers, and usually use cards like the now banned Fury and stuff like that in order to end the games quickly. We don't have those anymore, so now maybe that's a little bit too. Kind of including more Omnaths and stuff like that. These are cards that can do a lot of damage thanks to the triggers with multiple fetch lands and stuff. You can get the game over with pretty quickly. But overall, the actual like mirror breakers that we're looking at in both decks, having access to green, is Veil of Summer. That's like one of the best ones. Dovin's Veto, of course, in the mix. Just be able to power through whatever, your One Ring, whatever it is, try to power through and just accumulate an overwhelming advantage. And that's going to be good enough a lot of the games.
It's tough, though. It's tough because Veil of Summer, it's great, but it's terrible against a Fairy Time Raveler. And, your opponent has counter magic also, and it can just be, it can just be hard to gain an advantage here. And so I feel like in a lot of events, in a random event that you're playing in, if you're Raja Suleiman, if you're Daniel Weiser, you can say to yourself, I'm going to make better decisions than my opponent and win based on that. I don't think you can rely on that in an event like this against an opponent like this. Let's bring up Daniel Weiser's power ranking card if we have it. And you can see here, Daniel Weiser comes in 5th. not as much experience on the NRG series as some of the other players, but number 1 in ELO project rating. Daniel Weiser is actually 13th in the world in ELO project rating.
That's incredibly impressive.
Largely on behalf of having just won the regional championship in Atlanta.
Yeah, that'll do it.
and also came in first in peer ranking. And not only did he come in first in the aggregate, he came in first on 5 of the 6 ballots.
Wow.
So Daniel Weiser, an opponent that the players on the series are fine to be fearful. Not someone they want to face. Comes in 5th overall, but neither one of these players are slouched. Both know what they're doing. And if you can't rely on your opponent making errors, these matches can be tough to win.
Straw better. You know, look,
to
win a tournament, you need 2 things. You need to play well, and you need to draw well. You can't have one or the other.
As long as you have a hand that has like 3 or more land, you can't even draw badly, because by the time your opponent hardcasts a Solitude on turn 12, you'll have found an answer to it. There's just nothing else that can happen. I mean, unless
gone are the days of Temple Gojo. We have turn 2 plays. We have Red and 6.
No, I know.
We do have on 3.
Right. We do have the Planeswalkers. The Planeswalkers can push the advantage earlier on. And like this last game, Daniel picked up, made all his land drops and was, I'm not going to say he won because of that, but it certainly helped a lot. And I would say, that's a big part. I mean, we talked about it in the match. I think that's still true now, is just getting ahead on mana, a big part of the equation in this matchup. Actually, one more thing I want to, as we go down to this match, I think both players still shuffling up, looking at sideboards, that kind of stuff. One thing I want to call out about Raja's deck before we go down is he includes 2 copies of Reprieve. When this card was spoiled, he was actually very adamant this card is a huge upgrade over Remand, especially for control decks in the modern format. And I think we're going to see that kind of realized here, especially in these sideboard games. When you're facing down Dovin's Vetoes, and you're facing down Veil of Summers, actually turning the spell, it's something you know well with Venser, versus countering, big deal. Right. And that is, like I said, that's very likely to come up here. We didn't see it matter too much there, but when these Veils and these Dovin's Vetoes get added to the mix, it is a sizable upgrade. We're going to start to see some of that in action in these sideboard games. Your main deck cards improve. Yeah. All right. So here we go. Opening hands being drawn. Production, if you can give us either on the screen for Drake and I, or just somewhere the time in the round, because that game 1 was lengthy. And I'm curious. You can also put it in the messenger, and we can see it there. But
you just put it on the screen, put Joe's face on it. He always said if he won an invitational, he'd be the time or the extra turns.
Yeah, that would have been.
We just get that going. Just put big Joe's face on the. You don't do that, please. But I would find it greatly amusing as these players playing at a brisk pace, looking to end this match within the bounds of time. 2 mana for both players. Well postulated. Hall of Storm Giants. Looks like Zagoth Triumph Held Fountain added tapped to the mix. Don't need that untapped. No, thank you. 37 minutes left in the round. Thank you, production, as Daniel goes fetching for his second land.
All right. That's not too bad. That does mean 2 more games like they just played would be pushing it. But
you speed up. As time goes on, look, you speed up because you have to. Zagoth Triumph looking to be grabbed by Daniel Weiser. And looks like both players access to 2 mana Veil of Summers. Manamo added to the mix. Weird land base. Drawing the mono blue utility lands are both players. One step P from Raja Go. Not stumbling on the mana this time. No red and 6 early for Daniel. Raja's gotta love to see that.
Right.
Especially on the play.
This is
discard step? Discard prismatic ending? Wow. Draw go, no land from Raja? What is happening?
All right. Well, that's another way. I mean, I absolutely agree with Raja. Once your opponent misses the hand size, there's no reason to play anything relevant.
No, don't do anything.
Because if Daniel is allowed to counterspell something and then bricks on land again, that just allows him to not discard. So, yeah, Raja playing a cantrip here makes perfect sense because he's probably fine with that being countered. Otherwise, there it is. Here's a strong counter, and Daniel Weiser here is just trying to avoid discarding the hand size next turn.
You see Raja get the little nod, sure.
Yeah,
you got it.
It's like, I outplayed you on that one. I was going to discard that card.
It can't be bad to see that. One of the premium sideboard cards used on pre-order just to prevent the discard step. And Raja, of course, missing lands too, so not even that bad from Daniel's spot. Just kind of speaking to how goofy the state is. And Raja moves to discard, missing the wondering.
Man, so now we're right back in it. So honestly, could we? I mean, I know Raja had to commit that pre-order, otherwise he would have discard 2. Land on top. Okay, maybe we'll actually have a functional game here. It looked like it could have got out of control here for Raja, but Daniel hits the fourth land and back in it at the cost of still a 1-for-1, just countering card he wouldn't have chosen to. Both players pitching powerful permanents, Ren 6 and a 1-ring.
You talk a little bit about how Magic cards these days tend to be more snowballs, a lot of mull drifters. The moving to discards in your control mirror because you're missing land drops, that reminds me of some old Magic if I've ever seen it. Just like, I don't know, cards in hand matters way less than just holding this mana up. I'm not going to let you resolve anything, so we'll just sit here and look at each other, discarding our cards. So goofy. But we have a real game now. Red and 6 on the stack. Roger thinking about how he wants to respond. Ken Marty's just happy with that one, unless it's going to get basically immediately. I can tell something like Leyline Binding. We see just a host of spells, obviously something missed. All about how Raja wants to start to navigate things here.
I mean, I feel like when your opponent doesn't have green mana available, you really want to jam counters. Although I think that's the Ether Gust. So look at it. Ren 6 goes to the bottom. Gust. Yeah, but you want to avoid running into Veil of Summer when you can. Ether Gust actually does that also.
That's true. That one, another one good against. I mean, that's kind of what these cyber cards are about, right? Cards that are cheap, efficient, and don't get Veil of Summer, because that is like, that's the hammer. That's your mirror hammer. And when you're playing the NRG Championship, there's a lot of control on the NRG Series, a lot of control that does a lot of winning. Raja won last year with a bunch of control decks. You're going to see control. And so these players, I mean, they showed up with their Veil of Summers. Daniel, no exception. As Raja getting ahead on lands, access to 5 now. Daniel's 4. Did he find one? Looks like he did not. Here's another Ren and 6. Again, a card I think you have to keep off the board if you want to stay ahead on mana. Raja, no Ren and 6s in his deck at all. Counterspell going to eat that. Ren and 6. Does find a 5th land, though, does Daniel. And back to Raja we go. Players tied on mana. Ton of spells to work with.
I mean, when you're tied on mana here, I mean, if you can't press the advantage, which realistically the players can't without tapping low and putting themselves at risk, you can miss a couple land drops as long as you can defend yourself and be okay. Interesting that Flood Strike from Daniel came down post, so signaling that he does not have a Veil of Summer in hand, or I mean maybe trying to get tricky, but from Raja's
maybe just like overly stress the importance of that Ren, maybe be like, hey, look, I really need this, and then no, just kidding, I actually do have my 5th mana already. But Raja did find a land as well, found Polluted Delta. That's land 6. So Raja once again ahead on mana. Daniel fetching now. You know, sometimes when you talk about fetch lands, when you're missing lands, people try not to like crack them. Like, I want to increase my odds of whatever. Daniel choosing, no, I'm going to need the mana. I'm going to fetch my another green source now. And maybe he does have Veil, right? Like
he
also a lot of patience.
He also knows Red 6 is the bottom card of his deck, and that very well may be one of his better draws right now. So getting that back in there makes sense as well.
No land from Daniel. Does not have to discard. A lot of exchanges have happened. So right back to Roger we go. No land found, and right back to Daniel. Draw go. All old Magic. Love to see it. Just some draw go with a pile of colorful lands.
There's a story I remember from even predates my Magic career as a competitive player about a blue mirror back in the very old days, probably in the late 90s, where a player kept a hand of 7 islands in the control mirror, and then drew several lands in a row and discarded on purpose on turn 5, so the opponent would think he has a hand full of counterspells and not play any threats.
That's absurd. See, you don't see that anymore with all this stuff. That's so sick.
We're not quite to those old days, but this is there are better threats now than there were then, as we see Teferi Time Raveler come down, which is the ultimate threat.
Yeah, we see Raja crack both fetch lands, not looking to get caught with any uncracked fetches, and maybe just doesn't need the colors anyway. 4 mana getting tapped right away. It's going to be Subtlety going after Teferi. One of the better answers, and another one that does a pretty good job dodging Veil of Summer again.
Yeah.
Again, just threading the needle of not getting got early with Veil of Summer. I mean, it's going to find a target eventually, but you know, as long as you can kind of keep yourself ahead and not run face first into it, I think you should. I think Roger's done a really good job of that this game.
Yeah.
And now we see Daniel considering responding in some capacity. 1 ring's at the front of the hand. Can't see what counterspells or other reactions he may be considering. And he's just going to let it happen until the bottom goes to Teferi. Needs lands. So these proactive plays, he has to just bottom.
And it's so dangerous to fight back there. I mean, he has to let it go because he doesn't have to. But if he fights over that and then Raja untaps plays, Teferi or something, I mean, it could be. Plus, you don't even know you're going to win the counter war. It's just so risky. So the easiest thing to do, the safest thing to do a lot of times is just to let your opponent have whatever they're trying to have if it's not crushing. And subtlety isn't crushing.
It's true. And yeah, like life total, certainly a resource in this matchup. We've seen Omnath be able to recoup that resource very, very quickly too. So the subtlety, getting it for points matters, not the end all be all, as Raja does choose to add more to the board, tapping 4 mana for the One Ring. Only 2 mana up for Daniel. Speaks to a position of power here for Raja. And I think we do see extra copies of Counter Magic, including potentially a Force dialed up. So maybe you can fight twice. And with a One Ring running, your Force, not even that big of a deal to get rid of some cards. You're going to have extra to work with anyways. We go back to Daniel, Raja in a commanding position.
Yeah, all right. So Daniel has Land Binding.
1 mana answers got to be where it starts. And that is going to work. Take care of the One Ring.
Okay. So, I mean, a trade down on cards for Daniel, but certainly not a significant one in a matchup like this. And we play on.
Yeah, I mean, no follow-up except did find a land, plays Besiege who endures his land return. Subtlety getting over the red zone again. A little bit of a pause from Daniel, maybe considering doing something. Chooses not to. 3 more damage comes through. 6 mana for both players. Does Raja find a land? It does not look like it, but we have Lorraine revealed that can kind of phone it in. If we want to cycle that, we'll see where he chooses to start. Tapping Plains. Good binding of binding. No, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to island cycle this Lorraine revealed. So that's going to allow you to hit the land drops. Very powerful addition from Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth. Kind of a multi-format all-star at this point. I think we're talking about Copper, Modern, Legacy, everything.
Yeah, no, it's certainly seeing use. It's the new land cycling cards are so nice for enabling the pitch elementals and other pitch cards. Really, it's just minimizing the land count in your deck. Who knew? It's a valuable thing.
Yeah, you talk about the Turbo Xerox theory and why cantrips are so powerful, just allowing you to hit your land drops or find spells. These kind of get to do that by just being a spell or finding your land. And Leyline Binding here on end step, it looks like Raja found an island just passed. Leyline Binding is going to go after the subtlety. This is maybe that's a tough trade, I think, for Daniel, right?
Daniel can't be happy about that. And I actually was wondering 45 seconds ago how many hits you take from subtlety before you waste a removal spell on it, even though you don't want to. And it looked like it was just 1 more for Daniel.
No land for him again. It means passing back to Raja. Raja, nothing but lands to work with, but that's the name of the game. Tap Steam Vents comes into play and just pass the turn back. Both players plenty of spells to work with. No land found again for Daniel. I think up to 7. Yeah, doing the quick check. 7 cards. All right. Needs to find land so badly. It's been the story of both of these games. This time, Raja on the good side of things finds an island. Back to Daniel he goes. Raja finding lands just in time, and with his opponent missing land drops, not really under any pressure to make any actions. And it looks like Daniel recognizing that. We're flashing in a 3/2 Lifelinker. Entex.
Yeah, makes sense. How many? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Raja, at some point, I'm sure it won't be soon, does have the Hall of Storm Giants that can block with currently would be 3 mana left over, counting the Storm Giants itself, which isn't terrible, but
Daniel likely would have played any Besagers he's drawn, so you don't really even have to worry about that in response.
Well, he can't play any
down for Daniel just in time.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel can't play any more Besagers. They already got one in play.
Sure.
So it's conceivably conceivably he would have one stuck. Here is One Ring. Manamo tapping as part of the cost.
That one may not even resolve as Counterspell getting into the fight. And now this is the first opportunity for Veil to look good. And there it is. There is the Veil. Raja has to know that was coming. All the mana to work with. We'll see how he wants to respond. To see a Force among other options. How hard do you want to fight?
Well, I think it's probably worth at least 1 more, especially since Raja has a million cards in hand as well. And you want to give yourself, space in your hand to draw to replace those cards. And here is a Hardcast Force
negation.
Yeah, and this is
the
value.
This is actually the second to last counterspell, right? Only 1 counterspell left over in Raja's hand, a couple of Wonderings and Teferis beyond that. So we're committing a lot to this fight.
All right, Daniel clarifying there on what Raja's targeting with this Force, and it is going after the Veil.
And that's a pretty good trade. I think Daniel actually not too upset with that. I mean, 2 counterspells for 2 Keeper on mana, taps 5 mana, 7 mana. I mean, working through the counter spells has to happen. And Hardcast Force Negation, something you got to be pretty excited to see, is Force Negation quite a premium in this matchup. So as far as anything, it's losing the fight. What it could look like where Daniel would be excited, I think that was in the upper echelon of results, as his name has changed to 3.
Yeah, production. Okay, man, we're having trouble on the left side player's name apparently this afternoon.
That's okay. I think 3 is maybe a little bit foreshadowing, as 3 is, I believe, the game we're going to be going to after this. Untaps his pile of resources. We'll see exactly who wants to commit to the board. Teferi and One Ring among the mix. And looks like we're going to start at Teferi. I like that. Picked up another force. Great pickup there. See how much he wants to commit to the board right now. We can do Teferi and One Ring with 2 mana left over.
All right. Well, here's the spot where Veil of Summer ceases to be an effective counter. Again, it doesn't have enough mana. I mean, by virtue of having acted first by playing One Ring on his own turn, not that that's a mistake. It's just what the cards dictated he needed to do. Now, Raja's follow up here lands.
Are we bouncing something? Are we like bouncing Leyline or anything like that? Or are we upticking? What do you want to do with this? Looks like
there is a Solitude on the board, so I mean. If it is, so regains the One Ring, but Daniel gets his Leyline back, and this Teferi is unprotected for the moment.
No protection trigger, too. We do know Raja has his own copy of Solitude, so can flash that in if that's where he wants to be. Drew a Plains off of the One Ring. I think we do still have a land we can play for turn. We do. So Plains is going to enter. So now we can Solitude with 2 mana up. That's actually a really key land to draw there. Because now we can Solitude with the counterspell backup. And I think there's a force too. So even though, a little bit unprotected right now, and there's a ley line that we know we just give Daniel back, we have a lot to check what Daniel's next turn is. And this is where you start to see that mana advantage matter. Because Daniel may not be able to deploy enough stuff in order to win the fight he could maybe otherwise win with all these spells in his hand.
All right. So we know Leyline's probably going to lead. Well, okay. An attack is probably going to lead things off, and we know it won't get through. Does Raja even spend 5 here or spend a card?
I like spending 5 here. The Teferi is like the best way to secure your lead in this game. So keeping it around seems worthwhile. And it's not even like we're committing everything. Like we already have counterspell quote unquote backup thanks to Teferi. So his, Daniel's counterspells are functionally blank right now, except maybe Veil of Summer, which you can lead on.
Right.
And so just keeping that advantage, especially when the shields are basically as down as they're going to be for the rest of the game, assuming this works, it seems like it makes a lot of sense. And here's Prismatic Ending for 3.
Okay.
He's going to let that one go through. Leyline Binding for 1. That's the other thing we knew about on this turn. So, we just let that go. That's going to answer the One Ring again. Did get a card off of it, of course, but, changes go. Not out about it.
One card is, better than most of the alternatives.
And we have a threatened play now. As Solitude gets to work. Daniel's counterspells, of course, back online. Only 3 mana up. We'll see how Raja wants to navigate this turn. I saw a lot of reactive spells in his hand, but I think he's been holding on a copy of One Ring for a little bit.
He also has another Solitude, I think. So there is a chance to double the beatdown. You can pick up Kahira for next turn.
Special action. Pick up Kahira. Your move. Back to Daniel we go. And this, hey, the +1 Vigilance could start to matter here. Get to do some attacking and blocking. Daniel going to attempt a Teferi of his own. Can't imagine Raja wants this one to happen.
No. And if he lets it through, I would think we'd see the Solitude in response anyway. There's going to be something done here. It's going to be a veto.
Get that out of here. And Veil of Summer, the only thing that works there, and no Veil of Summer for Daniel. We saw him use one already this game. Steam Bits does have a land. Chooses not to shock it in. Life total consideration now. Solitude in play for Raja, and 4 mana all Daniel needs as we go back to Raja's turn. Pile of mana to work with, and to combat we go right away. 3 more points.
All right, so Daniel then to 10. That means, let's see. Okay, it's not going to be Kahira. It's going to be Teferi, and that's going to mean a force with a available green up, but there's a Veil of Summer from Raja. And Daniel's like, all right.
I've seen enough.
Yeah.
You want to talk about concessions for time? That is emblematic of the Veil of Summer's impact in this matchup. One resolves, and that's usually what happens. The player who gets Veil of Summer concedes, because it's the hammer in the mirror, and that was very much what we talked about we would see in this control mirror, but this time in Raja's favor. So players are going to go to a game 3.
Well, I mean, we saw Daniel stand up from the table, so he's probably not conceding the match. He's probably going to the bathroom, but you never know. Maybe that was such a resounding defeat in game 2, he decided it wasn't worth the trouble. But in the meantime, we expect him to return. So let's go ahead and bring up the stage 1 structure. So if you've tuned in and managed to dodge the explanation video, I don't know how many times they ran it this morning, we can walk you through where we're at in the event. So stage 1 of 4. The players are in 2 pods of 8, and they're going to play every other person in their pod. We're in round 6 of those 7. This morning they played 2 rounds of Pioneer, 2 rounds of Standard. You saw that if you were here. We're now in 3 rounds of Modern, with 1 remaining after this one. At the end of all of that, you can see on the screen there, top 2 seeds in each pod will skip ahead to Sunday morning. And by skip ahead, I mean they'll go to dinner early and then wait for everyone else to catch up to them on Sunday morning. Bottom 2 players in each pod are out. So at the end of round 7, we will say goodbye to 4 players of the event. The evening portion of the tournament today will only be played by the 3rd through 6th seeds, which you can see here, double elimination. The players will get paired, sit down. If, for example, Drake and I were facing each other, I would say, I don't want to play Standard. Drake would say, I don't want to play
Modern.
Okay, then Drake and I would play Pioneer. That's how it's going to work this evening. So we can't tell you ahead of time what formats you'll be watching, because they will be determined as each match begins. Anyway, win 2 matches and you advance. If you win 2 in a row, you don't have to play the 3rd one. If you lose 2, whether in a row or out of 3, then you're out. And 8 players will resume play Sunday morning. So that's how this is going to work. Let's take a look at what the players are playing for. Until Daniel gets back, we've got plenty of material to fill time with. So the prize pool, you can see there, along with Raja, who did win last year, as Drake was saying, 6,000 up top for first, plus a few invites, a re-invite to the Nerd Rage Championship next year. And for the first time ever, Nerd Rage is very proud that the winner of our championship will receive a full Pro Tour invite. And importantly, as there were questions about this week, I'm informed, it will pass down. So I can tell you that there are 4 players in the field already qualified for Pro Tour Chicago: Daniel Weiser, Grayson Nimitz, Theodore Jung, and Derek Davis. So if any of those 4 players win, the 2nd place player will receive the Pro Tour invite. Otherwise, it will go to whoever wins, and they will get to play in Pro Tour Chicago, which very conveniently for all these players is not very far away. Buffalo Grove, Illinois being something like 30 miles away from Chicago. The Pro Tour being, I believe, 6 weeks from now, potentially 7. I'm not 100% on that, but it is Pioneer and Murders at Karlov Manor Limited. So you can see the winner of our event there. Anyway, Drake Sasser, how are you feeling so far? We're in the midst of a control battle, I feel fairly justified in saying.
I think that's accurate description.
We have 1 race on both sides, right? We have 2 fairies on both sides. Does Ren in 6 give Daniel Weiser an advantage, or is there some alternative that Raja has that's going to push him to be equivalent of that?
So like I mentioned before, I think if you're talking about like advantages that Raja has in control mirrors, you're talking about his selection of spells, things like choosing reprieve, things like, having less considerations for like his mana base can function mostly off blue-white. Like you have little edges like that, but Ren in 6 is the hugest player, I think, for Daniel Weiser in this matchup. We saw that come to fruition in game 1. If it could just down on turn 2, Raja has no answer. It can pull Daniel ahead, like, what the exact matchup's about, making these land drops, getting ahead on card advantage, everything you could want right then. But if it doesn't come down on turn 2 or even turn 3 or whatever in those early turns, and Raja gets time to get underneath himself with his mana base and set up all his counter spells, we could see games like we saw in game 2, where a little bit more efficient counters, having those more of those spells than those proactive, like whatever planeswalkers, things that you're committing to the board, can set Raja up to be able to navigate the game, to play a longer game, and to eventually win by just having one payoff piece that works instead of a pile of payoff pieces that you're trying to make happen.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Well,
love to see it. The control magic like this is stuff I love. I know you were a Miracles person back in the day. You love your control decks, especially control decks.
Not anymore.
now you're a dice strong guy. You throw the dice bag at people and hope you win. Sure, but I still have a soft spot for control.
Sure. No, me too. All right. So the players are shuffling up. There are some mulligans happening, I believe, but yeah, this almost doesn't even feel like the same format that we watched last round, where we had Amulet and Hammer slugging it out. Here we are being very careful, very, very. There we're committing stuff to the board and seeing if it sticks and see if it wins. Here we're hesitant to commit to the board because we don't want our opponent to untap with a mana advantage and then play something that's worse. So drawing up hands, and we're getting ready for game number 3, round 6 of the Nerd Rage Championship. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Hope you're enjoying it. And let's see, we're going Daniel Weiser with a Windswept Heath. Not a blue
First land drop made by both players.
Let's see. Daniel Weiser. No island here, right? We don't want a second warning.
yeah. No, not grabbing island specifically. Obviously we're probably gonna be grabbing a triome. There's no blood boots or any considerations like that. Not even any field of ruins or things to think about. You can just grab your triomes, have perfect mana, no rush. Just make sure that you have your green mana when you need it. And I think that's part of the consideration to grabbing the Zagoth Triumph right away over something like the Rogran Triumph that maybe is a little bit better for cashing your spells. Obviously speaks to your hand, but in general, I mean, the way this matchup's going to play out for both players is just fetch triumph. Okay, now we can start playing Magic. The only question is, does Daniel have a turn 2 Ren and 6 here that he wants to play? And this quick fetch maybe suggests the answer to that question is yes.
Steam Fence that can indeed fire it out there. So number of Raja's answers to this is what?
I love to just throw it, and Daniel throws it right away. Raja, maybe a little bit of a disappointed look there. Maybe only a little bit of a slip as he goes ahead and fetches. Don't think we have any copies of Spell Snare this week, and we've seen some Murktide decks supporting that one.
It's just the Force of Negations, it looks like, in the 75 as far as turn 1 answers to Ren 6, and it does land. So, all right, Raja, if you can remove it now, we're still okay. Although then that does mean the shields are somewhat down for a follow-up to Fairy if there was one.
Right.
So
yeah,
maybe
that
you're
sets up a lot of draws for Daniel. You might be in a little bit of trouble here, even if you have the answer. I mean, it's already got a card. Yeah, it looks like no answer even now. Maybe he doesn't even want to play it if he has it. And Ren's going to go ahead and pick up the Windswept Heath. The Windswept Heath right away. Daniel thinking about whether he wants to play that one or the Flooded Strand. Chooses to play the Windswept Heath, and back over to Raja we go. No in-step action for Raja. Means that it's just a Flooded Strand to go. So this is looking a lot like we saw game 1.
Right.
You want to talk about this matchup in the control mirrors. Raja normally pretty well suited in the control mirrors. Actually, ironically, play draw, normally something you would think doesn't really matter that much. Because of Ren and 6, this asymmetry matters a ton. Being able to get this Ren and 6 underneath the 2-mana counter spells is such a big deal for Daniel. And we already see that in action as Ren's going to tick up a 3rd time on this turn.
And that's why players play things like Spell Pierce that go dead later in the game. And then in matches like this, in matchups like this, that go dead later in the game thing happens every single time. But in the early stages here, I mean, with no Force of Negations main deck, only just a pair on the sideboard that we obviously know came in. I take it back. There are subtleties main deck. So there is another answer to Ren and 6 on turn 1. But obviously Raja didn't have it. And
Daniel doing the hand count check. How many things do I have to play? Only one. All right, great. Here's my tapped Island Fountain. Go ahead. Looking to get some more mana sources in play that aren't fetch lands. Of course, can put one into play next turn if need be. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Moved to discards and discarded the Windswept Heath. All right, so we don't even need it. We're just styling now. As Rogran Triumph fetched for Raja, he's really going to have to get an answer to this Ren before it starts to threaten Ultimate, because then, I mean, you start getting the territory where Daniel's incentivized to fight over like answers to the Ren, and then if it actually emblems, I mean, the game's almost over right there.
Right.
So outside of just the land advantage it provides, which it certainly does, I mean, this Ultimate can also start to win the game. As here comes Teferi. It is Teferi. We'll see how Daniel wants to respond. 3 mana up. Can't imagine he wants this one to happen. It's going to be tap out for force negation. Veil of Summer's going to protect it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
A win for Raja.
Yeah, absolutely. And now while tapped out, a very significant card on the board here. And Ren is 6, a turn away from ultimate, is a turn away. It's not there yet. And has the advantage swung back? I wouldn't want to call a leader at this point. Daniel's got more resources, and Raj is gonna offer Daniel the choice. You can tick down and give me a turn more before you can ultimate, or you go up and leave Materi on the board, which realistically Daniel probably can't do. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I think you have to tick down, which, I mean, it maybe feels like a win for Daniel, but that just shows that Raj does not have an answer to the Ren, but Daniel's able to exploit that. The One Ring going to be able to come down right away. And again, we're starting to see these exchanges where even if Raja has like a leyline binding or something to answer the One Ring, a card's already gotten off of it. And part of your plan, I think if you're Raja, especially with a Ren that's been on the table this long, is you need Daniel to flood. You need to draw a bunch of lands, and like the Force Negation being the counterspell of choice for Daniel maybe speaks to that a little bit, does expose him to the Veil of Summer blowout like we saw. But Raja's still behind here, both on board and just in resources.
Yeah, dramatically far behind now. I mean, you've got 2 permits you have to deal with. Both can run away with the game. I mean, I guess Ren 6 is an actual win condition, whereas, I mean, too many cards from the One Ring. Daniel might just be at the point where discarding hand size becomes a thing, and everyone's tapping out now. We're in
the tap out portion of this game now, and right away.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, you might ask, I didn't know there was a tap out portion of these games, but yeah, there is. 2 mana up with Teferi plussing this time, so Raj is more interested in defending it, and probably will be able to do so, barring something like Leyline Binding and Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, it would need to be quite a bit. I mean, obviously, we could have quite a bit thanks to the One Ring able to tick up again. Here is Leyline Binding. 2 mana up for Raja. We'll see if he wants to fight over this. Imagine if you're taking Teferi up, you're planning to fight over it.
Yeah.
Maybe the answer is no. What is?
Is that
Ray of Revelation?
Wow.
Oh, check that out.
So Ray of Revelation is a destroying enchantment with flashback. So Leyline Binding comes into play, but before it exiles a card, it gets destroyed. So the card does not actually leave play, doesn't blink at all. It just stays in play because of the way cards are templated nowadays. But there is another binding, so Teferi is gone. But
answer's bubbled up.
Yeah.
We already got the Ray of Revelation flashback. So that's, I mean, it's 2 for 1 face up, and it's mana efficient. Very much kind of the card that you want in this matchup, and you want to line up this way. Interesting, Daniel's willing to commit the second Leyline Binding, knowing that second half only costs 1 mana. Maybe looking to fight over it?
Yeah, I mean, Ray of Revelation a 1 of in Raja's sideboard, but yeah, the strength here, obvious. Picking up 2 Leyline Bindings is huge.
I didn't even know it was for this matchup necessarily. I was like, is this for Blood Moons? What am I looking at? And yeah, it just looks incredible here against specifically Leyline Binding. Maybe speaking to an outsized impact that card has had on this format. The deck building considerations there, and only 1 green source for Raja. If he wants to flashback Ray of Revelation, currently cannot do so, and have Veil of Summer backup, but he appears he does have an extra green source, doesn't have the Ray of Veil of Summer. So let's see how we're going to kick things off. It is going to be the flashback Ray of Revelation targeting the Leyline Binding. We'll see if Daniel wants to fight over that at all. Has the option to.
He does, but then he's a spot where do I want to?
The One Ring drawn 3 cards so far, plenty of resources to work with. And the plan of having Daniel flood getting worse and worse every time that One Ring goes down. Besiju in hand among other cards.
All right, Teferi's back in there.
Ren 2 running can be a grueling way to die for Raja.
I suppose that's true.
Means your Leyline Binding's not liable to work. It looks like Ray of Revelation does work. Teferi's back in at 4 loyalty. No decision made on that yet. 4 mana tapped. What is this? Your own One Ring. Okay, so Raja's going to get protection from everything. Going to grab a card right away. Only 1 mana left over. Has but land for turn. Is that Misty Rainforest? See what he wants to do now with Teferi.
I mean, it's got to be something. What do you still have the looming threats. Your board is much better now, but you're certainly not ahead. And the Rented 6 is, I mean, you can't let that ultimate with another turn with 1. I mean, there's enough cards in hand for both players now. It's going to be hard to stop your opponent from doing something.
Right. Yeah, I mean, 3 cards from One Ring is just, I mean, this is kind of the territory where you're escaping from card advantage and into closer to demonic tutor for whatever you want in your deck, because you're just seeing so many cards. You talk about that with like Grizzlebrand or whatever. You just see so many cards. It's functionally like you're tutoring. It's part of the problem with Dig Through Time and cards like it. And the One Ring has already drawn 7 cards. This is Grizzlebrand activation. Or sorry, 6 cards. Close enough. And here's Teferi to go ahead and pick up the One Ring, mitigate some of that damage, and shut down counterspells from both players entirely. Look on Raj's face is not the look of a man who feels ahead.
No, certainly not. And Daniel, if replace the One Ring, once again, with a Teferi unopposed on the other side, now makes sense to tap out. There's no reason to hold up mana if you can't deal with Teferi. And you're the one in Daniel's shoes, have the red on 7.
Yeah, and we're moving to discards, multiple cards. Oh boy, Raj is in such a tough spot. Obviously Raj got to untap with a One Ring of his own. That's not nothing.
No,
there's a Teferi on 1. Maybe that's something you can latch onto, but no Rens to just play and pick it off. And really, Raj not having access to Ren and 6, I think, has felt the most here. Can't just pick off that Teferi on 1 like Daniel's been able to do to Raja this game.
But Raja, perked up in his seat a little bit, though. I mean, he may have, if he is able to answer the Ren 6 with something.
Yeah, this is a key turn. If we find some prismatic endings and some leyline bindings and some help off of this One Ring activation, we are in this game still. But this is probably like the last window. If you don't get some of these permanents off the board, I mean, once again, Ren ultimating, One Ring starting to go to work again, Teferi stopping any reactions from you. Time is now or never. Yeah. This is the turn. You got to start getting some action done right now.
Yeah, and what do we have? There's no... It's got to be Bindings, March of Otherworldly Light, Prismatic Ending. Those are the cards that Raja needs here. And even if he's got 2 of them, you're still leaving your opponent with something that's a nuisance.
Correct. I mean, you can maybe Teferi, pick up the One Ring.
Yeah.
And then ending, and that's like something. Maybe you have some mana left over, maybe not. I mean, obviously Daniel gets to untap with so much mana and cards, but that's at least leaving it to where you're not just in trouble still on board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and at some point, Daniel having access to extra cards becomes, less of a problem because Daniel can't, utilize 12 cards a turn. All right, here is...
okay, we're bouncing the One Ring right now, and there's a prismatic ending that he went to cast on Teferi and pulled back on it.
He decided if I'm going to bounce One Ring with Teferi anyway, I may as well do it first and see what I draw, which I think is correct.
Sure.
He does have endings for both Planeswalkers, and now with some mana left over.
And a Dovin's Veto in hand and a forced backup. This is around
fine.
This is the turn he needed. Yeah,
absolutely. Wow. He needed answers to the permanents. He got rid of all 3 of them, at least temporarily, as far as the One Ring goes. And now Daniel's in a spot where committing 4 mana to replay the One Ring, Raja might be comfortable letting it resolve at this point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, especially with his running so much. He's got a lot of life to work with. Daniel actually lower on life total, which might weirdly start to matter. But I was going to say, unless Omnath comes down, but here's Omnath. Of course, Daniel has access to a lot of stuff. Counterspell, going after it right away, cannot respond with anything. Interesting that Daniel had access to a Veil, could have led on it to pull out any interaction, chose not to. Speaks to maybe valuing a little bit higher throughout the course of this game. As land number 4 played, we have another follow-up. It's going to be the One Ring. We can force a negation this if we want, can Raja, assuming he has a blue card, which it looks like he definitely does.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you've got it, if you value this One Ring at all from Daniel, you might as well, because you can replace your hand immediately. But Raja just may not be too concerned about it at this point.
Yeah, yours is ahead of his. Maybe just try to end the game. I have as much mana as you. I'm going to have more resources than you from One Ring specifically. And maybe I could just overwhelm you. And with having a Teferi, that's very possible. Mm-hmm. Having his Teferi in play, Daniel with no Teferi, and this could be very, very disciplined. A lot of players, probably myself included, would have forced negation there.
Daniel choosing not to draw with One Ring here may have already been on 7 cards in hand, and may not just need extra cards. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, now it's going to draw.
No, we're on Raja's turn. He played Flooded Share and Go, and Raja has not activated his One Ring. I think we're at the One Ring on opponents' turns and set up for big turns. But this Teferi is so impactful on Raja's board right now. Is Daniel immediately reaching for his One Ring, needs to find more things like Omnath and cards that can put pressure on Raja and his cards. And now we're going to see the lead on Veil of Summer. Mm-hmm. This is the play he had available last turn. Going to go for it this turn. Does not draw a card right now.
Yeah, but cards are not
not the
relevant right now.
bottleneck. Not the bottleneck at all.
Not for either player. That's really something that the One Ring has changed about these long games. Veil of Summer used to be so great, and partially because of the card.
Yeah, now it's just powering stuff through.
Yeah.
And you can see Raja kind of stuck on what to do, more or less flush on resources, just trying to figure out how to navigate this Veil of Summer. The mirror breaker for this matchup. Looks like we're reaching for Dovin's veto.
Anything will work, as he knows from Teferi Timer over locking out Daniel. So, okay, so that's not going to go. Second one?
How about second one? This one will draw a card. When you see the cracked smile on Raja's face, all right, yeah, that's fair. It makes sense you would have a pile of these. Again, with all this mana left over for Daniel, it feels really hard not to fight over this.
Yeah,
Question
no,
is
I
how
agree.
hard and with what?
I mean, it resolves. Wow. Okay, but Raja can still have answers, like you were saying. Reprieve still matters. There's subtlety, so this is not completely shields down. Even though, which is weird to say, given that Daniel's cards are uncounterable.
Yeah, Daniel's cards are uncounterable. Raja's cards also uncounterable, and specifically unreactable, if you will. And there's a Teferi looking to shut down all interaction. Have to imagine Raja might flash something in, a creature if nothing else. And yeah, it's just going to be a Solitude flashed in.
Okay, that's not that bad. From Daniel's perspective.
Oh yeah, not at all. I mean, you have to be happy to see that. I mean, obviously Raja's going to do it, use his mana before he can't.
Mm-hmm.
And now shields were already mostly down because Veil of Summer resolving. Now they're entirely down. No reprieves. Subtlety turned off thanks to the Teferi. Teferi now has something to pick up. Raja maybe just happy that his One Ring's not getting picked up. But I mean, now I think if Daniel has an Omnath here, he might actually start to gain the advantage back from Raja, who looked to be in a great position to start this turn.
Daniel's played a land already. I mean, I think taking out a binding on the Teferi would be significant, and that's what it's going to be. So now Daniel has the Teferi advantage, and this game has flipped, even though Raja still has One Ring on 3.
He could have 4 cards coming and bindings of his own and the such. You know, it's this game. There's a lot of back and forth still because players just got such bursts of cards. That's going to continue to be the case for the rest of the game. Now, everything that has happened with the mana bases up until now matters because players are just going to be using their mana every single turn because they just have all these cards to work with thanks to the One Ring.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. So with 3 mana plus 2 force negations in the 75 for Daniel to defend his Teferi this turn. And we'll see.
Summers left. Do we have
I don't think there's any. I think we've seen 2. I think there are 2. So that is over with. And here's just Raja starting off, draw off the turn, draw 4 more off the One Ring.
I'll take more. Thank you very much. I need help for this turn.
Puts himself on a 2-turn clock from the One Ring, but that's something to worry about later. There's a Manamo.
If you can binding the binding into Teferi's own ring. Oh my god, untap with Manamo, 9 cards this turn?
Plus the draw step, that's 10. Raja with 10 fresh cards this turn.
Oh my gosh.
Does he have the mana to spend enough of them? Does he have enough cheap ones to get out of this?
I mean, we know he has solitudes and subtleties and force negations and the like, and
none of those are what we need.
Well, if you can turn those back on by answering this Teferi, I think they can have some text. But the Teferi is the problem numero uno, and that has been the case kind of for both players every single turn that we've played so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, leading with Teferi of his own. That's not a cheap way to lead things off, but it is an effective one. If it lands, he'll be good. It is not going to. Well, I guess Counterspell will take it. I guess it will guarantee that won't resolve.
Yeah, it's just Counterspell. It's not not exiled. So there we go. That one's taken care of. Oh wow, look.
Yeah, that's a large
lot of cards.
A large hand there. That is a lot going on. At least there's no Narcits. I mean, a year or two ago there would have been multiple Narcits on each player's deck list, and this would be more of a Flusterstorm.
Flusterstorm on Prismatic Ending, finding a target this late, and it looks great.
Yeah,
and that is the game.
Wow.
Raja concedes. Wow. That Flusterstorm comes in clutch. You talked about cards like that, could potentially expire. Flusterstorm, great because it doesn't in these kinds of matches because you do just use so many spells. And that one, more so maybe than Veil of Summer, looks like it broke that final game. And I mean, a lot of the same story where we saw Ren kind of pulling ahead the entire game. Raja did a great job navigating it back to more or less parity. And now, the combination of 2 Veil Summers and a Flusterstorm was able to kind of get underneath Raja and seal the game, even though he saw 10 cards in that final turn.
Yeah, that was quite. I mean, that was well executed, well played, and really probably taxing on both players. And they've still got more rounds to play today. All right, we've got a backup match. So let's go ahead and get it going.
Yeah, I believe it is Matthew Weiss on Is It Murktide versus Derek Davis, somebody we've seen already once today. Team of Rhinos back kind of against the wall. 1-4 is Derek Davis.
Derek Davis has got a lot of work to do here. And Matthew Weiss not going to be in any mood to give away matches either at 2-3. So depending on how things play out within the pod, I mean, it's conceivable 3-4 will be live for, in fact, likely 3 and 4 will be like live for elimination rounds. 2 and 5, even. I mean, if there were no winless players, right? So we know everyone's got at least one win,
right?
So Matthew's going to want to pick up at least one more win, if not 2. Well, all these players are trying to win all their games. So
yeah, obviously,
yeah, really kind of.
And Derek's someone that we've seen in this matchup before. And I don't know if he's whatever. I'm sure he tested this matchup a ton. It's going to be one of the more popular decks coming in. Mm-hmm. But we saw this is very much deja vu. We've seen this exact thing before on camera with you and me in the booth already today. Derek's got turn 1 suspend crashing footfalls in the Murktide matchup, and something we saw the Murktide player previously do a very good job of is getting an early threat and at least threatening early threats. And that way Derek has to spend his mana answering them instead of doing something else. I hadn't really see that. Turn 1 preordained from Matthew Weiss, although here is the Ledger Shredder. Maybe spoke too soon. Bobble to trigger it right away. But
they always have the bobble. They always have the bobble. Express iteration hits bobble 100% of the time is at least my understanding. Okay, bobble gets connived away. All right, Matthew Weiss.
The second one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ryan Hayes said he felt this matchup was pretty decent for him as the Murktide player against Derek Davis. We'll see if Matthew Weiss is able to repeat the result that Hayes was able to achieve.
Yeah, a little bit of the same look as far as the deck's constructed. We see a lot of that same counterspell split, like the Spell Singer, the Stern Scolding, stuff like that. So, I mean, very much going to be deja vu for Derek Davis, seeing more or less the exact same deck. Unclear if those players necessarily, collaborated at all, but certainly a very similar look for one of the more popular decks in the Modern format. Something, I mean, to call out, we talked about Rhinos, Murktide, 2 most popular decks in this format, like here at the NRG Champs. A lot of people, when Fury was banned, argued that Grief should have been taken with it. I believe only a single player in our event chosen to register Grief in the Modern format. Not definitive, but something to think about. Something you imagine would be good against all these blue decks.
Yeah, absolutely. As the Ledger Shredder continues across here. Yeah, the Modern format, and you can check out all the deck lists on the Nerd Rage website. The Modern format maybe a little more stock, it turned out, than Pioneer and Standard as well, as far as deck lists the players submitted go. Pioneers had more outliers, I think.
Right.
Modern, you were unlikely to face something that you hadn't prepared for, I would say, the way that things shaped up in this event. So all these players should have practice and real ideas, thoughts on how their matchups are going to play out here.
An exchange, I think that we can call out there with the Flame of Anor going after the Ledger Shredder and eating a counterspell, something we didn't really see happen previously. A lot of times the Murktide player lets their threats get killed, hold the counterspells for exactly crashing footfalls. And we do have a second one here, but that one's an upkeep. And now Matthew tapped out. He has access to a Charlotte's Agent. That's going to trigger Ledger Shredder. And if there's no Force of Negation, then this crashing footfalls is going to resolve. And it looks like there's not any Force of Negations in the main deck at all. So yeah, this crashing footfalls is going to resolve. 10 power in play right now. And this is part of the risk of keeping your Ledger Shredder in play, is you can end up basically taxed on your counter spells and your counter spell mana. And I mean, both of those happening here, as Derek looks like he's going to be able to resolve this crashing footfalls. And there's not many great ways to answer in the main deck. You're talking about like 2 unholy heats. It's going to be a 2-for-1 kind of thing.
Now that we've seen it a couple of times now, I'm amused that Derek Davis, when he's cascading, the deeper he goes in the deck, he just kind of grin bigger and bigger, just because he's amused at the Crushing Falls not being on the top of the deck. And twice now it's gone like 30 or 40 cards. And he's just this huge grin on his face. He's so amused. It's like, can you believe this wasn't in the top 5 cards? What do you know?
Yeah, what the heck? I just have to say, what is so awkward? You're just like sitting there, like,
I know.
kind of just playing with yourself, just like moving cards around. Like, it is such a, as an onlooker that doesn't know a lot about Magic, you look really goofy. It's like, what is happening to this player? You're just like casually, doesn't look distraught, and his entire deck is just going in a different zone. So what is happening? A Cascade, a very weird mechanic to look upon if you're not very familiar with the game, and a popular one in the modern format is Matthew looking for help. Thanks to the broken expressive iteration.
Well, all he needs is a castable card, and then his Legislator can actually hold off one of the Rhinos.
Big deal. Like being able to start blocking Rhinos is something that usually only Murktide itself is capable of. Getting Legislator up to that capacity could actually be big game, provided Derek does not have more. I mean, we saw him be able to have the Dead gone right away, and we do see a Flame of Anna right there. Not actually able to be cast right now. And if there's 6 point of toughness comes, then you're talking about getting 2-for-1 kind of stuff there. But maybe that's just worth it to get the Legislator off the table. Ragavan found and put into exile. Are we casting that one? We sure are. That's going to trigger Legislator right away. Matthew very quick to activate, or rather to trigger the Legislator. Not going to miss that one.
Yeah, this is someone looking for help, though. I mean, Ragavan's obviously not going to contribute a whole lot right now. I guess he can trade with Charlotte's Agent, which is
block Charlotte's Agent. That's something. I mean, it keeps us from dying. Subtlety hits the bin. Misty Rainforest, the land for turn. 2 mana up. I believe there's another counterspell in hand. So, I mean, as far as follow-up turns Matthew Weiss could have, it's got to be one of the good ones. Is it good enough?
Yeah. Don't expect to see an attack here. And just holding back. I mean, if there's no attack here from Derek, which there currently isn't going to be unless the board changes, then Matthew can feel pretty good about his position, I think.
How problematic, like assuming that you're intending on blocking with this Ledger Shredder, I mean, how problematic is a card like, I mean, any removal spell really, like we're talking about Fire Ice, Flame of Anna, even just a Violent Outburst. Like Violent Outburst specifically could trigger the Ledger Shredder if Derek chooses to actually cast the Flip Falls, which might actually be a consideration. And, you know, just being able to actually trade with this Ledger Shredder seems to be kind of what the name of the game is for Derek. So if he can get through that, then I mean that's what Matthew has going on. That's really problematic.
No, you're right. That's what the game is about now for Derek Davis, just getting this Ledger Shredder off the board. Even though Otawara would be enough, although it's already in play, and I don't have his deck list open anymore, but I doubt there's 2 of them. So here is another set of Rhinos, and okay, 2 sets of Rhinos. That's a lot to deal with. Yeah, that's a lot to deal with.
But I think that Matthew does have the counter spell dialed up, and this also triggers Ledger Shredder, which makes it even harder to actually get off the table. Maybe feels Murktide Regent?
Derek Davis. I picked Derek Davis to win the championship last year, and he got crushed. He got absolutely smashed. He is not wanting to repeat his performance from last year, but at 1-4, and he needs a recovery here.
Getting crushed again for the moment, at least. I mean, not out of the tournament. That's the way it works. But
I mean, these Pro Tour. I mean, people. I mean, I was told yesterday. I said something, and I was told like, "Hey, Leverage has some of the best players in the Midwest," and yeah, that's proving true. As Derek Davis, a Pro Tour mainstay at this point, I think it would be fair to describe him.
Yeah,
having trouble getting through these events.
I mean, they're super tough. I mean, last round, we just saw, Roger, the previous winner, against whatever, 13th on the ELO.
Yeah.
That's insane. Like, that's so absurd. The caliber of player playing in this event, it is a lot bigger than maybe other people have spoken about in the past. The competition is really steep. No free rolls in this one.
No. And we are running it back next, or I guess this next year in 2024. When we get a chance, at the end of the round, maybe we'll bring up the schedule that's been announced so far. If you want to try and make your way into the event, into this event, and compete with these players, that's certainly something you can do. I think we had only a handful of repeat players from last year, including Raja and Derek Davis. A lot of newcomers, so it is tough.
The winner of this event, we're going to be able to requeue. And maybe some of that is, now just winning an event. That's good enough. Any weekend you show up, if you just win an event, qualify. So give yourself as many chances as possible. Show up to all the events. I mean, this is the way we did it back in the day. Give yourself as many chances as possible if you made it.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, if I wasn't here in the booth, I think I'd be in the trenches. This is a really special event. These players, you can tell, I mean, they battle against each other all year, and they very personable towards each other. A lot of them know each other. A lot of them are friends. Some of them aren't, but they very much know each other going into the event. And I think that adds a really interesting point of complexity when it comes to preparing for this event.
All right. Matthew, looking over his gravy, are we looking super close for Delirium, or is there a Murktide being lined up?
I think we're thinking about Murktide. I think some of the
Yeah.
players are laughing about it. He's inconspicuously like, how many spells do I have? And there is the Murktide Regent. Grin on Derek Davis's face. He saw that one coming. And this is, I mean, jokes aside, one of the biggest draws for Matthew Weiss here, as far as now we have multiple Rhinos check and maybe just a lethal in-air attack coming soon.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if this resolves, which it will, it appears. Yeah, there's one more passing on the turn, and then Matthew can send to the skies, and Derek has no current answers to a significant. Well, actually, Matthew's not going to wait around. This makes sense. Half of Lyra's life total disappears in an instant.
Yeah, he's got 14 life to work with. He's not even get on board to what's on board.
No.
And yeah, going to go ahead and answer 1-2 with an Unholy Heat. Matthew Weiss looking very, very in a commanding spot. No answers for the Murktide would mean disaster for Derek Davis. And I think this is an attack plus Flame of Andor to take care of the Murktide region. Not the way you want to do it. What it might be what it takes to survive.
Yeah, it's also not enough. I need more.
Delirium. We can ice? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Ice the Ledger Shredder here. Matthew is fine with that. I can wait a turn. And, well, I mean, still not even at a great spot. Is Expressive Iteration coming down? That gives a Surveil trigger, and presumably whatever you find off the Expressive Iteration, graveyarding, of course, another one.
Can't be broken if he's just pitching it, can it, Drake? I don't know.
I don't think that's what you need more of, if I had to guess. I think we saw an Unholy Heat among the other mix, and another Murktide Regent, sure. Yeah, everything coming up Matthew Weiss here. Finding all the good cards. Derek has seen enough. He's seen enough. The last exchange with Murktide wasn't good for him. He's out of gas. And that's going to do it for game number 1. Derek Davis previously, was up a game in the face of the Murktide deck. Now down a game in what seems to be maybe a tough matchup for him in the way his deck's configured. We talked earlier, seemed favorable. Let's take a look what he can work with now.
Deckless, and then let's get back to it. I mean, this has been a long round already. I don't want to short us a match and not be able to finish it. So, you can see Derek Davis. We saw this before in this matchup. Let's go ahead and look at the opposition, see what Matthew Weiss has, how much it overlaps.
4 turns, Mystical Disputes. Same cards coming in probably. So, we can probably move over to Matthew Weiss, see if his sideboard looks any different. We've seen sideboarding like that before. And in the case of Matthew Weiss, he does have a Magus of the Moon. That actually might be relevant as far as coming in considerations if you care about Viseju versus removal spells. But other than that, still, you're looking at like Flush Assurance, Engineered Explosives, and cards of that ilk. Of course, you have Chalice of the Void as well. That's actually
right.
huge.
And I don't think Ryan had Chalice, so that's one extra fairly strong card. Let's go ahead and go. Game number 2, round 6.
Yeah. Straightforward sideboarding. These two decks, they prepare for each other. They're known quantities in the format. They're the 2 most popular decks in the NRG Championship. So, these players, they know what's up. They know how to sideboard, and they have sideboard cards that are, I think, pretty loudly declarative of what they're doing. Some of the cards you take out may change, but a lot of stuff that comes in, a lot of stuff should be stuff that stops the Rhinos. Anything that can keep it from being like a 3-for-1 on the Rhinos turn, great for the Murktide side. And of course, Endurance is just such a hammer against Murktide for a host of reasons, blocking flyers and answering the graveyard, the whole works. So that's very much going to be the texture, the nature of how the games play out, I think, is where you have the most interesting.
What is with these Rhinos players on the mountain? That's the basic you don't want. And we've had.
I don't know what the mountain's for. You must need red so bad. Do you even have any double red cards? You don't, right? I
think so. Yeah, the Charma is double red. I think there's one Charma on the sideboard.
Wow. There's no way it's just for Charmal. I don't know. I am not a Rhinos expert. The mountain does look pretty embarrassing the times we've seen it. Doesn't even suspend your crashing footfalls. Maybe you see a Painless Red Source. That's the only one in your deck. Is Preordained going to resolve from Matthew Weiss off of Steam? It's again leading on Preordained. No threat, but does have 2 cantrips. As here is Mishra's Bauble. We're going to need a look at Matthew Weiss's top card. Assuming he doesn't cycle Lorraine Revealed, but we see that pulled to the front. That might be on the agenda. Chalice on 0. Game actions. And that is a heck of a game action. Derek just waiting to cycle his Island Cycler. Able to cycle Lorraine Revealed. Doesn't look like he has an answer to the Chalice, though. And if that one resolves, that's a big deal.
All right. So, yeah, cycling here. All right. We're gonna between rounds, if we ever actually have a round break, which we haven't had so far, we're gonna find out about the correct pronunciation of this blue land cycling card, which
am I getting roasted for saying Lorraine?
I have no idea. I don't have the chat open. My point is you have now pronounced it 2 different ways. One of them is the way I pronounce it. One of them is not. I don't know what's correct either.
But I'm not a Lord of the Rings buff like that. I assume somebody that is a Lord of the Rings buff would just be cooking me as the Ragavan gonna get answered by Deadgon? Yeah, only one land.
We may have
Another
missed
Lorraine
something here.
revealed.
Matthew Weiss did take a mulligan. I mean, you
Yeah, we
mulligan
just found one land.
one land, cantrips, Ragavan, Chalice of the Void. I mean, that seems keepable.
Maybe that's just good enough. I mean, when we
yeah.
talk about like Derek has like 4 copies of Flame of Anor, another card, another name I might be pronouncing wrong, but that one just has Shatter as a mode. I mean, Chalice might not be good enough, even though it is very impactful. It does shut down the Rhinos entirely for the moment. I mean, you need some threats and lands to back up your stuff. Matthew Weiss did find an Otawara, but maybe behind now. 2 lands to Derek's 4.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be putting pressure on, and that's not happening, and it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. And here's Hardcast Endurance for Derek Davis. They're like, yeah, shuffle that. There's no land in your graveyard. Shuffle those 4 cards back in there.
Put them back in your deck.
I guess
in the meantime,
the bottom, but...
I got 3-4 beatdowns. What's up? Don't need no stinking Rhinos. We're elementals. Surprise! Another elementals deck. We go to Matthew Weiss.
Okay, here we go. A game can be played. And there's a Shredder.
No
and
follow-up.
I guess Mishra's Bobble, they always have it, but this time it would get countered. So
yeah, that's not very good here.
No.
The only card really in Matthew Weiss's deck that does get countered by Chalice of the Void would actually be a really good card to have here. It does not have it. And Endurance still able to lay the smackdowns for the moment as we go back to Derek, who fetches a land tapped. Looks to be in a much better position this game, despite such a flurry of spells in turn 1 for Matthew Weiss. Here comes the smackdowns from Endurance.
So Derek Davis signing up for the race here. Matthew Weiss does have Energy Explosives in his hand, also uncastable at the moment because of his Chalice of the Void. But
no 5th land for Derek. Okay, that could give Matthew a window to catch up on mana here. Tap Steam.
Yeah, we know if Derek had a 5th land, he would play because he's got to cast another Lorraine Revealed. He's done it like 100% of the games we've seen him so far.
He cycled 2 this game. I think he's catching up on the numbers.
Maybe he's rethought his usage of the card. All right, second
looks
Endurance.
more effective here. Here's a second copy of Endurance and Expressive Iteration, the card you want alongside Ledger Shredder, but Matthew Weiss certainly needs some help. 2 Endurances here, looking to still be able to attack, even if Ledger Shredder does get a counter right here. 2 power and 4 toughness just means Endurance and Ledger Shredder are going to block when nothing else happens. So Derek's still able to stay on the aggro plan. Oh man, and like what an impactful card. We're talking about sideboards. Like Endurance just matters at every point in the game. It's like clear the graveyard, your Murktides don't work. Okay, now I can start laying smackdowns, but if that stops happening, it doesn't matter. I still need the time in order to get my Rhinos online. Such an impactful card in the Murktide matchup. 4th land was found for Matthew Weiss, and back over to Derek we go. Is this another cycle? Joe, he's caught all the way up. 3 cycles of Lorraine revealed.
All right, so yeah, you're right. 3 and 3 versus the usage of the card. Finds a 5th land, but yeah, Matthew Weiss now stable, which is pretty good considering how he started, how he opened.
Yeah, incredible. I did not expect that to be where we're at. And Ragavan now threatening to like punish an attack if we do still, kind of try to keep the pressure on with Endurance. Ragavan, the back crack, maybe too threatening. Speaking to the well-known power of Ragavan at this point, I think in Modern's history, but a smackdown from Endurance comes nonetheless.
Yeah, putting Matthew to the test here. I mean, do you block with Ledger Shredder? I mean, that's makes you vulnerable to a number of things. But 13
even
life?
Just Violent Outburst would be a problem.
Yeah.
Violent Outburst. This is what we're talking about. Violent Outburst, Fire Ice, Dead Gone, all those things. But I mean, what worlds are you winning where you're just like not blocking?
I know.
Taking 6.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Well, he's going to do it. He's going to drop to 7.
All right. Well, it looks like it might be Fire Ice after all. And that might be a very disciplined no blocks because, yeah, you want to kill the Ragavan anyway. And so that would have been a blowout. Matthew Weiss, heads up, not blocking. Really tight play there. And back to Matthew Weiss we go. All of a sudden, needs another impactful turn. This Endurance beatdown kind of working. Down to 7.
It absolutely is. And Matthew, I guess if he has another land, never mind. He can't play his deck cannot play explosives on 3, which would actually be useful. Which is a rarity.
Which would you're implying the card would be so poor. I mean, it is blank right now until Chalice is off the board. It's straight blank, but because there's no 1s, there's no 2s, and you can't put it on 3, so you can't put it on 0. Can't even play it to trigger your. Well, you can play it to trigger your Ledger Shredder.
I mean, we can see
that's tough.
We can see a very desperate Matthew Weiss basically just throwing it in the trash in order to connive. I mean, connive is strong. Is it worth 2 for 1 of yourself in order to connive?
Is it worth throwing your sideboard card in the trash can?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, endurance is what it's about, not rhinos, but that could easily change if this chalice is off the board.
There's a
Multiple answers
Murktide
to it.
hand. That's a good one. Although,
yeah, throw a
yeah,
bobble
we
in the
are. We are.
garbage, then put Murktide in play for
That
one
hurts.
spell?
It's a 3/3. It's like it's not. It doesn't even have a counter.
No counters, huh?
It can't even block.
It
And live.
You just get one counter? Come on, there's none?
This is
None?
the worst. Oh, is there one?
I thought there might have been one, an expressive iteration at some point. I
Oh,
know
you're right.
Ragavan, Bobble
You're-
among the crew.
There was an iteration. There had to be an iteration. Okay.
Yeah, this Burkart's just so bad if we don't get a counter. Like, you can't even block an endurance. It's just not the spot to be. Considering discarding this preordain.
Okay, we're conniving here. That's what's happening. Yeah. Then we okay. So it is a 4/4. All right. Which, yeah, you're right. It had to be. There's almost no point in casting it otherwise. I mean, I guess you could set up a double block, but that's not very exciting either. So now things are different. Now Derek Davis goes from having a lethal attack to having no attack.
Maybe a little bit of a bluff here being run by Matthew Weiss. Discarded Preordain. I didn't see any 1-mana counterspells. I see 2-mana counterspell. But discarding Preordain, when you could cast it and you just went through all these measures to trigger your Ledger Shredder, with by throwing your bottle in the garbage can, leaving up that 1 mana instead of tapping out, potentially representing, some 1-mana counter magic. It's Horncast! Oh, that's all 4. Let's go. Lorraine revealed 3 cards coming, able to get busy, and there is an island and just a pass of the turn. Back to Matthew Weiss. Can't be that upset with that turn. Now gets to untap with all these threats and counterspell, but I mean, can't be thrilled.
No, I wouldn't think so. And yeah, Derek Davis, the first set of cards. I mean, Charles the Void's still there. I actually honestly didn't expect it would last this long.
I knew there's so many answers. So many answers in the deck.
Here is
Mystical Dispute going after a Ledger Shredder. That's going to get a counter spell eaten, and that's going to trigger the Ledger Shredder that's in play already. Okay. Well, now shields are down, and Derek Davis has 6 mana. So if it's Flame of Anor plus Rhinos, things could be problematic. And Derek has so much life to work with that we're not even really at like racing is good territory yet.
No.
Preordain, the only card left in Matthew Weiss's hand. I mean, yeah, even attack with Murktide isn't good because you just get double blocked. It's just not where you want to be. And Violent Outburst is the card in hand. Is there an answer to the Chalice of the Void? That's what Derek needs right now. If he has it, that could be the end of this game. If not, I mean, Matthew Weiss in great spot with that Preordain dialed up next turn. Looking to trigger some Ledger Shredders. The posture of Derek is not the posture of someone that has to just blow up Chalice and have it right away. It's going to be suspend crashing footfalls. Go. Well, that's not
never
ideal.
Good. That's even worse. That's even worse than turn 1 suspend. What is this, turn 8? Come on.
Oh, yeah. At least, right?
Preordain into anything here would be very strong for Matthew.
Oh, how about Murktide Regent? That grows the one
that
play.
That counts.
That's very good. And that's exactly what it is.
As anything,
3 spells, I believe, 2 Preordains and a counter spell. That makes double blocking pretty bad and triggers all the Ledger Shredders and this looks bad for Derek. Now not even Rhinos may be good enough. Oh, what a tough break. All these cards seen, Lorraine revealed, resolved. I mean, it's like you said, it's been like 8 turns. We've seen like 8 cards. We drew 3 cards of Lorraine revealed. We've cycled a few times off of things like ice and stuff like that. It's just still have not found any of the Flame of Anors, any of the Besajus, even Brazen Bar or anything.
Yeah. So can we go in? Can we get in there with 1 Murktide for 7? Matthew's thinking about it.
I think you definitely attack with at least the Murktide, maybe the Ledger Shredder too. I mean, you are at a precarious life total, but I mean, Derek needs so much. You do just need to get this game over with sooner rather than later. Don't let him even have a chance to draw out of this. Yeah, I like this attack a lot. I want to get busy with both attackers here. That is what he chooses to do.
That is 12. I would imagine Derek just takes this and then, well, I mean, running ices would win the game without a block.
All the double blocks are bad. Everything has 7 toughness. I think blocking the Ledger Shredder isn't good. I think at least it doesn't feel good. I mean, nothing feels good, I guess.
Yeah.
But
I don't see a block. I think you just...
If he has like ice or something, maybe this isn't bad.
I mean, if you kill one of these creatures, which you're not even... Okay, you're going to outburst. But even this...
I mean, yeah. Now we have to do this, and we're not even going to cast it because this triggers the Ledger Shredder. There's no way
Right.
we're casting this. So we just have to do this for the formality of it. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is just like neither of these players are invested in this cascade trigger. It just takes this outside share of the game. What are we doing here? Look at the shake of the head. I love it. All right, yeah, I'm going to choose not to cast it. I moved some cards around.
When you have the opportunity to show your opponent everything you sideboard, you might as well take it.
Sure. Yeah, so fun.
All right, what does this do for Derek? Does he? Okay, he kills the Murktide.
Yeah,
he's still in horrendous trouble, and I feel like he has fewer ways to win now.
I mean, a 7/7 Murktide is the biggest problem as far as killing you quickly. This might buy an extra turn, especially if you find something like a Brazen Borrower that can like answer Chalice and get involved in blocking. So like that's a card I think that I could call out as being like potentially good enough to swing. Because like, you know, Matthew's at 6. Like one Violent Outburst Rhino's working after an attack is good enough. So even though it looks like he's so far ahead, and he is, I mean, there is opportunities for specific sequences of draw steps to get Derek out. But I mean, it needs to be right now. And Derek has one card in, I didn't get a look, but it needs to be good. And like I said, Brazen Borrower is kind of on the short list of cards that might be good enough.
All right, so Derek's at let's see, 12 right now, I believe. So it's going to be an attack for
6
2
plus
of the
5.
creatures. Yeah, so now Derek will go up to 7. Another Shredder, and this is just too many creatures.
All right, it's Violent Outburst. There's Dead Gone. Is that too little too late? I think it is. Because that still doesn't answer the Chalice, and it doesn't do anything. Derek's gonna shake the hand. Down to 1 and 5 goes Derek, and dwindling with his win rate is his, I guess, optimism of staying in this tournament.
All right. Well, he's got one more round to go. If he can win it, he'll pick up $100. Maybe he can $100 additional dollars on his prize, and maybe he can make it into 5th place in his pot, 6th place in his pot. In the meantime, all right, Stephen Dykeman is here to talk to us. One player went 7-0 in their pods today, and he's sitting right here. Stephen, congratulations. How's it feel?
It feels pretty good, man, but still a lot of work to do. So,
well, sure, but no more work today for you.
It's true.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Stephen advances into stage 3. He will be one of the players who gets to skip day 2. What did you feel strongest about format-wise coming into the day? Which deck?
Pioneer.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, tell us why.
I mean, Rakdos midrange has just kind of been my deck for a very long time. I really like it. I think I have a good grasp on it. I prefer the midrange style decks. And I thought that I had the best read of what the metagame would look like in that format. I predicted before the event even started that I thought about 6 people might play blue-white in this event, and I thought at least 2 would be on Phoenix, which is like a very, very unique in metagame. It's not something you're going to plan for like the RC, for example. I built Rakdos much differently than I did for this event, but it turned out that I think 5 or 6 people did play blue-white, and I think at least 2 people are on Phoenix.
No, you actually nailed. You were exact on both of those, I believe.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that. So you play. As I looked at your deck list a couple days ago after you submitted it, and I saw that you had. I think I commented in the commentator chat that I had never seen anyone play 7 discard spells main deck in black-red in this format.
Yeah.
And that's what you chose to do.
Yep.
So really targeting, like you're saying, the slower decks, the bluer decks, and that paid off. Did you make an equivalent choice in standard or modern?
So standard was really, I just saw Mog's list from the super qualifier on Monday, and I made 1 card change in the sideboard. I cut 1 grasp for a 3rd Anoint, because Anoint was a card that I found that I was bringing in a lot of the mid-range mirrors. Really good card, I think, on the draw especially. And again, I didn't expect a lot of people to register the really aggressive decks in standard either. I kind of thought most people would default to either domain or mid-range, and so I thought the random anti-aggro card was a little less necessary, so I went down on one of those. And then in modern, I just went with the deck that I felt was gave me the best chance into Rhinos. I played Scam last week in one of the super qualifiers and got beat very badly by Rhinos a few times. And I knew at least a few people would register Rhinos into this event. There are less of them than I thought there were. Other people ended up on Murktide too, but I'm fine playing Murktide mirrors. So pretty happy with all the deck selections. But I think the most interesting deck I submitted was definitely my Pioneer deck. A lot of a lot of kind of differences to what you would normally see. I'm down a 2-mana removal spell, so I only have 2 of those in the main. I only have 2 Bone Crushers in the main, but I do board a third. That's pretty unheard of. You never really see people board Bone Crusher Giant. But I thought it was a really important card in Rakdos Mirrors, and I did play a Rakdos Mirror today, so I was really happy to have it in the board.
Yeah, kind of in the same vein when you're talking about, your preparation, your expectations as far as opposing decks and kind of what you feel your matchup spread is. I saw a little bit of discussion on Twitter, but I really want to take the opportunity here to talk about the swap that happened between pods and your thought process there. I mean, you mentioned a little bit on Twitter, the person you brought into your pod, you're like, I don't even win that much against them, but this is just what makes sense. Can you break that down a little bit and what that decision was and what into it?
Yeah, so I predicted that I was pretty certain that Will was going to play Rakdos in standard. We kind of my testing team kind of thought he might play the ramp deck, and then in modern Scam was something that I thought he might do, and then what it really was honestly is Chris had obviously a very unique deck in Pioneer. And, was definitely a deck I was a little worried about, not one I've tested a ton against, and it definitely can go over the top of Rakdos, so it could have given me trouble. Chris is obviously an excellent Yawgmoth player. He had, kind of a rough day today, but, I mean, really, really good Yawgmoth pilot, and Yawgmoth is typically a little favored into Murktide. Definitely not one of the easier matchups for Murktide. And then in Standard, again, he had a pretty scary deck. That deck can do some pretty explosive stuff, and the blue-black deck doesn't really have a ton of removal in game 1. I think my third Annoyant would have been really big in that matchup, but I still think it would have been kind of rough. And at the end of the day, too, I kind of just didn't want a teammate in my pod, so ended up swapping him over there. And obviously, unfortunate, he didn't do great, but Kyle's still doing quite well, so pulling for him to finish out the day strong here.
All right. Well, Stephen Dykeman, congratulations. Yeah. You did great all year long. You were, I think, in the little power rankings I made up, you were, I think, number 1 and number 2 in Modern and Pioneer. And, makes my rankings look good as you are through to Sunday morning. Congratulations for that. And we will see you on the flip side.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
So, Stephen Dykeman, an impressive display for sure. All right. We're going to take a break. I somehow lost track of what round it was. And Drake and I haven't even had a break yet. So we're going to step away. We're going to come back. You know what? Before we do that, I promised the schedule. So production, before we go away, let's put the schedule up for season 1. And so for anyone that is watching and wants to get in on this action next year, you can see the first 4 events of the year, February 17th and 18th in the Chicagoland area. I believe it's a new location from what we usually use in Mundelein. That's not on there, but I believe it is changing. Notably, this is a week before the Pro Tour, which is also in Chicago. So if you're watching and you're playing the Pro Tour and you want to come out early, get some testing done, the event is the 17th and 18th. Following that, that's Pioneer and Standard. Then we've got in April 20th and 21st, we've got Modern and Legacy in Minneapolis. May 11th and 12th in Modern on Saturday, Team Trios on Sunday. That is a double showdown weekend, by the way. So increased prize pool. And then in June in St. Louis, 22nd and 23rd, we have a 10K Pioneer and a 5K Modern. So that's where we're at for the first half of the year. Come out and join us or watch here on Twitch if you're interested. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. This is NRG Series Championship 2023. Thanks for being here. All right, Drake and I are back for the NRG 2023 Championship, and we are going to show another match from the last round of the round robin. So this is round 7. We've already had an interview with Stephen Dykeman, who went 7-0, but not every match is finished. We have a time-shifted match from this round. We're going to show you right now. It is Kyle Gonzalez against Eric Burkart. So we have some deck lists to show you, or actually we'll just go right to the match. All right. You can see there it's Amulet Titan versus Hammer. We did see Eric play earlier.
In this matchup. In the same seat. Deja vu to the extreme here. Burkart here on your right. Of course, Kyle Gonzalez on your left playing Amulet Titan. Was not able to get it done there last time.
All right.
Here
Well,
we saw,
those-
of course, Cauldron not good enough.
those
Mulligans
dice
at the
represent mulligans. Then
Yeah,
this is not
mulliganing
starting out
deep
well.
here.
Yeah.
Kyle maybe on a 6. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't be too upset having a little bit of an opponent mulligan, but 4 is tough. And
Yeah.
Eric has found a 4 that they like. And with that, we'll see if we're ready to kick things off. We are, and it's going to be an Esper Sentinel. Maybe delay the amulet. We mentioned it last time. No thanks. Boreal Grazer going to put Growth Chamber in play.
All right. Well, Stoneforge Mystic. Okay, if that fetches up, I mean, this is a matchup where Cauldron Complete is just not the clock you need, and that's what we're going to get.
But if you need a clock, it's a
Yeah,
clock, and
I mean,
that's
that's-
maybe the only thing we have is Dryad
Yeah.
of the Elysian
Yeah.
Grove comes down, adds Micah Smith Gardens to the mix. Quick play from Kyle Gonzalez. Eric's not even done fetching the Cauldron, which represents one of the 3 remaining cards in Eric's hand.
All right, Eric. Well, I guess 5 coming across is not the worst.
7-0? Yeah.
Yeah. No, not even going to
No.
commit to that. Interesting.
What could that mean? Is here comes Primeval Titan. Are we looking to block the Primeval Titan and get that trigger to exile it? Is that where we're at? I guess so.
Sure. I mean, okay.
There's no amulet, so it's not even
Yeah.
be hasty right now, but 2 Valakutes are going to pick up your entire board. And yeah, we'll go ahead and put the Cauldron Complete in now. Indestructible Valakutes are going to be able to pick that up, but the Titan does not need to go to work quite yet. As we go back to Eric Burkart, who looks to be in about the same situation he was in last time, facing down a Primeval Titan with Cauldron Complete. Just not good enough, basically, ever where you want to be. Really need
Yeah.
Kyle to stumble, and he did not.
No amulet, but no problem here for Kyle Gonzalez as things are running on all cylinders. Active Valakut in play, going crazy. Primeval Titan attacking. Eric's at 14. This is
Everything coming up, Kyle, and a little bit more maybe at stake for Eric. 2 and 4 needs to start to rally back if he wants to stay in this tournament. Kyle Gonzalez at 4 and 2, already pretty safe. Of course, another win would help solidify his position, maybe even give him the upper echelon of the pod. Not clear what that looks like quite yet. As here comes 2 lands, going to pick up the Otawara. That should seal everything. As you can pick up the token and then go to work attacking the Primeval Titan. They're going to have the combat damage plus the Valakut damage. And that should be enough to finish off Eric, I believe, this turn right now, and it sure is. And that is going to be the end of game number 1. About as
Okay.
as it's going to be.
That's we could have played that game within the other matches probably 30 or 40 times and had time left over. All right, let's go ahead and look at some deck lists. It's a good thing this is time shifted, otherwise they might finish while we were reading out the decks. But
Yeah, just shuffle up, ready to go again. Let's have a look at Kyle Gonzalez first. We've seen Eric's deck before. This
Yeah.
one, Amulet, looks similar, but not quite the same. Only 1 endurance here, 2 generous int, 2 Terra Sunder, 3 dismember, 2 engineer explosives, a curse totem, 3 defense grid, and a Bajuka Bog. A lot to like here with these Terra Sunders and dismembers, I'd imagine.
yeah, so one glaring, no Force of Vigors this time around. So that's some improvement, I guess, for the hammer deck. But yeah, this is
Got to
I mean,
bog
both
in some
these
raw
decks-
farms to cast the
Yeah.
extended mode too. Get the black.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
Sure.
certainly you want it for the disenchant mode here, but actually comes up maybe in some other matchups. And 61
Yeah.
cards, of course, still here. Kyle Gonzalez. Amulet seems to be the only deck interested in 61. Maybe more to follow, but 61 again here.
What is happening to people?
I don't know. They've been convinced, Joe. They've been
Yeah,
convinced.
okay. All right. And then let's go ahead and look at the hammer deck once again. It is the Eric Burkart, who we saw earlier, with the Strict Proctor package, which had an impact.
Looks good.
Yeah.
I mean, was a little slow on the even on the play because that whatever on the draw, he was a little slow because the turn 2 consisted of about 10 triggers you would have loved to have gotten countered by Strict Proctor, but still had a very big impact on the game for both players. So this one, of course, is symmetrical, but obviously looked strong enough against both Amulet Titan and all of its friends to be worth the include and shut down some of your own triggers, a Pure Shell Paladin, Stoneforge, and the like. Maybe saw a little bit of Surge of Salvations and Solitude still in the deck after sideboarding, but really Strict Proctor, I think really when we saw Eric play previously, was a big part of the plan, and I would imagine it's going to be a big part of the plan again here.
All right, let's get to it. So round 7, the last round of stage 1, game 2, but don't take me saying last round of stage 1 to mean it is the end of coverage today, because it is not. And we were being told this is a time shifted match. We're being told that there is a camera blackout at some point during this match, but it recovers. So you know as much as we do about that. But we'll excitedly look forward to it.
Plains Go met with a Boreal Grazer, putting in Valakut, not a bounce in this time, but still an accelerant nonetheless. Grazer looks pretty good so far in this matchup, being able to check some of the early pressure that could exist. We'll see how it fares against Eric with a larger hand. It's Seer Strict Proctor, already ready to clock in.
Now, we'll see. One of the vulnerabilities of... Is that explosives on 2? Okay, well, that's pretty solid.
Seju is land return. Well, that'll take care of the Proctor pretty quick.
I was going to say, one of the vulnerabilities of Versus Saga against a deck like this, especially post-board, is you can get it blown up and miss your land drop. No Terra Sunder here, though, for Kyle. Just Explosives on 2, which is pretty promising as well, as it gets Pure Steel Paladin in addition to Strict Proctor.
Yeah, and there's this question about whether you even want to go after that versus something a little bit more impactful. You know, a lot of times the hammer and combat type stuff is something you want to reach for with your Terra Sunders.
Second Grazer, and Kyle will pass on the payment to leave open the explosives.
Smart. Just getting another blocker in play, I think worth quite a bit. And we're going to go ahead and take care of this now. Unclear.
So this is...
Oh, to get around Pithing Needle. Okay, in case
sure.
It looks like there's a Pithing Needle in the main deck, so you don't want to get your explosives Pithing Needle. Obviously, it's a weird time because you let Eric play his turn. Actually, very heads up, covering for the Pithing Needle that could come off of the Urza Saga and shut down the Engineered Explosives. Wants to make sure that the Strict Proctor gets off the field, and the Engineered Explosives does actually work. So, pretty heads up there from Kyle. Could look a little bit weird if you're not, aware of the deck list, but both players are aware of each other's deck list. And so yeah, heads up play there, floating a mana from the Urza Saga. Let's go searching. Pithing Needle, certainly a worse grab than it was originally. And here is our
despite being forewarned, I was still completely taken off guard by the screen going dark. I guess we can speculate as to what Eric's going to pull up, but instead we'll just wait for what we assume is just a moment here. In the meantime, I'll tell you about what's going to come up after the last round of stage 1. 4 players will advance to stage 3. 4 players will be out of the tournament. The remaining 8 will play a double elimination 3-round set this evening to determine who joins the other 4 in day 2. Those matches will be played with each player being able to veto a format, and the third format will be the one that is contested. In the meantime, we really didn't miss much. They weren't kidding about that. In fact, Eric is still searching.
Yeah, we still have, we have a few options here, right? You have Colossus Hammer if that's something you have, like a Pierce of Paladin or whatever rolled up. You have Ginger Brute if you just want the threat to get through these Grazers. That's something that could matter. Of course, always the mana options with Springleaf Drum and the like. No, Mox Opal, sadly. But just Shadow Spear, whatever you want.
Yeah, you still could also get Pithing Needle. I guess you could name Urza Saga or the One Ring, possibly.
Sure. I mean, with Primal Titan kind of being the main primary problematic card, you can name like Teleria West if that's where we're at, but I can't imagine that's where we're at. Your hand would have to be in a very unique spot for that to be where we're at.
Yeah, you could name one of the lands, the Sunhome or the Hasteland, I suppose.
Sure. I mean, like, again, you'd have to have so much other stuff rolled up for that to be the cover you need. Right now, Eric is so behind in every axis, pressure and resources and all the like. I have to imagine we need something to advance that.
Yeah,
but,
I agree.
Of course, I don't know what the hand looks like, and maybe Hammer can produce kills out of nowhere. It could just be like Shadow Spear, White Source, aid, hammer, Shadow Spear equipped, kill you. That kind of stuff can just happen. So, we'll see exactly how things play out. There is an Inkmoth in play. And Ginger Brute is going to be the fine. So that's a threat that can get through these Grazers.
Yeah, I suppose. Calling that a threat by itself seems optimistic, but it can carry weaponry. So we'll see.
Hammer in hand. We see a hammer in hand. It's not it's not all by its lonesome yet.
All right.
So we have aid too. So if we have aid, hammer, activate Ginger Brute, we're just done. So I imagine there's only one hammer. If there's a second, I think we're rolled up here outside of something like Force of Vigor, which Kyle knows, or Eric knows Kyle doesn't have. Maybe we're concerned about dismembering.
Even one would be enough, right? With this much mana, because Inkmoth could reactivate if it was Sarah's aid, hammer, 1, 2. No, never mind. That's not enough. That's one short.
Well, Inkmoth isn't enough because we can block it.
Right, because the Grazers have reached. You
can't tell the little mammal on the ground. You can't tell that has reach, and Kozilek or whatever doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of easy to miss.
All Or hanging in trees or something, I guess.
Sure,
That's
sure.
fine.
I mean, it's a weak argument when you have your colossal things there. Whatever. Semantics, not a game designer. I trust them, but sometimes I struggle with the flavor, you know. And so we are given a big think to how to navigate this turn. Like I said, I feel like it'd be trivial if we just had it all rolled up. Maybe we're concerned about something like a Dismember. Here is the Pure Steel Paladin. Gonna go ahead and cast a hammer. We do have Metalcraft right now. And card drawn for Eric. Another copy of Cigar Head ain't what the doctor ordered. Okay, so we can equip and make it a 2-turn.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just kind of hope to not die. I mean, it's not that bad of a plan as here does.
Yeah.
The equip does work. That wasn't trivial. No Dismember here. I feel like you probably would have fired that off if you could. And an attack
Construct
for
doesn't.
11.
The Construct could go in also and just eat a Grazer, I suppose, or take another 3. I don't. Yeah, okay, doesn't matter.
Well, Kyle just didn't have anything at all. Why?
Yeah.
Just picked it up. Another fast game. All that thinking from Eric to play what was functionally like a 6-turn game or whatever. And
I suppose they kind of knew what's coming. They're like, well, this is a time shifting match, and there's plenty of time to get it in. They weren't kidding. I guess.
True as well.
I guess
Fast
let's go.
match.
Game 3. We'll see if it lasts more than 3 turns.
What I like about Modern is you can say there's a fast match and present 2 like decks or whatever, and it's not clear who wins it. You know, a lot of times like there's a fast match, it's Infect versus Control. It's like, okay, well, we know what happened here. No, this is not the case of this. It's like Amulet can just kill you on turn 2, Hammer can just kill you on turn 2. Who knows what happens?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this time Kyle taking a mulligan. Well, I guess Kyle took one in game 1 also. Just Eric took 2 or 3 actually. So in terms of evening up the count, Kyle still owes Eric 1 here.
Is that something you track in your matches?
I'm
mulligan, you owe me 1.
I often tell my opponents that in paper matches that they owe me a mulligan or
Incredible.
2 or something like that. Yeah.
Or 2.
Well, it depends. I mean, you got to even things out. I mean, what I tell people is, when they're drawing up their hand, if they owe me 2 mulligans, I'm like, an honorable person wouldn't even look at their first hand. They would just throw it away. Sure. And go to 6, and then
I mean, I would accept a bad keep of 7 as compensation for 2 mulligans. You just keep a bad hand.
No, but there's no. It's you then have no honor because the point is you just have to mull without looking. You're just trying to maintain your status as like a legitimate player, as a good person.
Well, speaking of honor, turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Dryad. That's certainly an honorable way to play the game. Only 1 land in play for Kyle going into Eric's second turn. Kind, behind on mana.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just generous of him. He mulliganed and I mean, he's stuck, right?
No mana. What is he going to do? Eric adds Urza's Saga to the mix. Nothing on board yet. No Cigar Head or anything like that. Things that you would expect to see when you're trying to win a race like, this matchup is, as we've seen so far. So gonna need a really high impact turn from Eric here. Or
he's thinking about this. Is it possible we're debating
Solitude pitch, Solitude, get this Dryad out of here. I mean, normally you want to say that for Titan, but just wants to get rid of it now. Here's Proctor.
Okay. That was a good turn.
That was a very good turn. He needed a good turn and had it. Here's Dismember right away to take care of Strict Proctor. Great pickup there for Kyle, and under no pressure, that life total punishment maybe not going to happen. And only Celestial Sanctuaries, maybe the other land means no land deployed. Only 2 permanents for Kyle altogether. As we go back to Eric, ticks up the Saga, deploys.
Is it possible there's a misstep there? Because if you're not going to play anything anyway, then maybe you let the Proctor survive for a moment. Because if Eric has like a Stoneforge Mystic here, it would be dead. Effectively with the Proctor still in play. I don't know. I'm not sure.
With you having no additional lands, like it's possible when you do draw some action, it looks like Azusa shaped or something, and you would need that initial 3 from the Boseiju tap Dismember. Like you wouldn't have the 3 mana to Azusa right away. So because you don't have another land and 3 is like a number that matters in your deck, you need to Dismember then. But even then,
I'm not suggesting
if you're not going to do anything that turn, you could just pass and do it on.
That's what I'm suggesting, that Kyle could have Dismembered on Eric's turn potentially.
But then there's Surge of Salvation a consideration.
I know that's the risk. I agree that is in fact the risk, and we know Eric brings that in this matchup. And at this point in the day, it's possible Kyle would know that Eric brings that in. He knows it's in the sideboard. So
already played this matchup once.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, Eric giving a lot of thought to this turn here. Can't get a great look at what that is. Be honest with you, I don't know what that is, but I can tell you that there is a Dryad on the other side. There's a Pure Steel Paladin, I'm being told. Never seen that artwork before. Frankly, didn't know it exists, and I feel foolish for it. But Besage is going to take care of Urza's Saga, which in the phase of a Pure Steel Paladin, pretty heads up. I'd say don't want to let even like a hammer get into play to start doing some drawing cards and potentially equipping with any more artifacts that could be made. So
that was the whole turn, though. Like, this isn't
bounce in now in play for Kyle.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's not another bounce in, this Amulet's really weakened. I mean, this has been a tough showing of the Amulet deck, who normally is kind of known for its speed. As here is Stoneforge Mystic and a tapped Pure Steel Paladin thanks to the Springleaf Drum.
all
Being
right,
tapped.
that's something. This Springleaf Drum, hard cast on turn 3 or 4 is not ideal, but I guess in this case,
Whatever you got to do for Metalcraft.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I know,
I
right.
think
I mean,
Eric's
I
got
know.
to be ecstatic.
Yeah. No, I agree. And so we're searching here for.
I mean, actually, Eric doesn't seem too sure.
Surge
himself.
and Forge Anew, I think, are the cards there. So no Metalcraft available, but I imagine Eric's going to leave the Surge up,
Right.
which is going to be suspicious.
It's going to be basically face up with you
Yeah.
grabbing a hammer.
Well, I
that
guess
could draw a
I
card
guess
right
he could
now.
not get he. Yeah, okay. He didn't
Oh,
get the hammer.
wow.
Now it's not telegraphed.
Sure. I mean, there's Teleria West. Can't transmute that one very easily, even with Dryad, because Bounce Lands and Dryad doesn't really work the way you want it to. So back to Eric we go, who does have this Cauldra. But I mean, if you're Kyle and he's grabbing Cauldra with a Pure Steel Paladin, isn't that kind of weird? I don't
So
know.
Eric
Maybe-
did draw the land. So conceivably, if it had been dropped, gone hammer play last turn, would have drawn the land. But there's no way you're going to do that.
Right.
So here's
Cauldra complete. That's going to
Yeah.
have 2 ETB triggers, make a germ and draw a card, thanks to the Pure Steel Paladin. And
Eric has taken some time on some of his decisions here. So he's clearly processing a lot of what we're talking about here. Also, he's really thinking through, what do I want to do? How much mana do I want to? Is it worth holding up my defenses? And he's clearly decided it is. And he has gotten
wow. Attack for 12 with the Pure Steel Paladin
What?
and left the Cauldra behind.
Yeah,
I love this.
you do.
Representative of
Okay.
knowing that you are not getting your threat answered because of Surge of Salvation. The only
Sure.
way you die is Primeval Titan. So being able to block that with Cauldra and get it out of the way is maybe a big part of your equation, because next turn you can just suit the
Okay.
Cauldra up
Yeah,
to the Pure Steel
on
Paladin,
them,
have that
sure.
surge, and you're covered.
Okay.
And I think Kyle may be piecing some of that together right now. I mean,
Yep.
it does look very strange if you're not sure what's up.
Yeah. It leaves up another mana also with the Springleaf Drum.
Yeah,
That's
now
an-
there's an EE on 1. That'll take care of the
Oh.
Amulet, but we'll actually pick off the hammer and the Springleaf Drum, but it's not clear if that's even going to be enough. If we just move the Cauldra over right now while we have
Mhm.
Metalcraft, that's just good enough, right? And there's Pithing Needle. Yeah, you got to respond to that one. Yeah, boom. There's force action right now, and Surge of Salvation can give, I believe, something indestructible. You impermanence, you control being
No.
hexproof. Nope, does not give indestructible.
No, it does not.
So those are just going to get blown up, which isn't even that bad. I mean, we still have pretty good attacks. White mana floating from the Springleaf Drum. And Pithy Needle, presumably named something like Teleria West. I mean, there's one in play. But maybe you just name Engineer Explosives again, something of that nature. Yeah, the Amulet's blown up too, which actually does matter.
It
Like, if
really
Kyle's looking
matters,
to
yeah.
win in one shot, that matters a lot. And Forge Anew is going to repick up the hammer, and that's going to do it.
Wow.
Eric able to get it done, keep his tournament alive as he advances to 3 and 4 right when he needed it. It's not clear if that's going to be good enough, but it looks like it might be.
Yeah. Okay. That was something. That was exciting stuff, and that one had more interplay than the other ones. So that was
Right.
really cool. Good for Eric evening up that match, at least the matches we saw having him on camera. Okay, we're gonna break and we're gonna come back, and Drake and I are gonna look at who advanced out of pod play, and then we're gonna get stage 2 started. This is the NRG Championship. We'll be right back.